शांति चाहते हैं, ये तो दुनिया ने देखा। अब दुनिया ये देखेगी कि हम शांति की रक्षा के लिए और अपनी शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन कर सकते हैं। लड़ाई के परिणाम के बारे में भी मेरे मन में कोई संदेह नहीं है। हमारी विजय निश्चित है और हम विजयी होकर दिखाएंगे। शांति चाहते हैं, ये तो दुनिया ने देखा। अब दुनिया ये देखेगी कि हम शांति की रक्षा के लिए और अपनी शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन कर सकते हैं। लड़ाई के परिणाम के बारे में भी मेरे मन में कोई संदेह नहीं है। हमारी विजय निश्चित है और हम विजयी होकर दिखाएंगे। शांति चाहते हैं, ये तो दुनिया ने देखा। अब दुनिया ये देखेगी कि हम शांति की रक्षा के लिए और अपनी शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन कर सकते हैं। लड़ाई के परिणाम के बारे में भी मेरे मन में कोई संदेह नहीं है। हमारी विजय निश्चित है और हम विजयी होकर दिखाएंगे।
Good morning. May I request all the delegates to please be seated? We're going to start in the next 5 minutes. May I request all the delegates to please be seated as we're going to start in the next 5 minutes. Good morning. May I request all the delegates to please be seated? May I request all the delegates standing outside to please be seated? Ladies and gentlemen, at this outset, we are all gathered here to celebrate Kargil Vijay Diwas. It has been 26 years since our armed forces, have shown the most outstanding valor on the icy heights of Kargil, Dras and Batalik. We are also going to discuss today the most recent operation, Operation Sindoor, and how we have travelled from Operation Vijay in Kargil in 1999 to Operation Sindoor in 2025, and how has been the journey in the 26 years. We'll have an esteemed panel of delegates, esteemed panel of speakers during the whole day session, and I'm sure all of us would be benefited with this session. Without any further delay, we'll start the session with the national anthem. So may I request all of you to please rise at the seats and stand for the national anthem. May I request GCTC team to play the national anthem. मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंग, तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. Thank you. Today had been 26 years to to the war where our fallen brothers and the soldiers fought on the icy heights, shown the most exceptional courage. Still, for the rest of the world, the Kargil War is a case study. Most of us who have been from the services will understand how an attack in mountain works and what kind of casualties one should expect for. But despite of that, we were victorious and we taught a lesson to our enemy. This year has been unique for us. As we are celebrating the Kargil Vijay Diwas, we also lost our patron, Mr. Shekhar Dutt, an outstanding person, and most of us know he was a decorated war veteran also, despite of being the bureaucrat also, and of course the governor. In the history of India, he's been the only defense secretary of India who has been a war veteran and a wounded war veteran, decorated and wounded war veteran. So never ever we have seen any example where a decorated wounded war veteran has become the defense secretary. We lost him few days back on 2nd of July. Kargil has been, of course, a learning for us, and we lost 547 of our brothers over there. So before we start the entire conference and we start discussing various aspects, I would request all of you to kindly rise again once, and we'll have 1 minute of silence in the remembrance of our fallen comrades who fought bravely on those heights, and also for Mr. Shekhar Dutt. We'll have 1 minute of silence. Thank you. Before we start our conference today on From Kargil War to Operation Sindoor, a journey of courage, transformation and strategic capability, I would request all the delegates to please keep your phone in the silent mode or switch them off if possible. To start the conference, we'll have a short film about the Kargil martyrs.
चाहते हैं जिसको दुनिया ने देखा, अब दुनिया ये देखेगी कि हम शांति की रक्षा के लिए और अपनी शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन कर सकते हैं। लड़ाई के परिणाम के बारे में भी मेरे मन में कोई संदेह नहीं है। हमारी विजय निश्चित है और हम विजयी होकर दिखाएंगे।
Thank you, GCTC. To start the conference, I would like to invite our patron, Mr. Shashank. He's been the former Foreign Secretary of India, prior to which he's been an ambassador to Libya, South Korea, Indonesia, and Denmark. Also served in various capacities across the world as a foreign service officer, and got a very, very rich experience when he talk about the diplomacy. So we are talking about the war. War is not only fought by the military, it is also fought by the bureaucrats. It is also fought by the diplomats. It is also fought at the international level. While we are fighting a war of the physical battle, we are also fighting a war of perception, we are also fighting a war of international relations. Which matters most? So, without any further delay, I would like to invite Mr. Shashank to kindly deliver his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Major Amit Bansal. I am really privileged to have been associated with the GCTC right from the beginning, and as we are marking this solemn occasion to respect our warriors who fought so bravely at Kargil and then carried on a wonderful victory which is continuing Operation Sindoor. And so I'm quite sure that during the course of your conference you would be able to celebrate many of the new decisions and the Atmanirbharta campaign which has helped India in various sectors. Above everything else, I would like to congratulate GCTC that they started working on counter-terrorism at a time when terrorism was really seen as a product of not very good neighborly relations between two countries which become later on two nuclear powers, and therefore we were being constantly advised by the international community that the only solution would be to improve relations between our two countries. As you would now see that two important things which have happened during Operation Sindoor. One is that India has announced unequivocally that any act of terrorism would be an act of war, which means that Global Counter Terrorism Council was really a precursor, that we were really working to develop that mindset among the Indian youth and Indian public decision makers, that it is not a question of bad relations or not good neighborly relations among two nuclear powers or two neighborly countries, but something much more than that. So I'm sure that gradually we will get a lot of support from other countries also. In the beginning it's a new idea, not many would go by it because the Americans follow the American exceptionalism, which means that what applies to everyone else does not apply to the Americans. We have not announced it that way, but now we have said that all right, we'll take our own decisions based on our experience and we will carry it up to the extreme position which is required for us to carry out our victory. The second thing which has happened also is that earlier we always found that we were working in silos. So different departments would be working to protect their turf and say that yes, they are going to do their very best. There is no doubt they did their very best. But unless there was a complete coordination and a joint operation approach, which was a result of the Kargil committee report, and also going in for the new technologies and Atmanirbharta. I remember that I used to be in various committees in Delhi where we would say that okay, we will talk to suppliers or weapons or aircraft and others, that there will have to be a transfer of technology, there will have to be upgradation, there will have to be supply of spares. They would also say okay, that's very good, definitely we'll do that. But nothing would actually take place. So I think now we have reached a stage whereby under the Atmanirbharta campaign, we have tried to develop our own capabilities, not at the lowest level of technology, but at a level of technology which we need. Not necessarily the most expensive one, because that we, our space people have shown already that the amount of money which is spent by the Hollywood on their films, in less amount of money they can carry out a mission to the south side of the moon, and also they can develop other missions now leading up to, I think now we are preparing for the Gaganyaan. So I think these are the kind of things which have moved us from Kargil to Operation Sindoor, Still, there are many more lessons to be learned. I think now many more lessons will have to be on, perhaps not so much on the defense and our capabilities, which we have been able to do very well, but I think it will be more on the bureaucratic side and the diplomatic side, because we had to take recourse this time of all our parliamentarians, and we were able to get the support of the opposition totally with the government approach in Operation Sindoor, and they were all very, very supportive of the action taken by our defense forces. But we had to mount campaign internationally in order to explain our position, because the initial lead was taken by the Pakistanis, who did nothing else but only promoted the international media campaign. I think I will come back to that a little bit for a couple of minutes later. So I think this is, we will have to keep on working on that constantly. And one thing is that we had thought that, all right, since the Russians were not able to give us the latest technologies, and somehow we had made that up in our mind, that most of the computer technologies are available with the West, and the Chinese were stealing them from the West. But now gradually we have come to a realization that suppose there are 45 new areas of technologies, then Chinese have an unbeatable lead in about 35 of them, and the Americans will not be able to catch up with them. So I think this is a kind of a wrong feeling on their part to think that all their technologies have been stolen by the Chinese. They must have stolen, definitely. The DeepSeek program which they have done, that is based on the open software program, and for a communist country to do that, something is remarkable. Whereas all our Western friends have been trying to protect their technologies and keeping great control over their patents. So I think therefore what we have learned from the operation, Kargil operation to Sindoor also, that our Western friends on whom we were counting very much, especially after the breakup of the Soviet Union, that they will come to our help. I think only one country or two countries were able to show very clearly, and that also with some difficulty: France, Israel, a few others from time to time, but not really totally. The Americans, I think the only good thing they said was their vice president, who married a very, very bright Indian lady, that he informed us that if you don't do something, they are going to mount a very major campaign on you. But thereafter we found that the Americans were supportive of the person who mounted the campaign, who led the hate campaign between the Muslims and the Hindus, and gave him a beautiful lunch. I mean, he always uses the word beautiful, so I am just using that in that context of quote unquote. So I think we have to prepare ourselves now on that basis, that we had thought that okay, we will gradually develop over a period of time. And what Deng Xiaoping had said, that you hide your capabilities to such an extent that when you become ready to actually show it openly. So China has reached that stage where it says that now they are, by 2049 they will become #1 country in the world, and the Americans have tried to do their very best to stop technology transfer to them, to keep the Chinese students away from their universities. And the Chinese said, okay, you do what you want to do and we will do what we can do. And so gradually we find that the Americans are now sending some of their major technology players, NVIDIA and others, the people, they are going to China and saying that okay, we are willing to make peace with you and exchange, because they found really that they cannot develop all the, and they were the ones, Americans had advised the Taiwanese and the Japanese and their own companies that this was the very rare opportunity when Russia, which was only a petrol pump, was trying to behave like a major power. So they say, we'll show them that they are really a petrol pump. And so they were attacking them. They did not realize that a country like India will suffer in the bargain, because with China we have some adversarial, some cooperative relations. But with Russia we have generally seen that we have had good relations, whether they have the #1 technology or not, but they are willing to share it with us. And we have been able to use that in Operation Sindoor very effectively, but whatever we were able to get from France, Israel, Russia. and others also we have been getting, and we have been telling the Americans that maybe in long-term future we will become very friendly with you, we'll take your technology, but right now, since we have this difficulty with Pakistan and they are your best friends, so therefore we have to protect our interests. So I think this is the thing which I wanted to share with you. The other point which I wanted to mention, that in Pakistan always, I have lived in Pakistan for 4 years, but that was a long time ago, about 40 years ago. And the Pakistanis always had a feeling that India did very badly to them in dividing them into two parts. And wherever I went and met the opposition politicians or senior bureaucrats and others, they always said that, look, we never believed that India would be able to divide Pakistan against the American opinion, against the Pakistani opinion. But you were able to do that, so we have to take our revenge. So therefore that feeling has been there with them, that okay, we are about the same level of powers, and with the nuclear parity, so we can create a situation that terrorism can be an asymmetrical warfare, and then we tell them that okay, if you raise the level, then it can go become nuclear. And I think that is what Dr. Manmohan Singh said, and I recently read or heard friend David Mulford, who was an ambassador of the USA in Delhi at the time when I was foreign secretary, and he then saw what was happening, and he said okay, he also agreed with Dr. Manmohan Singh that the fight could go become a nuclear, so therefore why unnecessarily take up a fight to a higher level. Trump, I think, is still in the same mood, and the Americans same mood, but I think the Indians have shown very clearly that we will not be taken in by that bluff by the Pakistani side. Of course, there are many more things which I don't know, I mean, because I am a retired person. So I think I will leave it to the people who are now in, running the show, and they know very clearly as to where our interests lie and what all we are supposed to achieve. The second thing which I remember with my experience in Pakistan was, they always felt that till 65, the people in Punjab and Kashmir did not give full support to the Indian army. So the Indian army always had to fight with one hand behind their back, and the Pakistanis were able to go right up to the border because the Pakistani people were supporting them. But this is 71 changed all that, and the Punjabi women were making bread and roti and all these things, and the Kashmiris, they were all helping the Indian army right up to the border. They were taking all chances. So they said that now we have to do something. And I remember Ziaul Haq going at that time to various schools, colleges and everywhere, and said, look, what we are supposed to do is to make sure that before Kashmir falls into our hands, we must make sure that Punjab becomes ungovernable for the Indians. And that is how the Khalistani movement started. I was there at that time when several of our flights were hijacked, either to Pakistan or through Pakistan to other countries. So that was all, and he clearly said that, and that was all published in their media and everywhere else. The other thing which they said very clearly, that 1971 we lost the war, but our negotiators were so wonderful that the Indians in negotiations, they lost the war, and we were able to get our 93,000 soldiers, everyone, back into the country and gave them the power in our country, and they again became heroes. Whereas the Indians will have to suffer in long term with what they did not achieve in time of 71 after in the negotiations. I have asked one person who was, I was just telling Tyagiji that one person who used to be sometimes act as a go-between Sheikh Mujib and Indira Gandhi ji. I asked him, I said, look, why didn't you at that time, you are talking of Siliguri corridor, you are talking of Chittagong and all kinds of Chakma hills and all that. Why didn't you take care of that? He said, no, we were taking care of the Bangladesh leadership. We were afraid that if we did not take care of the Bangladesh leadership, in long term it will be against our interests. But actually there's the other way around. If we had taken care of it at that time, so you know, sometimes what happens is that you make a decision. It may be a right decision or wrong decision. You learn to live with it. Like in 1960, we thought that was a good decision. World Bank was our master. They were giving us all the money for all our projects. And the Americans were going with the Pakistanis, but they were willing to give us money. They were willing to allow our Atom for Peace program. So therefore we said, okay, let's give whatever we want. And I have spoken to some of the very senior Pakistani leaders who were involved at that time in 1960 Indus Water Treaty. There was one man called Shaukat Hayat Khan. His father used to be the Chief Minister of Undivided Punjab. So Shaukat Saab said that, look, Ayub Khan took umbrage at what Nehru said after the treaty, that now we are permanently friends. I have signed a treaty which will make India and Pakistan permanent friends. Ayub Khan took advantage of that and told the Pakistani people that now look at Nehru. He's a very clever fellow. He wants Pakistan to remain permanently subservient to India. And that is what they want. So therefore we have to take care of our interests and make sure that we don't succumb to the temptations being given by Nehru by giving us water and this and that. Now, of course, whatever they might be saying, water and blood, we will see that the Indian blood flows if water doesn't flow to Pakistan. That's a different matter. But the point is that we have been more than generous. Sometimes that generosity is good because that is our basic principle, that we all have to live in peace within our country, beyond our country, and that is the message, our unique value. There is an advantage in that because we were growing slowly. Suddenly we found that we are becoming number 4th economic power in the world, and very soon we will become number 3. Now it's not acceptable to others. I mean, we were hoping that China will remain the main adversary of the Americans, but now suddenly Americans are finding that India should be the main adversary. Because China, they understand, it's a communist country. They can explain to their people that, look, do you want to become like a communist country? They'll say no. But if they say, do you want to become a country like India? They will all say yes. So therefore, the Americans are suddenly now trying to put pressure on the Indians. They say, okay, if you maintain your present type of policy of being friendly with everybody, then you have to succumb to our diktats. Now, India cannot do that because what they want is to give us the genetically modified food, and they want to give us the dairy products. I mean, you look at the American cows and you look at the Indian cows. I have looked at them because all the international media publishes all the time photographs of Indian cows. Even in Pakistan very often, and many other countries wherever I have lived, they will say, oh, Indian cows and Indian people sleep together. How lovely. There is no enmity between the two of them. Whereas if you look at the American cow is quite willing to kill the farmer, or the farmer will kill the American cow. So therefore, that feeling which we have of being one with nature, being one with animals, with environment and all that, we don't have to learn these lessons from these people who want to protect all their patents. But where we share every information, we share all our knowledge, we feel that the more we share, the more we gain, more others also gain. And it is good for everyone else. Bhutan, of course, has gone to the other extreme. They have also created a new gross national happiness index, which is really based on the Indian philosophy that let everybody be happy. So I think I will leave it at that. I am very happy to participate in this conference.
Thank you, sir. As you rightly said, that it is not only just diplomacy plays a vital role when you're talking about winning a war, and the way India has evolved in terms of technology, military preparedness, strategy, and also how we have seen, how we faced the interaction of military strategy with technology, with foreign policy, with diplomacy, and with a will to ensure the regional stability with a mature action. You're right that we have been too generous to Pakistan, and which must not be in the future. And it's the conflict times which tells us who's a friend and who's an enemy. Like America, as it behaved during Operation Sindoor. So without any delay, we'll take to the next session. I would like to invite our next keynote speaker, Lieutenant General Dr. Rakesh Sharma, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Uttam Yudh Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal. He's been an executive council member of GCTC. He's been a former adjutant general of the Indian Army, and of course, he's been the general officer commanding of Fire and Fury Corps, the 14 Corps, which is overlooking the entire area where this iconic historical battle was fought during Operation Vijay. So we are going to discuss on Kargil to Sindoor, strategic continuity, capability, and diplomacy. How we are going to focus on the evolution of India's military strategy and its interaction with the foreign policy to ensure the regional stability. Over to General Sharma, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bans. Ambassador Shashank, Mr. Tripta Thapar, General KJ Singh, Colonel Tyagi. You got चल रहा है? Right. Yeah, I think since you are telecasting, ये बंद कर दे slide. जब मैं चाहिए होगी मांग लूँगा. Okay. Thank you, Aditya, for inviting me, and the distinguished audience here today. This is a great day for us. We remember the 527 who lost their lives in Kargil. If you ever go to Kargil, you stand there and see the heights of Kalubar or Tiger Hill or Tololing, you get vertigo. You go up and you look down, you get claustrophobic. It's unimaginary. You can't even imagine how much people and what they did to climb up those hills and fight wars across there and throw the enemy out. The infantry soldiers, the artillery, which is fantastic amount of job, and the air warriors who had such pinpoint targeting. So, ये जान के कर दिया to muffle the voice. नहीं आदित्य, you never know ना. हाँ, intentional है. हाँ, जान के कर रही है, मैं देख रहा हूँ. So fantastic. It was a war that we, as rightly pointed out, people have studied worldwide as to how wars can be fought in that super high altitude area. 120 kilometers of area nearly occupied by the Pakistanis, occupied at a time when we were venturing across to, in the famous Lahore Yatra, the Pakistanis were already occupying that area. So, you know, that shows the kind of treachery that they are known for throughout their lives. And then we have this Operation Sindoor, and between Kargil and Operation Sindoor, 26 years, we had Prakram, the attack on the Indian Parliament, which had 10 months of standoff, and we also had 2008 Bombay major terror attacks, and subsequently a large number of terror attacks which took place in Pathankot, when General KJ was personally involved, and also in the areas of Nagrota, Uri, subsequently Pulwama. All that led to some kind of actions by us, and then later on we come down to this time of Operation Sindoor, which was preceded by the Pahalgam attack. Now 26 years, the whole world has become topsy-turvy. We just cannot go back to what was 1999 and equate it with 2025. There are two different worlds altogether. In any which way that we want to think about it, we can't have comparisons. At that time, India was $500 billion economy, and the Chinese was $1.2 trillion, just about nearly a double. That was the state of affairs there. Pakistan on all one, no economies at all. Today, India is $4.2 trillion economy, and Chinese have reached $20 trillion economy. So the Chinese growth has been nearly 20 times. We have also grown about 4-5 times. You see the kind of the wide disparity that has accrued in between the Chinese and the Indians in course of last 26 years. That makes a very significant difference across here. We must not forget that 20 years of great diplomatic effort between 1993, when we signed the agreement with Chinese on peace and tranquility, until 2020, 6 agreements had gone through, and despite the 6 agreements and all the Bonhomie and the Jhure Pe Baithna and all that, the Chinese came and occupied areas in eastern Ladakh in 2020, denying us patrolling rights to areas that were being patrolled before that. Another sign of great amount of treachery, despite the fact that they were already doing it. Nowadays on X there is a series of events being written by one Chinese fellow, where he says that when did they start moving up to eastern Ladakh, the areas in eastern Ladakh, and they were moving 1 year earlier. So when the president of China came to Metropolitan, and he was in Chennai that time, the troops were already moving across from Taklamakan desert to occupy these areas. Treachery, total treachery. So we live in a treacherous world, and let's accept it in that form. Now 2025 is different because we have a politico-diplomatic confidence of a different level altogether. We are a major economy, we are a major power. Solid hard power, economic rise and military rise has led to our strength in politico-diplomatic sphere, that we are able to carry out a G20, and we are able to look across the nations of the world and talk our mind and talk, say, strategic autonomy. This change has come because of what we have reached by sheer den of hard work in 25 years. There is much to do. There's much to do, but let's not keep saying India mein ye kharab hai, wo kharab hai. Despite 1.4 billion, we are still rising as 6% of economy. वही country है 1947 में जिसको ब्रिटिशर्स ने बोला था ये टूट जाएगी, इसके कई हिस्से होंगे. 150 कंट्रियां हुआ करती थी 1950 में. Today there are 220 countries. So many new countries have grown up. Russia, USSR broke into 15 countries. Yugoslavia broke into 7 countries. India has stood one together. Let's remember the Indian strength doesn't come by military and by the strength. It's the strength of our people. यार ये स्लाइड बंद कर देंगे तो मैं तकलीफ नहीं होगी यार. आप मेरे को दुखी कर रहे हैं. बना के मैं ही लाया था वैसे. बी दबा दीजिए. बी होता ना एक. अच्छा. Okay, thank you. So there is first point that I'm making 6 large points. First point I was making, ma'am has to go at 12 o'clock, so I want to finish fast. Because I know ma'am from Kargil days onwards, and I have tremendous amount of time for her. Okay.
Thank you.
Second point I wish to raise is that though the Chinese have gone up by a strong measure, they have a relationship with Pakistan, which from 99 to 2025 has changed dramatically. Let's not forget about it. The Chinese have now no more collusion, no collusion, no collaboration. They are fused together. The whole lot of satellite systems were available, Bedus and also Yangon's, all available to the Pakistanis at moment's call. We during Operation Sindoor were buying satellite imageries from Planet and at Maxar, maybe even from China. And the Chinese were giving direct imageries across to Pakistan. What is the stark difference? So this is 2025. That fusion is total. They do Shaheen exercises or they do Sea Guardian exercises. There is a tremendous amount of change that has occurred between Pakistan-Chinese relationship. We look for problems in the relationship, but we must look for what they are fused together. They fly same aircraft, they train on the same aircraft, they do intense amount of training from so many years. So the Chinese Pakistanis collaboration is something. Fusion must be understood in that form, and we have to be prepared for it. Chinese may not want to fight a war with us, may not fight, because we have also got a relationship of $130 billion of trade. But would Chinese like to have? We say we want a multipolar Asia and a multipolar world. The Chinese never say they want a multipolar Asia. They never utter the word multipolar Asia. They say they imply they want a unipolar Asia. They may have a multipolar world, which means they would not allow another pole to rise in competition to China, and in any which way they will work to make sure that that pole is not able to rise to that level. So if you take that as an issue, then Chinese attempts will be to keep sponsoring Pakistan to keep needling us on the borders, terrorism, the fault lines that exist in India, and any cleavages that they can tackle. So we must be prepared for that kind of thought processes. That's why you see when the Pakistani resolution which was passed in United Nations Security Council 2-3 days ago, of course it doesn't have teeth in it, but it's a resolution which Pakistan was able to sponsor. There's a president, so they were able to push through, and everybody said yes, and they passed it through, and it could be hurting if you take it that manner. So then there is a manner of speaking. We have to be cautious of the fact that there is a fusion here between these two countries. Third issue I wish to raise is there a change of concept of victory in war in 1999 and 2025? Is there a concept of victory in 2025? Israel has bombarded Iran like hell in 12 days war, and they destroyed a whole lot of Iranian facilities, including the Americans also coming into support of them. They say we were victorious. The Iranians say that they also did the same thing. They sent thousands of missiles and drones. They were able to land only 5-6 of them, few of them in Israel. But they say we were victorious. Iranians said they were victorious. Al Jazeera says Iranians were victorious. Who was victory? Who won the victory between Iran and Israel? The entire population of Israel had to go underground for 12 days to protect themselves because there were missile landing there. Iran has got 29 air bases and airfields. Only 2-3 of them were denied by the Israelis. But Israel has got only 2 major air bases, Haifa and Tel Aviv. Both were denied by the Iranians. So Iranians say, यार लोगों, हमने तो आपका एयरफील्ड बंद कर दिया ना, आपके तो 2 ही हैं, हमारे तो 29 हैं, हम तो कई जगह से टेक ऑफ कर सकते थे. So where is the concept of victory? Concept of victory in 99 was to throw the enemy out from those dizzy heights of Kargil and push it away and recapture a territory. The concept of victory in 1971 was to get regime change, have a new government, capture of territory, capture of prisoner of war, destruction of enemies, war fighting wherewithal. What's the concept of victory in 2025? We were able to hit strong Pakistani targets, all 13 of them. We destroyed a whole lot of wherewithal, much of which has not been repaired till yet. But it is not the same concept of victory which was there in 1971 and 1999. This is a new concept of victory. And Pakistan is also saying we are victorious. And many of the Western thinkers and of course all the inimical journals, Wall Street Journal, everybody is saying yes, Pakistan have been victorious in its own manner. So the concept of victory has changed, and we need to be mindful of this fact. And that is where the battle of narrative comes. What you succeed must be told, because otherwise the other party will say hum jeet gaye, and we will be on the poor wicket. My fourth point is that is there a change in character of war? So what Aditya wrote, ye likh ke bhag jata hai. Acha ye hai. Okay. Continuity and change. Is there continuity in warfare of those times and warfare of today? And is there change? Now, everybody will say change. AI, ML, you can start with drones, variety of drones, and man-machine mixes, and I can count whole lot of technologies in my fingers in which warfare has changed. But 1963 resolution on the parliament and 1994 resolution on the parliament which says not an inch of Indian territory will be lost has not changed. Those resolutions stand till the time parliament decides to remove those resolutions, which parliament will never decide, which means the borders which are disputed, whether the line of control or line of actual control, have to be guarded in the manner that they were being guarded in 1950s. So there is continuity. हमको क्या change हुआ? जो border पे बैठे हैं in this 3,500 kilometers of border, they are sitting, in fact they are sitting much worse than they were sitting in before 2020. So there is a continuity here, tremendous amount of continuity. And in matters of territorial integrity, I would say there is holders, keepers, which was the previous theology on line of control, stands there. But another part of the fact is it is still stands. We have to defend territorial integrity. The other part is change. Of course it is change. And now the change comes up in in forms of information warfare, electronic warfare, in forms of drones, hypersonic weapons, missiles, space, counter space. All these have changed the whole dimensions of warfare. First time the Russians did it in Ukraine was switched off the satellite system. If Elon Musk had not come to support Ukraine, they wouldn't have been able to fight the war at all. And you know, even ours, we could feel the degradation of GPS. Number of times we feel the degradation of GPS into Indian systems because we find that there is a possibility of somebody degrading a GPS so that we are not able to fight wars in that manner. So there is a technological shift which is tremendous. So continuity and change. We can't say कि हिंदुस्तान की फौज 3 लाख घटा दो because of technology आ गई. वो 3 लाख तो घटा दो तो border कौन man करेगा? Who does the territorial integrity part of it? So we have now got to fight many wars together which we were not fighting in 1999 because the domains of warfare has changed. And one domain of warfare जिसकी हम अभी बात नहीं करते ना वो है cognitive warfare. दिमाग का. You know, it is forcing us to think differently and to act differently. That cognitive warfare, we need an agency in India who should start thinking only about cognitive warfare. How are people psyching? I can show you a slide here, which I made, but I think I'll talk about the slide in the end. I have my last point, ma'am. I know you're showing anger. Is deterrence dead? Is deterrence dead? Or long-lived deterrence? Everybody says we require punition, cognitive, all types of deterrence, by denial, by punishment, all deterrence. Positive deterrence, negative deterrence. Where is deterrence? A non-nuclear power, Ukraine, is fighting a nuclear power, Russia. It takes drones 2,500 kilometers दूर and damages the large amount, 30% of the fleet of Russians which are supposed to transport nuclear weapons. उनको destroy कर दिया. A non-nuclear weapon power, Iran, is bombarding a nuclear weapon power called Israel. वो डरते नहीं है कि इजराइल न्यूक्लियर वेपन हम पर इस्तेमाल करेंगे. नहीं डरते हैं. India and Pakistan, both nuclear weapon states, are fighting each other nuclear weapon states. America, which is a nuclear weapon state, is bombarding a non-nuclear weapon state. भैया आपके तो कोई रसूल होना चाहिए ना. You will not fight a non-nuclear weapon state. So there is no. So is nuclear weapons have become a zero-sum game. It has become defunct. जिसके पास nuclear weapons है रख लो अपने जमीन में दबा के. आप दूसरे लड़ाइयाँ लड़ सकते हैं. Other wars can fight. You can fight the war. World is fighting. So where is deterrence? Where is the deterrence between Cambodia and Thailand? So there is no conflict management. There is no conflict resolution left in the world. There is only authoritarian. जिसकी लाठी उसकी भैंस. आज मेरा मूड खराब हुआ तो ईरान turns his missiles and fires at Pakistan. The best of friends. कल को मूड खराब हुआ, Pakistan fires at Iran. Then Iran fires at Iraq. Then Iran is firing at the American base in Qatar. तो जिसकी लाठी उसकी भैंस. हमारे पास 4 मिसाइल होनी चाहिए. We will ठोको anybody. So there is no conflict resolution mechanism left in the world. So there is no. My point is, you can't rely on deterrence. Deterrence. Firstly, 2 things: deterrent and deterrence. 2 अलग चीजें हैं. You require a deterrent, but the enemy should believe that your deterrent is powerful enough in the cost-benefit analysis. If he thinks नहीं यार मैं कर लूँगा इनके deterrent को handle कर लूँगा, तो then your deterrent doesn't lead to deterrence. And it doesn't lead to deterrability. So the point is, you can't rely कि हमारे पास nuclear weapons हैं 200, so there is a deterrence here. Or we have 126 Rafale jets, so we have deterrence. Deterrence cannot be measured in future terms because victory is not measurable. Other fellow will do 10% of your task, you do 90% more, but he still say I am victorious. We can't rely on deterrence. I'll end here by saying that today, till yesterday, we used to say 32 nations are at war in the world. अब हम 34 बोल सकते हैं. अब Cambodia और Thailand भी शुरू हो गए हैं. And these are actual wars. Most of the wars, Somalia, or what's happening in Mali, Mauritania, other countries, We can't even count Africa, we don't count Democratic Republic of Congo. Out of 200 odd countries, nearly 1/5, 1/10 or something, whatever you can count, are at war. Can we say today that this is not an era of war? This is an era of war. इस साल इतनी लड़ाइयाँ 2025 में इतनी लड़ाइयाँ हो गई हैं कि how do we say this is not an era of war? This is an era of war because it is an anarchic world. Anarchic, how to explain the word anarchic is कि there are all states, but इन states के ऊपर कोई mother नहीं है. There is no mother state who say controls the mother to control the बच्चे. कोई control है ही नहीं. तो anarchic world है जिसका mood है वो अपने हिसाब से चल रहा है. There are no African Union, ECOMOG, ECOWOG, SADC, SARC, BIMSTEC, BBIN, ASEAN. किस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की चल रही है? किसी की चल ही नहीं रही है वर्ल्ड में आजकल. We have to get prepared for an era of self-help. Pull up our socks and prepare for an era of self-help. We require to think how will we fight a continuous war and how will we fight a war of change. I'll end by one example which I had on a slide which I'm not going to show. हाँ जी, एक स्लाइड दिखा दिया. अच्छा तो जल्दी जल्दी जाना. आगे जाना, जल्दी जल्दी चल जाना. नेक्स्ट 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 जल्दी जल्दी करना. नेक्स्ट बस गो बैक गो बैक गो बैक गो बैक गो बैक. इसको बड़ा कर दे. What do we say is war? We say India needs to redefine the word war. The word war has changed. War is not fighting. War is not kinetic. Look at this photograph. ऊपर वाली photograph is of a movie some of you will remember, Rockstar. मैं देखता नहीं हूँ. It's a Rockstar movie. It was shot in Dharamshala. रणबीर सिंह. हैं जी, आप लोग पिक्चर देखते हैं, आपको बहुत टाइम है. हाँ, आपके बहुत वक्त है आपके पास. अच्छा, न्यूली मैरिड भी है. ओके. इस मूवी में द पब्लिक शोड अ फ्लैग ऑफ फ्री टिबेट एंड शो द टिबेट फ्लैग. यू सी दैट फ्लैग. जब मूवी रिलीज हुई, हिंदुस्तान में आई, तो उसके बाद 24 घंटे बाद ये मूवी का प्रिंट चेंज हो गया और नीचे वाला आ गया. नीचे वाली फोटोग्राफ आ गई जिसमें फ्री टिबेट का टिबेट हटा दिया गया एंड और जो झंडा था, झंडे के ऊपर ये रणबीर कपूर को दिखा दिया गया. ये इंडिया में हुआ है. दिस हैपेंड इन इंडिया, which means our Bollywood industry is prone to manipulation by the Chinese. Look at the amount of money these films have earned in China. Dangal earned 1305 crores. China has got 80,000 screens. They are avid movie goers. All these movies, every movie, there's a movie which was made last year, Vijay Setapathy's last one, Maharaja, on first day earned 19 crores in China. When people, the industry earns so much of money in China, they are prone to coercion. तो हम भागे जाते हैं बनाने के लिए. फाइटर, एक हवाई जहाज इधर जा रहा है, एक हवाई उधर जा रहा है, वो तरह तरह के गेम खेल रहे हैं. और we never make an anti China movie. हमने बनाई नहीं. हमने गलवान में पिक्चर नहीं बनाई. हमने पाकिस्तान के खटाक से पिक्चर बना के ले आएंगे. क्यों नहीं बनाते हम चाइना की पिक्चर? बिकॉज हमारा गुजारा ही नहीं है चाइना की पिक्चर बनाने में. सच बातें. दिस इज कोर्जन. ये दिखती नहीं है. ये कोर्जन पीठ के पीछे चल रही है. दिस इज कोर्जन. वी विल नेवर मेक, Hollywood never makes an anti-China movie. The last anti-Chinese movies were two of them. One was Life of Dalai Lama. One was My 7 Days in Tibet. Brad Pitt की पिक्चर थी 1999. उसके बाद they said they banned all Hollywood movies in China. What did the Chinese do? Chinese said, okay, all movies banned. No Hollywood movies come. The Columbia Pictures CEO rushed in 1999 and say, जैसे हम गोरखास बोलते हैं ना, गलती भयो, हाथ जोड़ के, भाई आज के बाद हम एंटी चाइनीज मूवी नहीं बनाएंगे. 99 के बाद उन्होंने एंटी चाइनीज मूवी नहीं बनाई. दे वांट टू शो फेस, मोंगोलाइट फेस. दे से नॉर्थ कोरियन है, वो चाइनीज नहीं बोलते हैं. This is fact. This is the kind of coercion. The Chinese have brought Australia to knees in COVID in 3 years. Then the Prime Minister of Australia went in 2004 January and said, गलती भयो भैया, हम आज के बाद तुमको कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे, आप प्लीज हमारे से वाइन लेनी शुरू कर दो और हमारा कोल ले लो और हमारा बार्ले ले लो और हमारा हम मर गए. And they're back to normal. They're good friends because the entire economy of Australia depends upon the students who come from India, of course. हम तो export of students हैं, and Chinese students and all these things. I'll rest here to say, I end by saying, era of self-help. We have to pull up our socks, get prepared to fight all types of war, not shooting war. Shooting is one small war. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, an eye-opening lecture for us. And without any further delay, I know ma'am has to go, so I don't have words to introduce her. Welcome, Mrs. Tripta Thapar. She gave birth to the Tiger of Tolole.
Good morning. Amit has already spoken, given my introduction, but you see, I can see eminent speakers sitting on my right and on my left, and they are specialists, you see. I can't say that. But I will be speaking on behalf of 527 Kargil heroes, and of course Tripta Thapar, but I am better known as mother of Captain Vijay Thapar. Mother of Captain Vijay Thapar, and I like it. When they call me, she is the mother of Captain Vijay Thapar, I love it. And today, as we all know, we are paying homage to 527 Kargil martyrs who sacrificed everything in Kargil War for their nation. For their nation. You know, when someone asks me, हम सैनिकों के लिए और शहीदों के लिए क्या कर सकते हैं, सो आई ऑलवेज टेल देम कि आप ये सोचिए, जिन्होंने अपना सर्वोच्च बलिदान दे दिया, सर्वोच्च सब कुछ आप देश में न्यौछावर कर दिया, किसके लिए? हम लोगों के लिए, आप लोगों के लिए. क्या आप उस बलिदान के योग्य हैं या नहीं? यू हैव टू थिंक अबाउट इट. It was never, you see, they fought there and did everything. It was never for money or material gains. It was purely for the honor of their nation and izzat, samman to their battalion. Like Vijay Thapar was from 2 Rajputana rifles. So कीजिए, I say that. So कीजिए वर्दी का, सैनिक का और आर्मी का सम्मान, because the army teaches you that you are an Indian first, and then you are Hindu, Muslim, Christian, then languages, and last comes your religion. Last comes your religion. And as we all know that today in West, we have Pakistan, our enemy. In North, we have China. And of course, now in East also, yes, Bangladesh, we all know that it has come up. But at the same time, what I feel, that there are enemies inside our country also. Inside our country, we have to fight with them. We have to destroy them. You see, like if we are not strong mentally, physically and morally, then you see we can't face those challenges. ये बात नहीं है कि हमारे देश में वीरों की कोई कमी है कि हम नहीं लड़ सकते हैं, but we have to be prepared. Your education should also be value based. जब कल हमारे देश पर संकट आएगा, जब भी आएगा, तो हमारे 140 करोड़ लोग जो हैं, उनमें से जरूर हमारे जो ब्रेव हार्ट्स हैं, हमारे जो ब्रेव हैं, हमारे जो वीर जवान हैं, वो हमेशा खड़े होंगे संकट के समय में अपने देश की रक्षा करने के लिए. बट एट द सेम टाइम पेरेंट्स ने उनको हमेशा अच्छी एजुकेशन देनी है, moral values which are distorted, which are degrading very rapidly, that a mother, and you see one thing is there, if the family is happy, the neighbors are happy. If the neighbors are happy, then your society is happy. And when the society is happy, state and then of course a nation becomes happy. So that is very important. That's I feel as a mother. And one thing is very close to my heart, and that is the tricolor, which I right from day one. Right from day one, I always used to say that always make sure, ensure that this tricolor keeps flying high always. It is rightly said, winds don't move the tricolor. Winds don't move the tricolor. It is the last breath of that soldier who died fighting for it, who died fighting for it. And last, I just want to tell you one thing. जब एक सैनिक को, this is a message for the present generation, for coming generations, because these boys who have gone, who has given everything for their country, वो एक आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए भी एक बहुत बड़ा प्रेरणा का स्रोत है. और एट द सेम टाइम जब एक गोली, एक सैनिक को बॉर्डर पर गोली उसका सीने में लगकर उसको छलनी कर जाती है, तो वही गोली हजारों किलोमीटर बैठी उसकी माँ के दिल में जाकर लगती है. वो आपको रियलाइज करना है, और उसी के लिए जो है आगे अपने पेरेंट्स से अच्छे संस्कार लेने हैं, और अच्छे संस्कार होंगे तो देश भी आपका उससे बहुत रिच होगा. This is what I want to say, and I conclude my words here only. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Ma'am, I would request you can say a few words about Captain Vijay Thapar, of course, and the iconic letter which he wrote.
Well, my son, I must say, I always used to call my son a soldier saint. So he was a professional soldier, and of course saint. He had all the qualities of a saint. Like he was very honest, very loyal, very disciplined, and above all he was a true patriot, which he of course he proved in Kargil War. And he was so kind-hearted that, you see, when we talk about religion and caste and everything, when his Paltan was, his 2 Rajputana rifles was in Kupwara, there he met, their battalion, before going to Kargil, his battalion was there for 1.5 to 2 months. So where the battalion was based, he saw a small hut, and whenever he used to go for patrolling and all, he saw one little girl who was hardly 3 years old. She used to stand outside that hut and see all the soldiers going. And of course, when soldiers are going, हमारे soldiers यहाँ बैठे तो हैं, they are so cheerful, they are so good. So he always used to say hi, or used to smile, but that girl never responded. So then one day he asked somebody that ये जो है girl, ये बोलती नहीं है, क्या बात है? Then they told him that her father was killed by the terrorist in front of her, inside her house. So since then she has withdrawn herself, and she doesn't speak, she doesn't respond. So you won't believe it really, he felt so bad, Vijay, and he started just धीरे धीरे करके उसको प्यार से कभी कुछ खाने को दे दिया, कुछ दे दिया और कुछ दे दिया, करते करते, and you won't believe, by the time he left after 1.5 to 2 months, when he left for Kargil, and that girl was Rukhsana, her name was Rukhsana. By the time he left for Kargil, Rukhsana started speaking, and that girl last year, and of course last year that girl got married. So this we didn't know, but this was written in his last letter, which he wrote after Tololing attack, and when he was going for the final assault. After Tololing attack, of course, he spoke with me and he said, now for next 20 days, I won't be giving you, I can't speak because I have been assigned another task. So I said, all right. And task, of course, I can understand when the war is on, what is the next, what could be the next task. So he, before, and that assault was 3 pimples and all. Very, very, I mean, absolutely, like General Sharma has also mentioned, Kargil mein kya hai. So then he wrote, his friend was of course right next to him, and he told his friend, he wrote that letter 6-7 hours before the final assault. He said, well, I'm writing a letter, and if I come back, I'll tear it off. If I don't, please hand over this letter to my family in Noida. And friends, we got that letter through Tomar only. And in that letter, he had written, first line was, by the time you get this letter, I'll be observing you from the sky, enjoying the hospitality of Apsaras. And then he writes, Papa, if you can come, please come and see where the Indian army fought for you tomorrow. So my husband, Colonel Thapar, today of course he couldn't come because he is busy. He is busy with another event. So my husband, since then, for past 26 years, he has been going there every year. For first 15 years, of course, physically he was okay, so he used to climb those heights. But after that, he stopped, and now, of course, he goes up to the memorial, Kargil War Memorial, pays his respect and comes back. Then finally, you know, he has written there that please give 50 rupees to Rukhsana for her education every month. Can you believe it? When Colonel Thapar, and then one more very important thing which he had written, and the defense minister also said that, Rajnath ji, at the war memorial, that Punjab के एक जो जांबाज थे, उन्होंने अपने आखिरी चिट्ठी में लिखा था कि even if I become a human again, I will join the army and fight for my nation. So this is how we came to know that Colonel Thapar, when he used to go to Kargil, and on the way he will come to Kukwada and meet Rukhsana, just give her whatever she wants. And friends, last year Rukhsana got married after 25 years of association, and we are very happy that she was like a daughter only. And certainly, if my son has written something in that letter, we have to fulfill his wish. And this is why I am telling you that when we talk about kindness, this is one example of kindness.
Thank you, ma'am. As we are nearing the inaugural session, I would request Lieutenant General K.J. Singh to kindly felicitate the speakers. First, request him to felicitate Mrs. Tripta Thapar with the memento and moment, please.
Coming for all these events.
And I'm very happy that you are here.
Just a minute, sir. Shawl also.
Thank you so much. Wonderful meeting you again. Thank you.
Ambassador Shank.
I must say you are a so specialist in your subject. That is very, very nice. The way you put across, oh my God, and in a very simple manner you have put it across. I'm so happy, really.
Thank you, ma'am.
ये दे दीजिए।
Shank, sir, can
Thank you, Rakesh. Thank you.
thank you, sir. Lieutenant Rakesh Sharma, sir.
There is a शेर in Urdu, कयामत की नजर रखते हैं देखने वाले, हद का मजमून भाप लेते हैं लिफाफा देखकर।
Thank you, sir. for a group photograph. Sir.
Come here, come Aditya, you also come. Vijay ji कहाँ है?
नहीं
Yeah.
If you recall, Vijayant was my student.
So why do you
And,
join us?
and
Please join
I
us.
have a audio cassette which I copied it from Vijayant while he was training in the same school in Kashmir
Okay.
when he came before the Kargil War.
Yes.
And of course, I went there also
Okay.
to be.
Come, sir, come.
Tyagi sir, come join us. Please. Please.
And I have asked you to accept that, but unfortunately, his voice is not there. His own voice.
Sir, idhar aa जाओ. Idhar aa जाओ. Please. Balance. And why don't you join us also, sir? You are in uniform, yeah? Add
And
weightage to us. Come. Sir, why don't you come, Ashish? Come, please. You'll add
I am
value and
sensitively about him.
Okay.
Please come.
आपको
You
ध्यान
come,
नहीं
come.
है।
Thank you.
Come to know.
चल भाई.
Anybody from Navy?
Yeah.
Yeah, please come. Please come.
Please.
Army, Air Force, Navy, please come.
अब पूरा inaugural हो गया ना सर, inaugural section पूरा.
नहीं, there is one from IDS also, Ishwar. Give a regard to
This is a music cassette
हाँ जी.
which I can sometimes share with you.
Of course.
Which was a copy from his music cassette.
Okay.
While he was playing, so I liked it. I said, Vijayant, मुझे भेज देना.
Acha. But I have got that. What he sang. Originally, what he sang there. I have that cassette.
No, it is music, Western music.
I didn't know you were in Pakistan.
His collection of songs, not his voice. That's what I was saying. So, and I have written about how when his train was moving, आप इधर से गए, वो इधर से घर आ गया, और वो हम एक दूसरे को ढूंढते
That
ही
was
रहे.
only for 5 minutes. That's all.
Yeah, come.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Nice.
Next session.
Kargil War lessons, legacy, and the geopolitical impact. We're going to talk about the tactical and strategic insights from the Kargil conflict. We're going to talk about the challenges of high altitude warfare and the leadership under pressure. This is a very, very important topic, of course. Leadership under pressure. Influence of Kargil on India's defense and foreign policy doctrine, and the role of international diplomacy during the Kargil War, global perception and support. Kargil War has been an eye-opener for all of us, has left a remarkable impact on most of us, those who were in service during those times. I myself lost my own academy buddy, and those who have been to army will understand the meaning of losing an academy buddy in the war. So, without any delay, would like to invite the sessions chair, Lieutenant General K.J. Singh, PVSM, AVSM and BAR. He's been a former Army Commander of the Western Command and an Executive Council member of GCTC, and of course, Sir is renowned to be a warrior scholar. Requesting him to take his chair. The next speaker of the day is, I'll call Sir as the conflict man. You note down all the conflicts in the recent past and in the last 40 years, and he has been an integral part of all the conflicts. You talk about the IPKF operations. He's been a brigade major overseeing the operations of a brigade in Sri Lanka. He commanded his unit in the thick of the war. When the insurgency later on started in Jammu and Kashmir, he was the founding father of the 15 Corps Battle School, and of course was formalizing a strategy of anti-terror operations in the valley. When the Kargil War started, he was also the Colonel GS of the 3 Mountain Div, overseeing all the operations in the theatre. Later on, he moved to National Security Council, where he was instrumental in a long tenure for National Security Council, where he was instrumental in drafting various policies and doctrines for India. I would welcome Colonel Satish Tyagi, who will be one of the speakers for us. The next speaker for the day will be Professor Ajay Behra, a renowned name when it comes to the international affairs. Professor Behra is the professor at the Academy of International Studies at Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, and a renowned name in the field of diplomacy, international relations, and analysis. Next speaker for the day, once again, like Mrs. Thapar, I don't have words to announce the Veer Naris, so I lose my words. I'm frankly speaking, so I would like to welcome Ms. Alka Ahuja, of squad leader Ajay Ahuja Veer Chakra. Welcome, ma'am. And without any delay, as we are running still a little late, I would hand over the session to the session's chair, Jan KJ.
Jai Hind, everybody. It's good to see some people who've left their. It's a Saturday. Actually, you have on a day when you are supposed to have an off in Delhi, you have a lot of responsibilities. I have served here. You have to go pay bills and do a lot of things, but you have chosen to be here. So thank you for being here. The session that we are doing is really a sandwich session. We had inaugural, and then we have a session which would have something on Operation Sindoor. And there are very renowned speakers like Jalnata Asnain and Shekhar Sinha who are going to be there. So we are more like one down batsman who's trying to study the innings and keep you interested in what is happening over here. So see, Kargil, when it happened, was personally to me, many of you can ask me कि कारगिल के अंगने में तेरा क्या काम है? You are an armored corps officer. Well, my regiment was scheduled to go to Valley and be at Zenakot, part of 8th Mountain Div, and the regiment which I was to replace, or my regiment was to replace, 16 Cavalry, ended up being at Kargil in an outer cordon role. They of course, being an armored corps unit, they could not take part in Kargil, but they were part of Kargil. So the biggest lament my regiment had for a long time is LOB syndrome, left out of battle. Nobody wants to get left out of battle. So really, we had that syndrome, but mercifully we were deployed on the western border to build some pressure on Pakistan, and that also got us a kind of a medal. But medals are not something that you look for that way. You wanted to be part of that action. So when Kargil happened, India was in a situation where we all used to talk that we had this Henderson-Brooks report, which was lying in a shelf in a vault and was not being declassified. But in Kargil, one thing which we have to give a lot of credit to the government of that day is that they conducted a Kargil review committee. Within 48 or 72 hours of having achieved the victory, a Kargil review committee was announced. There was a desire to learn lessons, and that was followed with a group of ministers' report. And the committee was headed by very noted people like Subramaniam. Then there were task force formed on 4 different subjects, and group of ministers' report was headed by L.K. Advani, the Deputy Prime Minister. So lots of recommendations came out, and they came out in a very transparent manner. There are some portions of that report which are redacted, which are classified, but others were as a MA to Deputy Chief, I used to hold a copy of that report. And people used to come and read it in my office. I distinctly remember that because it was a classified document. Later, I got posted as ADG PP in Delhi. I'm sorry, I'm relating it to personal journey to make it interesting for you. We had another task force which was called Naresh Chandra Task Force, which was to look at the lessons of Kargil and see what has been implemented and what has not been implemented. And this was after a gap of 10 years. Only thing I can say is that Kargil Review Committee was a very honest and sincere effort. Few things happened, like Fortran becoming Andaman Nicobar Command, like, you know, one border, one force, lot of things, NTRO, they came out of DIA, they came out of these lessons of Kargil. But Naresh Chandra Task Force was a whitewash action. In the sense, people were good, but they ended up, see, Kargil Review Committee recommended a CDS. We didn't form the CDS. We had an IDS, an interim measure, something like that. And we took a commitment that we will form a cyber. We created Andaman Nicobar Command and Strategic Forces Command. But balance we said we will, and now we have agencies. We are moving in that direction. But Naresh Chandra Task Force did not give it the required traction, despite 11 years having passed. Unfortunately, they even devalued the CDS and they recommended he should be called Permanent Chairman Chief of Staff Committee. Jisko writing it is also very difficult. It doesn't relate to armed forces, you know, as such. So, lot of lessons in that domain which have been put down, which have the statutory sanction of the government, group of ministers report and all. Yet, another 7-8 years later, there was a Shaketkar committee. So, we have this wonderful thing of somehow stopping in our tracks, not taking the reforms to their logical conclusion. I'm sorry, I'll just quickly now come to the point. So, we'll try and look at these because, see, when Sindoor is... Kargil was a war, and I am covering for Barkha Dutt, who's not here. So, I am covering for that part. That Kargil was a media war. A war which came to our drawing rooms, even bedrooms. It was all on TV. Journalists were there. Actually, Barkha faced a lot of questions on this issue. That one of our satellite telephone thing probably was used to target our ammunition facility. So, we went to the other extreme over there. And there was a method of briefing media which was, now people are saying, more refined than the current one. I still remember Jassal from MEA and JJ Singh, Vikram Singh, they were all part of that briefing exercise. So, here we are again in a situation where we are saying that we have lost the narrative war. These are things we need to ponder over. So, I am joined by 3 panelists. I would, ma'am, would you like to start or would you like to, wherever you want, we'll give you the priority. Okay. So, we'll start with Professor Ajay Behra, who will give us the external and this thing. I would, sir, you want to start? Okay. Let's start with Kal Tyagi. He will tell us, he's got a full chronological thing of our lessons. Then we'll go to Professor Behra. But I'll request Kal Tyagi to please try and contextualize it to the current, wherever it is possible. Then I'll request Professor Behra, and I'll also request him again that let us look at the current situation. How are we placed currently in our environment or neighborhood? Because while you cover that time, you have your own absolute liberty. And ma'am, you tell us, how do you feel nation has looked after Ajay's memory? Have we been? We are not certainly expecting you to tell us what Air Force did, what didn't they do, but we definitely would like to hear from you that how do you feel nation has kept that legacy, or has it faltered? You please educate us on this. So this how I have, and I'll request everybody, मैंने भी बहुत time ले लिया है, पर 7-8 minutes if you can take sir, Tyagi sir please. I think कल Tyagi is, you got his introduction,
Right.
all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. First of all, let me thank GCTC Aditya for calling me over here. I also thank General Sharma who just spoke. Now, I would give you the actual insight what was happening on ground because I was there, and at not one place. I was there all over. I had no role to play, but I was having trained all these people before they went to Kargil War. I had raised 15 Corps Battle School, which is in Kashmir, in Crew. There is a place known as Crew. And like to Rajaref, all these people had undergone training at Crew. So I had met most of these people. I went there as a guru. I told the general there, General Krishan Pal, who was the corps commander, I said, sir, let me go because as General KJ just spoke about LOB, because I was feeling like an LOB, left out of battle. So I requested that since I am the guru, let me go there. I have no troops to command there, but let me give you the first-hand report, like Anderson, that committee, that Anderson's book. I said, you will never otherwise come to know. Let me get back to you with all the relevant details of Kargil. So I landed up, he said, what will you do? I said, sir, I'll give you the actual insights because the truth is the casualty during war, and I would get you all the truth. That's how I landed up there. I made my base at Dras and then moved to right up to Turtuk, then Mashko, wherever battle was taking place, Tiger Hill, Tololing, all the places, 5100, everywhere I went and kind of stayed with the people, with the troops in their bunkers, and many times I faced bullets and bombs. I was able to write this complete account. I had video, I had photographs, I had interactions with various people, right down to the soldier who was fighting, and I was watching wherever I could see. So anecdotal accounts plus how the battle went progressed, all that I compiled, and even before the battle was over, I was able to produce this account to the 15 Corps Battle School, 15 Corps Commander, and then which ultimately became the 6 volumes of the Ammo Directorate, which has produced the Kargil history. So originally it emanated from my desk. So I would now from there some extracts, some photographs, and how the battle progressed, what happened, and what were the lessons or what is the legacy of Kargil, and how we have reached the current stage. So my endeavor would be in 6-7 minutes to be able to give it to you. Next slide, please. This is a saying which I often quote, and this I have written it myself. A soldier does not die in the battlefield.
he attains martyrdom. He dies when the nation forgets him. So that be the case, we must write everything, every details, and every story of theirs must be must reach the common household. That was my prime motive when I went there and produced the book. Next, please. Barkha Dutt is not here. I pulled up her ears when she, in Dras, had shot this film. And actually, this was being watched on the other side. And the story is that the army chief, General Malik, then called up General Krishnapal and said, "Have you started the war, attack on Tiger Hill? This is the Tiger Hill shot." He said, "No, sir." But he said, "You watch the TV? Here is somebody showing that this was on 1st July 99 or something. And that the Tiger Hill is being attacked." General Krishnapal, he went back, he said, "No, sir, I think there is some, some slip up somewhere. Actually, the Tiger Hill was attacked on 4th of July, finally. Can you show this film? Because it will take you there, back to those times, and it will give that real impact of Kargil War." Of course, it's a Star Plus film, but then this is the clip which generates some interest and takes you to that place. This is how the battle came to your drawing room.
Uniform 143, outside listening over. What you heard right behind you was the sound of Bofors guns directly targeting the top of Tiger Hill, the prelude to the final assault. Also going on simultaneously are multi-barrel rocket launchers also attacking the same positions on Tiger Hills. At the moment we're running for cover. We just had a shell land very close to us. I doubt if you were able to see anything. Careful.
Now we really are going into the bunker.
I just also heard. Nothing is going to be left there. Hello, listen, Shivnath. I'm calling from a bunker. I can't speak. Quickly take down the details. We launched multi-barrel rocket launcher attack in addition to the direct firing by Bofors guns. Oh my God. Hello?
It's the pattern of firing which the Pakis are firing. We can't hear any small arms, and our artillery also stopped. That means we're gone in. And whatever we're firing is going beyond the Tiger. That means our troops are there on top. 400
Yes.
Cheers to Tiger and to the press.
After 11 hours of near continuous fighting and heavy exchange of fire, Tiger Hills finally looks like it belongs to India once again. And with this recovery, the Indian troops hope to regain control of the Dras sector almost immediately. It truly is the dawn of a new day. With Ajmal Jami by Khat.
Yeah, that, like I said, brought fire, Pakistan RT fire onto that particular location. And in subsequently when I met Barkha, I told her, I said, "No, what you have done is endangered our own troops." And so she learned a lesson there that I should not be doing it prematurely, and somebody has to take care that such things do not happen again. Her excuse at that moment was, "She's not here. I wish she were here." Again, she would have stood up and catch her ears and say sorry. So, like this, the reporting was almost almost live every time which went on. Here comes General Atta Hasnain sir.
I had told you about the showstopper. I told you ours is a sandwich session, so I referred. Yes, sir. I said you will have showstopper later, but let's carry on with our session.
Next slide. Next slide. This is pointless to show it to such an informed audience. This was just to show where Kargil is. Next. Another view of, what we used to see it from the top. So next, please. Another, 3D kind of a view. What you see in the purple line is the IB, and then Zuzila, Dras, Kargil, Chor, Batla, Batalik. These are the places where the battle was taking place. Turtuk below Siachen, where you see on the northeast side. Next, please. Now the force level at that time initially was just about 1 brigade plus. Incidentally, I was commissioned in 1976, in 75 December, when my first posting after the commandos course and YOs was to Kargil. And same deployment was on, almost 1 brigade plus, few battalions here, 1 or 2 battalions here, another battalion. I'm just, most of it you all know it, but then quickly I'll cover. Then initially when we felt that there is some occupation of the hills, that there are some red dots all over that worried. So 2-3 battalions were rushed, and but they all were sucked in. They realized that there are more number of red dots on the hills, mountains. So a complete, then a mountain, 8 mountains have moved in, and the reserve brigade from the corps had moved in. Finally, at the end of the day, there were about 2 division plus which were available in Kargil and Batalik entire. So let's call it Kargil sector. As regards the artillery, there were 5 to 6 Bofors, some regiments of 105, 130, and medium guns and heavy mortars. We had just one. There's just a brief rundown on the force levels which were there in Kargil War. Next, please. Next, please. Initially, the first containment and build-up was there right up to almost in the complete month. We had come to know about the through that Shepherd around 3rd of May, but then it took us almost about a month. That is still about 2nd June that contain and build up. Nobody was clear that where all and what strength the enemy soldiers are there, which they were posing as that they are the terrorists, militants. Pakistan has always been doing this right from 1947, 48 till 65, 71. They've always ridden on the back of the terrorists. But initially what happened was that because of the proximity of the National Highway 1 Alpha, the priority was given to Dras sector. Batalik, hardly any priority was given, although the number of locations which were captured by the where the Pakistanis were sitting were higher than this side. We had that the Air Force came in on 26th May, and then psychological impact it had, that because okay, good that the Air Force has come in. We lost those 2 fighters. One of those, I was telling ma'am that these squad leader, he was squad Ahuja, and Nachiketa, their aircrafts had flown just above, and I was wondering that there were hardly any mobiles, or one could take photographs or know the importance of all this, but it happened right overhead, and we saw those, and only one of them coming back. And we extended right up to Chor Batla. Chor Batla is not further when you go from Batalik side towards Turtuk. Next, please. Some of the photographs which you may not have seen, so I'm not showing those photographs which are very common, but these are the photographs. This is a photograph, and the circle is in Mantodalo, which is just right up to the right at the LOC. One had to take a helicopter ride to reach there. Next, please. And sorry, the one in the right bottom corner, what you see is the Pakistani prisoner of war. He was very happy. He was asking for a cigarette from the, and he was given one. A packet of cigarette he was given. Next, please. Actual counter-offensive began when we had this, the to Rajarif, where Vijay's mother was here. So to Rajarif, when they captured Tololing, and then after that a series of the, actually the doubt was whether to, the decision was to be taken which way to progress the operation. Roll them up from behind or go vertically up, from NH 1 Alpha side. So, but well, whatever decisions were taken, the counter-offensive began, and we went frontally, we went from, in a linear fashion. So by around 29th June, the complete Tololing, that complete ridge line was taken. Next, please. This is the time when we have the defense minister visiting. Next. Actual, the main battle was progressing, and there was a time when we were in July, we were sitting almost right at the LOC, and there were some of the pockets where the Pakistani was still sitting, for example, at Padma-Go and Jubar. These names you may have heard. I'm talking about the armed forces officers. But what point I'm trying to say is that we had almost about 2 brigade worth of Pakistani soldiers trapped. We were sitting on the LOC at on 4th of July, 8th of July, and when Nawaz Sharif rushed to meet Bill Clinton, was that time, yes. So had the ceasefire not come, we would have had a situation where almost about 2 brigade worth of Pakistani soldiers would have been prisoner of war. And a defeated army like that, would Musharraf have become the president of Pakistan, which changed the geopolitical landscape later. That is the point which I am trying to bring out. So we had 10th of July, we had DGMO understanding and all that, and a ceasefire came, although ultimately the war ended on 26th of July. Next, please. Quick. This point I am just trying to show that what are the number of casualties vis-a-vis earlier was 48 till 99. Next. Some of the heroes. Next. Now what's the, there are 6 points which I'll rush. I hope I'm not taking too much. What is the legacy of the war which we have seen? Border management and surveillance, there were no drones at that time, but the UAVs and satellite imagery was, we said that we must have surveillance and better surveillance around, and forward area posts to avoid enemy intrusions. Intelligence reforms, it has been discussed threadbare. We see this DIA today is a legacy of Kargil War, which came I think in 2002 if I'm not wrong. Integrated approach to the intercollection and all that analysis. We saw the NTRO and all that, and the IB, everyone, and the others, pooling in their resources. We have seen Joint Task Force, multi-agency JTFI. We also had the General Rawat as a CDS, which is again higher defense management, one of the legacy of Kargil War. Unified command structure and joint training of the services. Policy implementations, of course, some bit of it is still perhaps on the ongoing. Next. What was there was a need felt for political and bureaucratic oversight, and National Security Council Secretariat was revamped. We had the oversight of Cabinet Committee on Security, CCS. We also had the long-term national security strategy, a kind of review. This is all what Mr. K. Subramaniam Kargil Review Committee had recommended. Defense procurement and modernization was another need felt, and acquisition of a lot of equipment. And there, what you see today, that what was the state at 2099, and today at during Operation Sindoor, there is a word of a difference. It was earlier it was only a traditional kind of an approach. Now it was totally a high-tech war. And media and public communication, of course, we have seen how we have now finally come to this. So the creation of DIA and first CDS again was, like I said, a reform which was a legacy of Kargil War. And tri-service integration, we now know that how. So all this, the integrated defense is all the legacy which we are talking about. I hope I have been able to cover some of those points, important points. There may be some anecdotes which I might be able to add as time goes by. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaltyagi sir. Firstly, for bringing some very good insights of your personal, having run the battle school, and then bringing us really the thing that war was in our drawing rooms. He brought through that clip right in front of us. So Barkadat is not here, but he covered up for her this thing. But what is indeed, I covered it earlier also with you, that Kargil Review Committee is a very refreshing interlude in our strategic thinking. A government which was ready to do peer review, go through an introspective exercise, bring in experts. It was not only Subramaniam, it was Satish Chandra, Manoj Joshi. I know because I was MA to Deputy Chief. It is not only that I was LOB, my regiment being there and not getting inducted with 8 Mountain Day, but also with Jan Shami Mehta, I was holding that report, and it was classified. And I must tell you, there used to be people like Jal Nanavati coming to that office to read that report. It was and there was a fervor, Josh, that armed forces need to be reformed. And we did some reforms which have been flagged. IDS came up, NTRO, DIA, Strategic Forces Command, Andaman Nicobar Command, all these came up, and we did, but we also lost traction. That is there. Some of it is still pending. NDU is pending, theatre commands is pending, space and cyber is pending, and this is all statutorily recorded reforms here, most of them. So let's now move on to another dimension which is been worrying us. This is about the fact that can you do hedging outside? How much can you rely on your friends? We have a neighborhood first policy. We have we are a country which is respected in global south. When Kargil happened, our stature was not so high. We had our limitations, and yet India did manage to. And see, this war has finished in 80 hours. It's finished. Kargil continued for months and 2 months, and Pakistan was every day doing saber rattling. Richard Armitage had to come and tell them that you will be bombed to Stone Age. So let's now request Professor Behra to look at the context which was there and try and also quickly bring us to, because there is a next session where they'll cover it in greater detail, that where are we on this thing? Can we bank on our allies, our neighbors? How are they? They seem to be like I was LOB in Kargil, my regiment ready to get inducted, advance party already gone, and we were stopped. So this time when Operation Sindoor happened, it looked as if our neighbors were LOB. They were left out of action. They're not, speaking enough for us. So let's request Professor Behra, please.
Thank you, General Singh. I thank the GCTC for inviting me for this. I begin my presentation with a tribute to the soldiers we lost in Kargil. I actually wanted to speak on something which generally is not talked about in our discussions on Kargil, and that is, what exactly was Kargil? We are looking actually a little ahead of the fact that it happened and we came out victorious in that. But there are a lot of unanswered questions about Kargil. Till today we probably do not know a lot of things, and that is what exactly was the purpose of Kargil. What was the reason to, was it just a gamble? Was it just to occupy some heights, or there was a bigger strategy? And I think that's something that needs to be discussed, because that has certain consequences in terms of thinking about the Pakistan military mindset and how it's been going about engaging India. And that is the reason I would like to go back and look into Kargil from the Pakistani perspective. We still don't have a lot of answers to many questions on Kargil. And unlike in the context of India, where it became a media war, in the case of Pakistan, it was a complete shutdown. I mean, there was absolutely no media, nothing. In fact, no one even knew that something like operations in the Kargil sector was being carried out by the Pakistan military. And by now, most of you know that the planning for it was essentially by a very small group of military officers in the Pakistan army. So do we still understand what were the objectives in the Kargil War, the Pakistani objectives? Was it simply to, I mean, what was the strategic rationale of occupying those heights? Eventually, what it would have done to either change the status quo in Kashmir. And I think that's the most important question. That would Kargil, was it a very badly thought out strategy, or there was something much bigger to it, which we in some senses, after the Kargil War now, there is some amount of information, literature, memoirs of Pakistani military officers from which we can make sense of what was the purpose, objective of carrying out the Kargil operations. Somewhere, Kargil was to change the status quo in Kashmir. Some of the issues were already talked about in the morning, that the Pakistan Army's objective still remains on Kashmir to change the status quo. Or if you look at the narratives of the Pakistan Army, every conflict between India and Pakistan, somewhere, which is inconclusive, they managed to pass it off as a war that they have won, which is what they try to do also in Operation Sindoor. But putting the pieces together, and I won't go into too much of details because of lack of time, the strategies was not simply the Mujahideen, so-called Mujahideen, which were occupying the heights, but somewhere to cut off the Banial Pass and Jojila Pass. If Pakistan Army manages to, and it's all there in record now, cut off the Banial Pass and the Jojila Pass, then thin troops from the Kashmir Valley, then we are in a weak position. Somewhere that was the strategic thinking behind occupying the heights, and not simply to fight the battle over there. So it was not simply about Kargil, it was about Kashmir. And the reason why they thought about it is because the whole thing was happening under the nuclear shadow. 1998, both India and Pakistan had gone nuclear. And Pakistan military did not expect a counter-offensive from the Indian Army. And this is where, of course, they were taken by surprise, because they in fact thought that something like Siachen will happen. In 1984, when India occupied Siachen, Operation Meghdut, there wasn't a very strong counter-offensive from Pakistan Army. And that is what they thought, that in Kargil also, that the Indian Army will not be able to mount a counter-offensive. And for some reasons, they're very confident that we will not also breach the LOC. And this I got because one of the architects of the Kargil operations, in fact, there were only 4 people who knew, 4 military officers in the Pakistan Army who knew when the Kargil operations by the Pakistan Army began. General Musharraf himself, and then his Chief of General Staff, Lieutenant General Mohammad Aziz, the Commander of the 10 Corps, Lieutenant General Mohammad Ahmad, and Commander of the FCANA, the Force Commander Northern Areas, Major General Javed Hassan. I met General Javed Hassan in 2002. I was a fellow in Brookings Institution, where he came with a group of officers to the Brookings Institution and made a presentation. So obviously there were a lot of questions on Kargil, and one of the questions was that what would have happened if India would have breached the LOC. I was very confident, and I'm not a military man, so I don't understand the implications of what he said, but I deliberately narrated so that, because it's not on record, so that people understand what he meant by it. He said that we knew that India did not have sufficient strength to breach the LOC, and they would have not breached the international border. Meaning that somewhere the assumption was, because of nuclear weapons, India would not breach the international border. but it might breach the LOC, but it did not have the strength to do that. We would have resisted it in such a way that eventually India would have had to give up. So this is what he said. I don't know militarily does it make sense or not, but I narrated it to one Pakistani scholar, Aisha Siddiqa, many of you might be familiar, and she wrote it somewhere. She wrote it in the Friday Times what General Javed Hassan had said. So beside these four people, as the operations began and when the Indian Army started its counter-offensive, it became known within Pakistan that something is happening, because neither the Air Force nor the Navy or anyone is aware of it, including the DGISI. So the person who was head of the ISI's analysis wing, Major General Shahid Aziz, managed to get hint of it because of some intercepts, Indian intercepts, from which he could figure out that something is happening. And when he raised this, of course, he was taken into confidence, and later even the DGMO, Tawqir Jia, who was also brought into the whole thing. Now, how did they convince Nawaz Sharif? One of the controversies is that was the political leadership behind what happened in Kargil, or absolutely, Nawaz Sharif was not even aware about what was happening. And Nawaz Sharif claimed later that he was not aware of what was happening there. But in fact, what had happened is that the military, or General Musharraf, somewhere while the Lahore Declaration was being signed in March 1999, had taken Nawaz Sharif into confidence. And but the language they used, Nawaz Sharif couldn't understand what was being said. It was a very vaguely worded, and I'll just quote the sentence exactly. He told Nawaz Sharif that we want to increase the momentum of the freedom struggle in Kashmir, and Nawaz Sharif agreed to it. He said that's fine. But he did not know, and by that time the so-called Mujahideen had already occupied the heights. They already crossed the LOC. So he was not aware that the Pakistan Army had already crossed the LOC. And of course, no specific plans were shared with Nawaz Sharif. On May 17th, once the operations had started by the Indian military, he was given a briefing in which, finally accepted it, thinking that, he was told that this is an opportunity to change the whole status quo in Kashmir. And Nawaz Sharif thought that, okay, he will go down in history as someone who has resolved the problem of Kashmir. So he accepted the operations. But one is still not clear whether he was aware of the fact, because there were a lot of other military officers who were saying that if you cross the LOC, there is a problem. That, that aspect was being not clarified, and a lot of soldiers, officers within the military were not aware, because on 18th May, Nawaz Sharif asked General Musharraf clearly that have you crossed the LOC? And Musharraf told him that we have crossed the LOC, and I say that on my own responsibility, but if you want, we will withdraw the forces. But we are at a stage of winning. And this is where Nawaz Sharif gave in and said that if that's the case, then you carry on with the operations. So now these are accounts from various sources within Pakistan. So I do not know whether we can actually take them at face value. But this whole controversy eventually, that Nawaz Sharif was not aware of what was happening, and General Musharraf sent him to the United States once they realized that they are in a difficult spot and there's no way of extracting themselves but by taking the assistance of the Americans to taking the assistance of the Americans to kind of get a ceasefire or whatever face-saving arrangement. And Nawaz Sharif went to United States on 4th July, and Bill Clinton was very clear. And this is the difference that I think needs a bit of a comparison between what happened in Sindoor. That not only the Americans, but even the international opinion at that time was clear that you have to maintain the sanctity of the LOC. And neither China nor Saudi Arabia also, both China and Saudi Arabia also advised Pakistan that you have to withdraw, which was very clearly said by Clinton to Nawaz Sharif, and Nawaz Sharif accepted it, and that kind of gave them a reason to withdraw from the heights. Musharraf, of course, one argument is that Musharraf himself sent Nawaz Sharif to the United States. But subsequently in his book, which came out in 2006, he writes, that book, In the Line of Fire, that he blamed the civilian leadership, that it was essentially because of Nawaz Sharif we lost the whole thing. We were in a winning position. That in that book he writes, and again I'm quoting this, that Pakistan would have conquered 300 square miles of Indian territory if Nawaz Sharif would not have agreed to withdraw under US pressure. Meaning that even while Musharraf is writing this book, maybe early 2000, he's still under the illusion that they were in a better position or a winning position. And it is only because of the leadership that now one doesn't know whether that's a statement of fact by Musharraf, or he just simply is making it up to justify the fact that the Pakistan military had to withdraw from the Kargil heights. So in the morning, I think General Sharma was mentioning that what is victory? That's an important question in the kind of wars we are seeing in the recent past, where it's very difficult to say eventually who has come out victorious. I think Kargil that way was a complete victory for India. Pakistan did not achieve any of the objectives it had. It had to withdraw. In fact, the casualties and all, not a single peak it was able to retain. The casualties were much more than India. There were about 700 soldiers that the Pakistan army lost. The LOC was restored, which is what they were trying to do. Diplomatically, they lost the entire narrative, because the whole thing was based on trying to create a narrative that these are Mujahideens who have gone and occupied the territory. Subsequently, when it was discovered on the basis of photographs and captured soldiers and all, then only we came to know. And I think much after the conflict was over, they never acknowledged that the Pakistan army was directly involved in the operations, and they did not even claim some of the bodies of the soldiers from here, and the Indian army had to give them the burial. So in a way, the Kargil, when you compare Kargil to Operation Sindoor, that after Kargil we had got the complete high moral ground, restoration of the LOC as the dividing line, and but and for quite some time after Kargil, Pakistan army also did not do any adventurous operations or carry out terrorist attacks. There is one question which I would leave the audience, because this is a question which can be debated, that should we have breached the LOC during Kargil Operation 1999? Because if it was being done under the assumption that India is not going to breach the LOC or even cross the international border because of Pakistani nuclear weapons. Now in Kargil, Pakistan was the aggressor. So the narrative is with us that if we would have breached the LOC in 1999, for whatever reason, I mean, the problem is, what would be the military objectives? The military objective simply would have been to say that we will cross the LOC whenever we want to, or if you are going to be attacking our territory. Now, for whatever reason, it was not done, because this is a decision, of course, for the military to think through. That probably would have curtailed the Pakistani adventurism and given them the message that India is not going to step back or hesitate to cross the LOC if there is any kind of aggression from the Pakistani side. I don't know whether we are 26 years late or maybe 20 years late in doing that. Of course, what Kargil did was it pushed us to then think about limited war. So the whole debate on that only starts after that, because the Pakistanis themselves showed to us that you actually can carry out a limited operation under nuclear conditions or under the nuclear umbrella. So with that thought, I leave it. I'm not a military man, so I'm not being judgmental on that, but it's just food for thought to think through, even if it's in the past, because some of these issues are important for us, because I think we still do not know sufficiently about the Kargil episode. So the more information we have, the better in terms of analysis. Thank you very much, sir.
Giving us a perspective from that side, what Pakistan was doing, and bringing us up to date on that, and for leaving all questions can't be answered. But let me also venture on this issue, because I also often have tried to rationalize why didn't we cross the LOC. I'm just a panelist sitting with them. One possible thing is that India was not the India that it is today. We had definite needs to remain a so-called responsible nation, because if you remember, after this we went through a foreign exchange crisis. We had to take a IMF bailout. If we had done all that, would we have got all that? See, when Indus Water Treaty was done, it was told by Ambassador Shashank in the morning, India was a different India. India needed World Bank to support us, others to support us. Times have changed. We have to remain dynamic. So if need be, we'll have to cross the LOC. But that time leadership probably had their reasons, and whenever we apply hindsight, we must definitely look at their challenges. It's important, because see, I have read a very interesting book where when we did this coercive deployment against Pakistan in Prakram, so the National Security Advisor Brajesh Mishra went to PM Vajpayee and told him कि we've been deployed for so long, armed forces are so agitated, let us do something. So, as I've read in that book, PM Vajpayee told him कि मिश्रा जी ये लड़ाई बड़ी मजेदार चीज है, इसको शुरू करना तो सब जानते हैं कि वो जानते हैं कैसे शुरू करना है, कहाँ शुरू करना है, खत्म करने का किसी को पता नहीं, वो जिम्मेवारी मेरे ऊपर है. तो political leadership had their challenges. We are now transiting to another dimension, which is of human resource. See, I was lucky to do a panel discussion with Janlata Asnan in Kasoli Lit Fest on Jal Mahendra Puri's book on Kargil. And that time this issue had come up. When Kargil happened, India, how was India human resource wise in armed forces? See, we had suffered a setback in Operation Power. There were questions being raised about COs being of overage and all these kind of things. I was myself a CO and I was 40 plus. So there were also questions that the quality of officers has gone down. Because when we were getting trained, people came from all kinds of elite schools and all. People said, "Abhi kahan se aa rahe hain?" In my understanding, Kargil proved to us that our units can bring up an officer to any level. After all, Manoj Pandey came from where? A Sainik school, from a very humble background. Vikram Batra, Palampur, government schools. You take study of many of these people, like Kangaroos. I've been to his village next to Kohima. Clifford. So I have tried to follow this trend, and I have come to a conclusion that the best trainers are our units, which have this capability to train. There were wonderful commanding officers like Ravindranath, Baba, and others. So now it's time to hear ma'am, and I have requested ma'am to tell us, to honestly tell us, that what does she feel has the nation stood by the legacy of brave hearts like her husband, Ajay Ahuja, who was a great pilot, and how does she feel that, and what is more to be done? There is always, whatever we do is not enough. So what more needs to be done? Let's hear it from her.
Thank you so much. Actually, I don't need this mic here. I would just like to talk about Ajay first. Ajay always believed in helping others. And this is what he did on 27th May also. Nachiketa ejected and he wanted to help him. And he was there, he had located his aircraft and he was directing the helicopter pilot to the crash site. But then his own aircraft was hit by a missile and he had to eject. On 27th we all came to know about Ajay, and then the role came of the Air Force. Next day onwards, our squadron decided, their role was to take photography, and they decided that we will not do only photography, we'll change the course, and they started bombing that area. And I think they flew day and night, and we all know what kind of a terrain is that. And Air Force wanted a revenge, and we all know that Air Force played a crucial role in that. I know our life changed permanently. It was very difficult because my son was hardly 5-year-old that time. So it was a difficult time. But I am really thankful to the people of my country who really supported us and the forces also. I don't think we need anything from the government now. We are living our life, that's it. Thank you, I will not take much of your time.
Let's give a great cheer.
We are just proud of our forces.
Ma'am is being very modest. Her husband actually took it on himself to go and locate Nachiketa. It was not his call of this thing, and he took great risk And those were not, that time Air Force was learning the art of flying in that kind of terrain. So in high altitude and such terrain. So please give a big cheer to ma'am and our commitment to stand by with them. So with this, we come to end of this discussion. We've had 3 interesting perspectives. Are we to take any questions?
If time allows, I've got a small, since you spoke about the showstopper. So when we talk about the Operation Vijay, so I personally feel that the showstopper was the victory on Zulu Top, a battle which is very less spoken of. We talk about Tololing, we talk about Tiger Hill, we talk about 5142, we talk about 4875, we talk about the Mashko Valley, but we talk about Zulu Top. So I would request Kantek if he can speak little bit about the assault on Zulu Top, a battle which is less spoken of, and this is a battle which was fought purely by the parachute regiment.
Actually, this is the only one which I have not covered in this thing. So, unfortunately, I would not be able to give you a complete, detailed account. But what I had gone about, what I learnt about it later, it was really one of the showstoppers. It did. You see, when you land the troopers on the rear of the enemy and then capture, initially the ropes had fallen short. You see, when they were trying to land, as I recall correctly, if you make, because this is the only part which I'm not too sure, but what I learned that the ropes were almost about say about 20 feet, 30 feet. The troops had to jump down, and that too at those heights. So this was one of the very key features which really surprised the Pakistanis sitting out there, that they could see the helicopters hovering, and they felt that none of them would be able to somehow in that area will be able to reach them. But it did happen. So unfortunately, I don't have greater details at this moment. I wish I had prepared all this. I would have given you a better account. But yeah, it was one of the
See, Kargil was also a battle that, except for 2 Rajrif and 1 odd unit, newer units came into prominence. Now we're talking of 13 Jackrif, and all these units came up, 2 Nagas. So KH's battalion, all these battalions came up. 27 Rajrif, yeah, you commanded, you handed over to him. So all these battalions came up. So in our army, given a chance, any battalion can come up to that. So sorry, I missed. Gadwal's की भी पलटन थी उधर. 18 Gadwal. Yeah. So all these battalions came up in that. So we've had a wonderful session. I hope you agree to that. So give a cheer to all my panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With this, may I request Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha, sir, to kindly come and felicitate the panelists, please. May I request GCTC team to kindly bring in the mementos. First is, of course, Ms. Zalka Ahuja. Ma'am, please. Ma'am.
Yes, sir, they are here.
Kan Satish Dagi. Professor Ajay Behra. And at last, our sessions chair, Lieutenant General K.J. Singh. May I request panelists for a group photograph, please? With this, we are moving to the next session, which is going to be a very, very intense session, and we are going to talk about Operation Sindoor. We have got an eminent panel, and each one of them have been associated with the Operation Sindoor in various capacities. We are going to talk about the operational shifts and the counter-terror response which India undertook post-Pahalgam incident. We are also going to talk about how to build jointness and how we created an integrated command structure. We are also going to talk about Operation Sindoor as a demonstration of India's political will and diplomatic signaling to the rest of the world. And we are also going to talk about the defense diplomacy, how to manage the international fallout. Invite our sessions chair, Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha, Param Vishish Seva Medal, Ati Vishish Seva Medal, Nausena Medal, ADC retired. He is an Executive Council member of GCTC and former Chief of the Integrated Defence Staff. He had also been the Flag Officer Commanding in Chief of the Western Naval Command. Welcome, Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha, sir. Our speakers for the day, first would be, of course, need not have an require an introduction. Lieutenant General Syed Ata Hasnain, the warrior scholar, Param Vishish Seva Medal, Uttam Yuddha Seva Medal, Ati Vishish Seva Medal, Sena Medal, BSM and Bar. He is eminent officer from Garhwal Rifles. He is the advisor of the GCTC, currently serving as member of the National Disaster Management Authority. He has been a former General Officer commanding of the 15 Corps as well as 16 Corps, 21 Corps. We also have Air Vice Marshal Ashish Singh, Vayu Sena Medal, Vishish Seva Medal. He is the Assistant Chief of Air Staff Ops with Indian Air Force. With request AVM Ashish Singh sir to kindly take his seat. Ashish sir. We also have Brigadier Rakesh Nair. He is a Gorkha officer from 49 Gorkha Rifles, Sena Medal BSM. He is a Brigadier MOB at Director General Military Operations, who overtook the entire Operation Sindoor. He is the one who's looking after the Western adversary. With this introduction, I would hand over the session to the sessions chair. Over to you, sir.
Firstly, Jai Hind everybody, and greetings of the Kargil Vijay Diwas. Thank you, Aditya ji, for inviting me to be here. What I'll do is, before I hand over to the eminent panelists who I'm sharing the panel with, I just want to make some pointers as to which direction is the warfare going. We heard about Kargil, we heard what happened, what were the handicaps, you heard first-hand account people who fought. Kargil Yadvi is here. He mentioned a lot of stories from there. Now, coming to this post-Pahalgam short conflict between Bharat, as it is called now, Bharat and Pakistan, it has actually demonstrated as to the extent to which the Pakistan combat systems is integrated with the Chinese. I'm sure that most of you who are in uniform and out of uniform will agree. Apart from the CPEC, if you recall when the CPEC was being started, there was a fiber optic cable which was laid from the Western Theatre Command of China, which is located in Chengdu, and not to Islamabad, to Rawalpindi. Now, what was it? I think we have forgotten about it. These OFC, they actually connect the central war room of the GHQ to the Western Theatre Command war room. So you can imagine that whole thing can be replicated, and that is how the present war was fought by Pakistan. A lot of it will come out, you'll hear more stories. But let me just give you a little bit of breakdown on that. Not what he did, not what Pakistan did, but what is happening, So, manner in which the integration has taken place and training of the Pakistani Army, Air Force particularly, and the PLA, it is not only, the equipment are not only interoperable, they are interchangeable. Right? So, in case something is not there, China can immediately give it. So, this is one thing that we need to remember. And no matter on which front you are going to fight the war, west, north, east, you are actually going to fight the same enemy. Just remember this, it is all China. So I am suggesting in one of my columns that it is a one front war now, and your front is China. No matter where are you fighting from. Give it a thought, is it a two front war? Do you think that Pakistan is any different from China? In fact, in some of my writings I have been saying that Pakistan is like an autonomous region of China. I write PAR because there's nothing belongs to Pakistan. Look at the economy, look at army, look at currency. In some places the currency is interchangeable. In whole of Balochistan and some parts of Karachi, the PLA Air Force guys are seated in their operations room. So what has happened is that you heard that pinpoint accuracy, they launched the missile which did not hit, but how did they manage to fix onto the targets whichever target they wanted to destroy? So it is all now satellite based. The war fighting of future is not from sensor to shooter. It is going to be from space to the ground-based or ship-based sensor, right up to the fire control radar. The projectile is fired, and if the projectile has a provision of satellite update, it will be tracked, and satellite update will be given to those projectile till it hits the target. So at one time you have both these in one frame on top. And I'll tell you how many satellites are there. There are not 6, 7. There are many hundreds of satellites. So now the kill chain is from space to the sensor, to the shooter, to the target. So unlikely that it will miss the target unless it is a defended target or you have the ability to shoot it down, which our armed forces did very well. Now the Space Force commander of the US, talking in a forum like this, he has identified 3 areas of concern across the entire Indo-Pacific. First one being Beijing's space-based targeting system aimed at locating, tracking and striking the Quad forces, wherever they are, on land or at sea. The space-based systems are being used to support over-the-horizon precision strikes. one of the Space Force lower commander, he has mentioned that China was already using increasingly large number of satellites to find, fix, track and target US and allied terrestrial capabilities, including aircraft carriers. Now I'll give you the numbers. It was published in 2025, the UK Space Force report. It states that China had more than 510 satellites by end of 2024, which are capable of ISR, intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance. These satellites are equipped with optical, multispectral radar and radio frequency sensors which can detect military assets and their activities. In 2024 alone, China has launched 260 space objects, meaning possibly satellites, of which 67 are ISR capable. So you are not going to fight the war that we are fighting now. We have to integrate ISRO, we have to integrate DRDO, everybody into our operations room and preparation. The total number of satellites that Chinese have as on some time back, 875. The whole world is covered. There is nothing which is entire Indo-Pacific. That is the extent. I mean, the Americans are worried, and this is a statement made by the American Space Force commander. The second threat that he's talked about, China's deployment of a series of weapons to counter the US and other Quad members, their space capabilities, which include soft kill, that is reversible cyber attacks, satellite communication, GPS jamming, in addition to hard kill weapons such as high energy lasers used from satellite to satellite. These weapons are also supported by direct ascent anti-satellite rockets and missiles such as co-orbital anti-satellite systems. Now, very surprisingly, they have also...
This is, you take the 2018 to 22, or you keep going back as far as you want. Global arms sale, 48% of global trade in weapons by value is aircraft. The next is 12% is ships, and there is a whole breakdown out there. Ramifications, everyone's going for air power. It is expensive, therefore also value. It has the most profits. We are not there in that market. This statistic also makes it imperative as to why we need to be Atmanirbhar in air power more than any other domain of military hardware. 4 ramifications. Because it's expensive, we are going to pay through our nose to get it from every other country, because you can't do without it. The cost of maintenance adds to your costs. It costs more than the initial acquisition. We again will pay through our nose. And the profits are going to other countries who are pouring it into R&D. Couple it with my initial claim, air power is an emerging technology. That technology keeps on evolving, and we will not be there. So what happens then is that, because, third point, the aviation being a dual use technology, neither do we have fighter aircraft, nor do we have civilian airliners. Orders for 1,500 civilian airliners are already out by our industry. Airbus estimates India will need 3,000 civilian airliners by 2030. It is the same countries and the same companies who are producing the fighter jets as they are producing the airliners. None of them is Indian. And in the near future, unless we don't rectify this, none of them is going to be. So we quibble about 100 odd fighters, how much is the indigenous content. Nobody asks about 3,000 massive airliners coming into the country, where is the indigenous content. It is related to the last point I want to make. There is an oligopoly of shrinking of this knowledge base of the people who can create knowledge in aviation. From about 300 companies in the US at the end of World War II dealing in aviation, about 66 were actually aircraft production companies. Today it's down to 5. You know about engine technology. All of this, we are in the have-nots. The haves are going to keep shrinking, the have-nots are there, we are in the have-nots. All of which relates to, we are not an air power nation, and we are all, I would say, responsible. and it shows up in the military narrative and the effects that we have and the people that we lose. So I'll kind of stop here, except that in the last bullet I was given defense exports, strategic tech alliances, international cooperation. Tiny thing, it is not the ability to produce, it is more the belief in this technology, in the ability to create knowledge is what we need. For that we all need to privilege this, make it a strategic sector, as we did with space, as we did with nuclear energy, and we succeeded. Because we didn't do it with this sector, we are where we are. Even China, how do we reach there? Tech alliances. China today decided where it will go. Both China and Pakistan bet very heavily on air power, and both military and civil. So we talk about, you see the J-35 and we wonder where we got here. It's that entire story from Deng Xiaoping to the 4 modernizations, but in between all that, they privileged this technology too. In hardware, they are privileging this technology. In infrastructure, if you see the amount of money being poured into TAR, into airfields, into hardened aircraft shelters, it is massive. To the extent that, so it's very clear where their bet is. They've shrunk the PLA by 40%. They're pouring in money into aviation, whether it is through Navy or to their Air Force. The threat, their bet is very clear on the other side. But how did they get here? They used alliances from every country. In different eras, there was a Soviet era. It is not that they have only stolen technology. They have actually collaborated to get technology. From Britain, propellers, Israel. There are 3 or 4 countries that they have collaborated with to get technology. It's not a bad way to go. If we can't do it on our own, it's okay to collaborate and get technology, learn from even our neighbor. Right? So in fact, even the US today, at the end of World War II, didn't have engine technology. They collaborated with Britain to get, with Frank Whittle, to get engine technology, and today they control it. So with that, I've kind of, I haven't given you a cogent narrative, but I've given you as per the themes that I was given, and within that I have tried to stick to this one theme. We need to become an air power nation, and we are paying militarily for it, and will pay more and more if we don't, whether in terms of deterrence breakdown, as the other guy knows we are weaker, or in terms of battlefield effects if we get weak. Well, it's an old lesson in history. If you don't have the air, then you have nothing else. The other side is going to come at you. So with that, I'll stop, sir.
Thank you, Ashish.
Next, the video. Display the video. Yeah. Go back. That's a video. Can you play the video? Thank you. Video, yeah.
honorable dignitaries and esteemed guests, today I present to you not just a military operation, but about a defining moment in India's contemporary security history, Operation Sindoor. An operation that was swift, deliberate and precise, that changed the rules of engagement and that has set the tone for India's future counter-terror response, joint warfare capability and strategic messaging in the region. Next please. You are well aware of the necessity to conduct Operation Sindoor. Pahalgam was not merely an act of terror, it was a calculated attempt by our adversary. As highlighted by General Hasnain, losing relevance in Kashmir, internationalizing the so-called Kashmir issue at a time when things were returning to normalcy in Kashmir, reclaim the Pak role of Kashmir dynamics, but above all what we feel was a need to revive the image of the Pakistan army. There are heavy casualties across in Pakistan, where the Pakistan army are only losing numbers every day. Today it stands at 600 plus. Last year it was 724. The garrisons were invaded by the local public in 23, and that is how there was a need to revive the image of the Pakistan army. Thus, our response had to be more than tactical. And to strike deep and strike clean. Interoperability, which was once aspirational, was now operational. Our forces trained together, fought together, and achieved objectives together as 1 minute. The lesson is clear. India's war of the future will be fought jointly. From surveillance to strike, from logistics to information warfare, the Indian Armed Forces will fight as one force with one aim of national security. Operation Sindoor has shown the world that India now possesses the capability and the coordination to execute complex operations across multiple domains and theaters. Next. More than the military success, Operation Sindoor was a strategic signal to adversaries and to our citizens and to the international community. It was a demonstration of a decisive political will. India sent a message of our threshold has changed. Our tolerance for cross-border terrorism is zero, and our response will be timely, tailored, and terminal. The political leadership showed clarity of intent, cohesion with the military leadership, and confidence in our capabilities. Change, please. For the years, proxy war relied on India's strategic restraint. Operation Sindoor shattered that illusion. We signaled there are no safe havens, no strategic depth,
for terrorists when it comes to Indian security. Our message was delivered not only with bombs and bullets, but also with the language of deterrence. Apart from the 9 terror camps that we targeted, we also targeted multiple radar systems, the command and control nodes, and crippled 10 Pakistani airfields. Along the line of control, more than 100 Pakistani forces were targeted and many of them decimated. Next. We are also a responsible power, but that does not mean we are a submissive power. We showed we would calibrate escalation without losing control. And most importantly, we showed to our people that India will act and act firmly when lives of our citizens and soldiers are threatened. When a bold action is taken, there are ripples. Operation Sindoor, by virtue of its success and scale, drew global attention. But here too, India was prepared. Through a carefully executed strategy of defense diplomacy and our leadership, engaged key strategic partners. Next. Presented evidence of provocation and escalation, heightened our commitment to international law and self-defense, proactively shaped international opinion. We briefed key capitals, engaged multilateral forums, and activated our missions abroad. The world now sees India not as a reactionary state, but as a mature power with legitimate security concerns and means to safeguard them. This is where the strategic communication and diplomacy reinforced our kinetic actions. Moreover, the operation gave us an opportunity to tell the world that we are not operating in a vacuum, that our actions are based on UN-recognized principles of self-defense, evidence-based targeting of terrorist infrastructure, and protection of our sovereignty and territorial integrity. And to our adversaries who tried to misuse global platforms to play victim, we gave no space. We engaged international partners bilaterally and multilaterally, and the results was clear: no condemnation, no isolation, and full diplomatic space for India to reassert its narrative. Operation Sindoor, therefore, was not just a military triumph. It was a diplomatic success and a strategic masterstroke. Next, please. Certain closing reflections. As we reflect on Operation Sindoor, we must draw key lessons. There is a need to stay ahead of the proxy war curve, the importance of joint force structures, the necessity of fast and full spectrum deterrence, the power of coordinated messaging across military, political, and diplomatic platforms. Operation Sindoor was not the end. It was the beginning of a new era in the Indian military and strategic doctrine. We must, therefore, harden our borders and our internal security grid, continue the momentum of our joint training and command integration, invest in technological security from AI to quantum to cyber to psychological warfare, and never lose sight of our strategic terrain. To our adversaries, understand this: India will no longer tolerate terror passively. We will seek peace, but we do not fear war. We desire stability, but not at the cost of our sovereignty. Operation Sindoor has drawn a line, and behind that line stands the might of the billion Indians, the resolve of a capable military, and the leadership of a decisive state. As I conclude, I would like to quote: "When the tricolor calls, we rise as one, united in purpose, resolute in action, and unwavering in our will." Op Sindoor was not just a mission. It was India's message that our sovereignty is sacred and our response will be decisive. And we will think differently, as told by General Hasnain. Thank you very much.
Well, you heard our panelists. They've given you a full view of this entire Op Sindoor and where do we go and how do we go, particularly on the air power side. That was very relevant. This is one area where indigenization has not taken place. I wouldn't like to go into much detail as to why it happened, why it didn't happen, but I think we should just move on from here. Both the drone, the engines, the entire paraphernalia which goes about making the air power. And yes, it is decisive. Yes, US and Israel are very good examples. US has got all aircraft, carrier-based aircraft mainly, and the land-based long-range strategic bombers and strategic aircraft. So there are 2-3 points that I want to make. I don't know if there is time for any questions, but I want to make this point. the relevance or the importance of air power in decision in a decisive results. So that is one. And ABM Ashish gave number of examples. There are more if you go down into history from the time that the but that doesn't mean that the other services are not relevant. Of course they're relevant. They also have their own air power. They also have missiles which can hit these targets without actually aircraft going there, and which has happened in this last war. One thing that I have been saying on virtually every forum, that Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen, they are hired labor. The actual terrorist organization is ISI. In ISI, there are desks. A, B, C. A is for external, B is for political, how to upstage a political party from power within Pakistan. And third one is the desk I, which is India desk. And it is the biggest desk. All time, full time is how to plan and who will go this time. They will put a new name. You may find very similar guys coming into doing this kind of terrorist attacks. So how do we, neutralize the ISI impact? That is one thing that our intelligence community and our armed forces have to think very seriously. If you think Pahalgam was the last one, you're mistaken. They don't have to regroup. It is just that ISI has to make up its mind when to launch the next lot of people, and they will. So that is why the route, how do we get the route out of the way, is what the question is. I have not been able to figure out. I think it should be, there's a question given to you. And fourth, the most important one is the Atmanirbhar. We have started late, and collaboration with other countries for technology is important. There was a time when DRDO was not able to go ahead with this Kaveri engine, and I personally have suggested to the DRDO DG at that time, why don't you get so and so country, they are willing to, nahi sir, hum to khud banayenge. Now this is a big problem, and I'm glad that now DRDO is being made responsible right at the highest level in this country, and they're performing. It is just that accountability was not there. Now second thing is inventions and innovation. We are quite good at innovating from something which is already existing, but inventing something new is little bit beyond. You will have to go back to the universities like we are doing to the ITs now. You have to go back to them. We have to give the private sector the ability to manufacture and also fail. Most of the advanced countries normally give a prototype order of anything to two companies, and one of them will probably get selected, other one will lose money, the money is paid by the government. Both development. One will not succeed. So therefore, it is not a question of that there is no economic viability, there is no financial viability, they're being funded by the government. And I think that is one good way to do it. We have proposed this long back, it's up to the government to take it on. Possibly it doesn't have that kind of resources to spend and lose money. They always want a positive result. It may not happen. Particularly when you're learning, particularly when inventing something new. So this is one point that I had in mind. But otherwise, I have no comments to make on. They are all very experienced and very knowledgeable people in their own field. And only thing to add is when he says air power, it means maritime air power as well. Yeah, ancillary. So the US that he talked about is all maritime air power. It goes and displays its power. So, well, we train together, Navy trains together, we operate together in many places. I'm sorry, Army, I should have said this, my fault. So that is where I'll stop. And is there time for any questions? Aditya, no. I think I don't want to be, between you and the lunch. Any questions, anybody? So thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to our speakers. And thank you for your patience.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. May I request Ambassador Suresh Goyal, sir, to kindly come and felicitate the panelists, sir. We'll start with the session chair, Vice Admiral Mr. Shekhar Sinha. General Sayyid Atas Nain, sir. AVM Ashish Singh, sir. AVM Ashish Singh is also a Kargil War veteran.
So you mentioned Munto Dalo, so I bombed that. I was part of the formation then.
And Brigadier Rakesh Nair. Let's gather for a group photograph. Let's all the panelists gather for a good group photograph, please.
Break for lunch.
Lunch now. So time for the lunch. I would request everyone to be back by 3 o'clock, 1500 hours, please. Thank you.
20 minutes is wolfing down lunch.
Then you have 24-hour meetings. Is that a
शांति चाहते हैं, ये तो दुनिया ने देखा। अब दुनिया ये देखेगी कि हम शांति की रक्षा के लिए और अपनी शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन कर सकते हैं। लड़ाई के परिणाम के बारे में भी मेरे मन में कोई संदेह नहीं है। हमारी विजय निश्चित है और हम विजयी होकर दिखाएंगे। हम शांति चाहते हैं, ये तो दुनिया ने देखा। अब दुनिया ये देखेगी कि हम शांति की रक्षा के लिए और अपनी शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन कर सकते हैं। लड़ाई के परिणाम के बारे में भी मेरे मन में कोई संदेह नहीं है। हमारी विजय निश्चित है और हम विजयी होकर दिखाएंगे।
or when you talk about larger collision between Pakistan and China, this is one context that I wanted to bring to. General Musharraf in his book has been talking about embarrassment of Siachen Glacier. And based on that, I remember there has been a lot of shelling which happened on the Kargil sector in 96, 97, 98. And why the shelling was happening was speculated on many accounts, and I will not talk about it. We all understand. On 29th of April, it just so happened that I was in the Ministry of Home Affairs and I was invited to make a presentation on coastal and creek areas, how the infiltration is happening from Pakistan. On that day, I had written a report, it was accepted, and I was called to make a presentation. And the sum and substance of the report was intelligence failure and lack of ability of the state coastal police, the home guard, the coastal guard, and the Indian Navy to have a matching compatibility in communication, understanding, and how they would work together. So there was a gaping understanding of lack of whole of nation approach on how the infiltration was happening. And then ultimately, when I was talking about the lack of intelligence, all the coastal area chief secretaries were there, the DGPs were there, the IB director was there, the DG BSF was there, and they were all quite shocked with the data that was giving. So, but aim is not to give the data here, but the data summed it up, and 3 days later, the Kargil infiltration happened. And again, we were talking about the intelligence failure. Captain Saurav Kalia of Fort Jat with 5 men was tasked to verify the kind of infiltration that had happened. We had no idea it had happened. And we had to rely on some civilians who came down to say that there is some people sitting on Tololing Heights. But when Captain Saurav Kalia went up, he was kept in Pakistan Army custody for 22 days. And we had no idea where he went and why he's not come back. And then we only realized that when his body parts and genitals were mutilated and eyes were gouged out, and he was sent back through the porters, we realized that there is something which is very, very serious which has happened. The year 1999 was the last year of the millennium. The bus to Lahore through Wagah border was one instance. And then in the middle of the year, we saw a bitter military conflict between India and Pakistan in Kargil. And on 10th of August, Pakistan Maritime Patrol aircraft Atlantic was shot down by a MiG-21 overrun of Kutch. In the month of October, there was a failed coup against General Musharraf when his aircraft returning from Sri Lanka was denied landing in any Pakistan airfield. The year ended with hijack of Indian Airlines plane IC-814 taken to Kandahar to get a deaded terrorist released. The Y2K turned out to be an illusion as far as technology is concerned, but it was not an illusion to tell us that India is under threat and we can do very little about it unless we have our elements in place, and the elements which were missing was A, cohesion in command and control, and technology. But what prevailed was only spirit de corps and naam nishan namak of the fighting troops of the Indian Army. So what we come down to today is to see that how between then and now we have shifted and are shifting from the analog battlefields to digital to autonomous battlefields. And this transition is happening to a point where the mechanical, which was more analog, became digital slowly, but the integration is something that has always been lacking. That how are we going to bring all the digital platforms together? And even before we could actually do anything about it, we set our pace into artificial intelligence. and the autonomous battlefield was the future, and we realized that all analog, digital, autonomous need to be stitched together. So today we have in our panel AVM Ashish Singh. He's ACS Ops Remote. Initially, I thought, he's going to be speaking remotely. Then I realized it's a new appointment, which is the air remote warfare, which is autonomous, which is, of course, without pilot. So he's going to be talking about it. We have Dr. N. Ranjana, Director, Directorate of Future Technology and Management, DRDO. We have Brigadier Amit Suneja, Brigadier ICT, Army Headquarters. We have Ambassador Suresh Goyal, who is also the advisor to the GCTC, and he's a former Director, Cultural Relations. And we have Commodore Manjeet Thomas, Anti-Submarine Warfare Specialist. So I will request AVM Ashish Singh, and then, of course, followed in the same sequence. Let's try and stick to a time. I won't give time, but anything between 5 to 8 to 10 minutes, if you can fit in. And we will see how from Kargil to today to tomorrow is going to be the transition of war fighting for India, and how we will be less reactive and more proactive. We have to be ahead of the curve. How are we going to change that mode of being reactive to become proactive, so that technology becomes a deterrence, and our demonstration of technology becomes one basic hurdle that the adversary should know that they cannot really surpass. So over to you, Ashish.
So I have a clarification, and my time may come down to 0 if you so feel. As per the program I had received, I was supposed to speak for 2 sessions. So in the program I had received, this session was before, and the session 3 was the other one. So I have already said my piece about this session in the previous one, sir. So 2 options. I can speak about Operation Sindoor and what we did. 3 options, in fact, or I could just keep shut, or I could extempore answer what you asked me to. Your choice, sir.
I think you can go ahead, whatever comes into your head. You have 5 minutes.
Right. Then I will do a thing. I will first talk about, it's important because it's in the same continuation of the theme. And I don't know how this mix-up happened, because in the program I have, this was session 2, and that's why I covered those.
It's our field.
Yeah. Right. So I'll stick to time. I will cover both within that. If you give me 10 minutes, I'll cover both things. Right. First, I'll talk about Sindoor parts. It is to do with technology. We used offensive technology, and we used it well. And it goes with my same theme of air power. We used it, if you use a theoretical lens, in a strategy that some theorists has called risk strategy, increasingly escalating punishment. But to be able to do that, we had to have those standoff weapons, which we did, and the other side did not. It could do very little to us, and we did a lot to the other side. We were able to calibrate this response. So what it does show us is that whatever we have built up, allowed us, it's an excellent case for the use of air power for limited objectives and keeping those objectives limited. We very deliberately did that, and we kept it under control. It's a textbook example of how you can control escalation to achieve what you need, and it also laid to rest this fear that air power is escalatory, which has been haunting us from 47. Even other wars, I will say even in Kargil, I remember we were told very clearly, you will not cross the LOC. I got my head chewed off one day because I was the leader of that formation, and I proposed for a better direction of attack. It needed to just, because the radius of action is such, it was a linear thing, you needed to do this, and you had to cross the border, because this was the LOC. It was oriented, Mutodal was oriented like this. To get a exact line, I proposed it will be in for 15-30 seconds, and I got my head chewed off for that political. So and for right, and now as a youngster, to me the operation was important. Today I understand why that political direction was important, but that is something that has changed from then to now. And what also allows us to do this is the precision technology and the standoff technology and the heavy weight of attack that we have. Right. Also, what we achieved, this whole to and fro went very fast. This tempo is very important. Again, it's a air power characteristic. The fact that you as the other you hit, he's starting to respond. You hit right back before he's completed his response. We did this, and I think we shook him. This is also it's a very air power thing that you do. The second subtopic I was given in the last section was about jointness and structures. I think again it's important for the national narrative. The most important factor in conflict, it comes out, is unified military strategy at the national level. This for us in India has been an exception rather than the norm. 71 is the previous example, this one is now. And every other, if you read the works, scholarly works, every other conflict services have pulled independent ways, independent strategies. Not this time. Right. The synergy between political direction, arms of the military, was exemplary. Strategic direction was unambiguous, which is what allowed us to react and act very fast depending on whatever was coming from the other side. We knew what we could do and could not do, and the upper direction was very clear. For the Air Force, it validated our own, how we've organized our own command and control structures. The highest Air Force leadership in Delhi translates political direction. This is how we normally work, or we think we should work, synergistically with other services into national military strategy. Air Headquarters then passes this direction onto IAF operational leadership commands in terms of national air strategy. And commands themselves have freedom to now change these into operational plans and get effects. And this is exactly what happened. Especially in Sindoor, when things commenced, all of this was again I'm going back, done at a tempo which is unmatched by other forms of warfare in the physical dimensions. This continuous interplay between air headquarters, commands, is also what allowed this unified air strategy to be changed very, very dynamically, almost real time. Our existing arrangements also worked very well. Two commands fought, right? In ensuring synergy between these two commands which fought and air headquarters, it was this connection was very important in applying unified strategy against that one country, irrespective of which commands were applying it. Not only these two commands, the rest, every other command of the Indian Air Force has been a donor for both material and human resource for this operation, very dynamically. All of this validates for us anyway what we believe is the way this I can only speak for my organization, that it needs to fight and it is effective, and we were effective. So our beliefs are validated in this conflict. Jointmanship at every level between the three services was exemplary. Any service asked for something, the other service gave it. All the way from the top down to the bottom, unit level. This happened, and there was some great solutions that came out at JADC level, etc. So all that worked very well. So my input at this stage for any structural reforms would be that whatever form they take, they must allow each service's strengths to be only maximized, not constrained. And as I have said earlier, maybe the Air Force works differently. It doesn't. Every service will work differently. We are the new paradigm. But whatever form of reform we take, we must not bind and we must not impose. That's all I will want to say. And with 5 minutes, I'll take more on the topic and the question you asked me, sir. One is reactive to proactive, and second is where have we reached from then to now. We were short of ISR then. We went in for UAVs immediately after Kargil. What all did we achieve? We achieved networking. We've got the ICCS. That entire networking effort has taken place in these two decades. We got standoff capability, both what we bought. At that time, the best standoff we had was the weapons we dropped, which was the LGB, 10 to 12 kilometers range, and we integrated them right in combat then. We were with the paveway, we were doing it, it had not yet been inducted, we were doing it in Kargil, we were doing it real time in Adampur and Gwalior. Take that to today, look at the standoff we achieved, and that is what allowed us to really hit them very hard. And as the Vice Chief said, less than 50 weapons, I think he said this yesterday, less than 50 weapons, and we got them within 4 days to the negotiating table. The DGMO came up and said, let's talk. Right?
A question for you is, if Kargil was to be fought today the way it was fought then, do you think drones and space ISR capabilities put together could have actually fought this entire war and completed the mission with infantry later on just going and occupying the heights? Was it possible, or is it possible if we were to do it now?
Yes, sir. But I will, with that yes, the answer is yes. But I will privilege something else even more. I will privilege unified military strategy even more than the tools that we use for strategies. Where all three services and political leadership are involved together in planning the national military strategy for how we will get into an operation, and it doesn't go piecemeal, single service wise. It doesn't matter which tool we use. The tools will keep changing. So it's a yes to your answer, but I'm adding mine. There is a higher level imperative that is at play, and that is unified national military strategy. I keep repeating that part, sir.
Okay. Dr. Ranjana, before you start giving your part, we could have avoided losing Captain Saurav Kalia. We would have found out from remote means, from space, exactly what was happening. And we didn't have to wait for some civilians to come down to tell us something. Obviously, civilian would say whatever they can say in whichever way, but the exact spot, total strength, arms and equipment, all the civilians would never be able to tell us. What do you think in your future technologies? You're going to be obviously talking about many more things. Captain Saurav Kalia, a youngster, lost his life. For 22 days, we had no idea what was happening there. What was the problem? And you can start with this and then later on give your entire discourse.
I think the question for a scientist is very difficult because these are more operations, tactics, intelligence, a lot to do. But definitely an indirect question would be, ample amount of sensors, ample amount of space assets which are integrated to give you, on time, real time information, and the kind of information that you're looking at, your priorities on that. And suppose our, armed forces are carrying the kind of sensors which are, if not even the space, you have NFC, you have other kind of communication which actually identifies the soldiers in the field. We have not been looking at this. And having said that, a lot of effort is going on in making the kind of the uniform integrated with sensors, with the near field communication or the kind of Bluetooth communication, whatever works at that point of time. And it's a whole gamut of communication network integration with the soldier, the modern soldier that we talk about, is yet to be, I think, seeing the deployment, the kind of deployment that we are looking at. Now, that's the dream, and that's how a smart soldier is being designed around, those kind of things. And if I want to say it, there is two projects already going on, one at IIT Delhi and one at with Debel, Bangalore, to make these kind of stuff which can be deployed, which has sturdy, which is rugged, and still it is sewn with all the kind of sensors that you expect it to. Now, that's a call, that's an ask, and I hope it comes, sees the light of the day, and it gets deployed. Now, coming from the transition from how it happened in Kargil and then now Sindoor, there were three major things which basically we see it as scientists. It was information, precision, as well as the speed. There was no mass formulations, but the kind of technology which you are seeing, basically it started with Armenia, Azerbaijan, then Russia, Ukraine was in front of us, how the drones are taking the center stage, the Israel, Palestine, Iran, we all are seeing the news daily and following it so closely that what are the kind of tactics they are playing. And all these tactics are being driven by a strategy which is a single strategy, and very happy to see that integrated strategy becomes the most important part of it. And then came the Operation Sindoor. And if you look at this Operation Sindoor,
what are the major, so what has emerged for the scientists to take away or the technologists to take away? What are the pillars? Basically, technological supremacy is very important. Information dominance is very important. Multi-domain integration is very important. Resilience and sustainment is very important. Layer 1, layer 2, layer 3. And psychological and cognitive warfare, that whatever we call. And what I really want to say is, you need to have superior sensors, weapons, networks, hands down. Most of the sensors are imported. We are integrating, radars are good, sonars are good, but again the components that are coming, they are imported. A lot of work has to go into that indigenization of core critical components. Weapons, missile side, no problem. In fact, the LRGBs and the precision guided munitions which have been recently tested, they are quite effective towards the, so having come from, I came from missile background, and I have worked on Agni program and prior to that on torpedo designs. There is considerable amount of indigenous capability in terms of design, in terms of integration, and in terms of configuration. If you ask, it's how to exploit that is dependent on your strategies and the tactics that you want it to be. Today, the entire software of each of the missile is written by the scientist, and I think the kind of configurations you want can be done very easily. But again, the thought process has to start in that direction. Rather than just using it as a single shot weapon, try to configure it to your need, slow it down, make it fast. It's possible today. The data fusion, electronic warfare and cyber ops, it's been visible, the jamming has been visible. The counter drones was exercised, whereas cyber operations were not very aggravated, but I was, I think this thing is wrong. Right now I'm futuristic technology management, but I was in IT and CS, and there was so much happening during our summit which we had, G20 summit. There were so many cyber attacks happening that we had a continuous follow-up group that which website is of the government getting attacked by which group. And we were always on alert during that G20, and there was a massive cyber operations which were going on. Luckily, during this Sindoor, there were not many news of cyber operations, but that is one very critical factor. Then the integration of land, sea, space, cyber is some of the servers. Just before asking me the C4ISR, the technology exists, the capability exists. Where what is to be integrated is the call of the strategy that is to be worked out and the tactical operations that are to be planned. And unless until you make it fully configurable, no C4ISR is going to help you. Individually, they are not going to help you. And the kind of integration that we are talking about, I think there is a planned way of doing these things, and it has to be done. It cannot be thought anymore, it cannot be talked anymore. The action requires to be done, and we have adequate, ample capability, capacity in this country to do it. The other thing is your resilience is basically your backups, your survival, your recovery periods. They are to be planned very well, and I think in our deployments we are doing a reasonably good job to making up the backups. And psychological and cognitive, the narrative is morale and legitimacy. And suddenly came in the AI, the kind of fake videos they were floating around, the kind of animated, but yet they used to look so real. They could make or break the morale. And if I may say so, we have taken certain initiatives to do some research in these areas, that what impacts the Indian psychology and what can counter that effect or impact on the cognitive cognitive impacts of the AI. Now these are kind of things. Now tech enablers for all this, what I have talked is AI. The more we do, the lesser it is, because we have trailed. We have not had our own foundational models. though some of the attempts have started, the Swayam, the another one by IIT Madras, 2-3 very good foundational models are being built, and they are being built on the Indian database. Today, whatever we are using, either you use Grok or ChatGPT or Perplexity or Google's Gemini, all of them are trained on the not on our national resources, and it's very important to complement and learn from them and build on the Indian core data that we are looking at. But India is very complex. You need to really work at a lot of local, regional kind of data and there will be hundreds of foundational models required to build on the regional intelligence or the regional data and then combine them somehow to make a common kind of a takeaways. You cannot really integrate all of them, but common takeaways need derivation, and it's really a complex problem to be solved, but worth solving. Then ISR, drones, precision weapons, hypersonics. These are the tech enablers that we are looking at. SIGINT, LN, cyber offense defense is in the information domain that we are looking as tech enablers. Network centric and satellite communication is another one we are looking as the tech enablers. Additive manufacturing, smart supply chains, predictive logistics, materials. These are the tech enablers. I don't know, I had a presentation. If you can just put one slide, I want to flash. Then there are deepfake, social media ops, and docent. The diplomacy, I think sir will take up, and I will not really want to do, but yes, I think he talked about that we should collaborate with the foreign agents wherever, foreign countries where the technology exists. In the area of defense, it's very, very difficult to get the collaboration going. We have been dependent on Russia for very long time, and some technology we have got, but again, there is a difference between know why and know how. And we always fall short of in one of these things. And unless until you dirty your own hands and do it yourself in an integrated way with support from the entire nation, there will be a difficulty in achieving what we want to really achieve. The Kaveri engine has been talked about a lot. Generally, I don't like to talk about it. But if you ask me the kind of alloys that it requires, the kind of high temperature materials that is required, we don't have any. And it is now in last 2-3 years that we have launched very, very serious projects on these materials itself. And manufacturing and machining of these materials, qualifying these materials for aerospace grade is a very, very long challenge. But nevertheless, the government and the reforms, they are such that we are being encouraged to do that. And even if the attempt that we are making on Inconel or titanium alloys, even if the engine doesn't come, we will try to prove it with the help of exports. At least qualify them and become a credible exporter of these so that tomorrow they are useful for our country. So there are various strategies that we are working to become resilient in the technology. Drones and unmanned systems, many of these components are imported. They really need the indigenization in terms of the controllers, in terms of the fibers, the lightweight carbon fibers which form the major structure, advanced and smart materials, composites, self-healing armors. The armor grade materials are to be indigenized, and as I speak, a lot of work we have initiated. We have dumped it on the academia and industry together to come around with these basic building blocks. You can go to the next, or you can give me the thing. Next, just one slide I want. Next, 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 next one, next one, next one. ठीक है. Okay. Next, next, next. Go next. Yeah. No. Next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. Okay. Yeah. This. Just stay here. So what I'm talking about is, so I had prepared a 1-hour talk, but I need to close it also. The essence is that quantum we have started, cyber and electronic warfare, a lot of work has, there is a lot of indigenization which is happening. So why I was talking about is that why I define these technologies in two kind of technologies. One is the horizontals, the other is the verticals. Now verticals would be your aerospace applications, weapons, missile systems, directed energy systems, exoskeletons, autonomous underwater systems, unmanned aerial vehicles, anything, or submarines. Look, all kind of the final products or systems will come into your verticals. The horizontals were not focused enough upon, and these are the horizontals that we are trying to do with R&D with the help of academia and the industry. And what we are doing is we are giving the academia, very closely monitoring it. If it is maturing, we are trying to bring directly industry on board instead of waiting it when it gets validated or when it gets proven. No, we are saying let industry come on board, do some investment in the industry, help them validate it in the production level itself as a translational model. And all this we are trying to integrate with the DRDO programs, that whatever is happening in academia being productionized in industry as a core horizontal technology can be directly taken up by the vertical technology. And that's the strategy that I would say that at DRDO we are trying to promulgate as a very, very deep reform, where every single ecosystem, every single partner or stakeholder in the ecosystem is being. We are aware that ADB has also taken a lot of efforts at Navy also. I think TDAC has taken many such efforts. Air Force has also started interacting a lot with the academia. Yes, many efforts are going on, and as many number of efforts, they are less. So all efforts should do. However, there is a convergence required here also, and the kind of integration that is required to be done for the technology development in the country among the various stakeholders of MOD. And when I represent with respect to the other ministries, we also deal with DST, MIT, DBT, and the Ministry of Renewable, many ministries. We are part of the Empowered Technology Group. For the whole of nation approach, we need an integrated approach first at MOD, that what segment should be indigenized or what segment should be taken up by which arm of the MOD, and then if you go full focused, it will be far more useful. Because here comes the advantage that we see is shortening the time cycles is very important. While we are shortening the time cycle from academia to industry and academia to DRDO, the cycle which it takes from DRDO to the users has also been done quite effectively by DCPP and joint JTGs, which are operational in many ways. I think those need to be again integrated into the research part of it, because research is very difficult or very different. I would not say difficult, it's very different from the operations. And these are the operational difficulties which need to be researched and converted into the end products or the users. Now, those are some of my thought processes. In fact, I could just go on for an hour, but the kind of technology vision.
Yeah, I think can we just stop here for the moment?
Yeah.
And we have more time later on, then we can cover this.
Yeah.
I'm very curious, since the benchmark is Kargil operations, and suppose we were sitting in 1999 and you and me were having a conversation, and you come from the missile background, and I would say, hey, listen, we have no troops, can you please do whatever with your conventional missiles? Can you just take out, these are the areas which have been occupied, please find out whatever has been occupied and please take them out with conventional missiles. In 1999, you think you would have been able to do it?
No, I think the space assets that we are looking at, if you do
No, I'm talking about missiles, conventional missiles.
Correct. To operate the conventional missile, you require the intelligence, either space intelligence or the military intelligence, at least where the kind of things that you have. But 99, we were not that mature, if you ask me. The missiles has the missile, I would say, the number of missiles, the number of configurations that have come up. You talk about Pralay, you talk about LRGBs, you talk about your drone launched missile.
Got it. So the answer is no. If you were to do the same thing today, and of course, I asked Ashish about the drones. I said there are no drones, there are no other infantry troops, but please do it with the missiles today. Would you be able to do it?
Missiles, yes, because there are. You have used Akash, we have used BrahMos, and we have used many such configuration. In fact, Today we are very mature in terms of Astra. We are going to Mark III version. There are enough number of configurations available. Now these were primarily based on the PSQR or GSQRs which were laid down. If there are more PSQRs, more can be made, because today you are expert in propulsion, you are expert in navigation, you are expert in system engineering. You have shortened the time cycle for the first prototype. Now it's the time taken from first prototype to the deployment that needs to be shortened.
So I got your answer that today, if we have a situation like Kargil, we would not need anything except the coordinates from the space, and you would neutralize it with conventional missiles. Is that what you're saying?
It's possible.
100%? And then infantry goes and occupies it.
Yes.
Okay, good takeaway. Thank you very much, Dr. Ranjana. In 1997, Pakistan actually was heavily deployed on Afghanistan borders, and they were after the Northern Alliance. And 1997, the Northern Alliance was on the retreat. The Americans and the Pakistanis, put together with Taliban, they had all come together, and in fact, 175 Brigade of Pakistan was involved in clearing one of the very strongholds of Northern Alliance. And after that, there was an assessment we were asking, and the assessment was that Pakistan now could release troops from the responsibilities of our Afghanistan borders and then use the same troops back in India. Are we prepared for war? One of the things, Amit, we learned that India will have to take 18 months to produce deficiency of radio sets. And that to conventional radio sets like VHF, HF, and a bit amount of UHF at that time was unknown, but yes, they were talking about it. But Kargil happened. We were woefully short of ammunition, even mortars. The radio sets were produced or not is another matter altogether. So we were in conventional communication technology, and you being the ICT head of the army, I would understand from you that from 1999, a deficiency of radio sets of VHF, to today, how we are going to do business as far as communication ICT is concerned. I'll request you if you can cover from 99 to today and then futuristic. Thank you.
Use the mic, sir, thank you for the question. Before I answer, a very good afternoon to the senior veterans present here, the dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, co-panelists, and General Panu, sir. Wish you all a very happy Kargil Vijay Diwas. I would like to thank the Global Counter Terrorism Council first for inviting me and allowing me to present my views on specifically modern warfare and the Indian Army's technological transformation to be ready for the future battlefield. Before I come to my topic, may I continue with after your question with the topic also, sir, or you'd like me to only stick to the answer, the question that you asked?
Just cover it in between.
I'll do that, sir. So I'll cover this issue which General Panu has just asked me in the course of this talk on modern warfare. Dr. Raman has already covered very holistically and given a very comprehensive canvas of the technological side of and the scientific issues related to warfare, so I'll not get into all of them. As we bow our heads in tribute to the steely grit and the indomitable spirit with which the icy heights were scaled by our valiant soldiers and the sacrifices that they made, we also need to be cognizant of what is the direction where the modern battlefield is where the convergence of what technology is being steered as far as our R&D establishments are concerned. What are the doctrines which are being put into place by the various paths which are there, the conflicts which are being fought? How do they contextualize in a region, and how do we optimize between what is desirable, what is existing, and how do we fight tomorrow's battles is what is the challenge. So before I proceed ahead, I would like to mention that all these technologies that we've spoken of, and every single technology has its place in the battlefield. Every single technology is a discussion by itself. I'll specifically restrict myself to, if I were to prioritize and I were to look at what are the kind of big 5, big 6 capabilities, not technologies, capabilities which are most desirable not only in the battlefield but in our regional and our immediate context. That is very important to understand, and that is the start point of what capabilities I want to develop. So the first one, I would just like to add another C to what you mentioned, ma'am. It is the paradigm today is C5 ISR. From C4 it has moved, the cyber has got added. You also referred to various cyber related exploitation techniques which are in play, and today we are looking at C5 ISR. That in many ways, and in answer to the question which General Panu had earlier asked about what were the failings and what could have been covered up, this is the most important aspect which gets center stage when I look at the requirements of today and tomorrow. Along with the command and control, communications, computers, cyber, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, which is the C5 ISR paradigm, the most important issue which precedes all the contact, battle and the kinetic vectors is the non-contact, non-kinetic domain, much of which was also alluded to by General Hasnan in his talk earlier. Non-kinetic, non-contact has a string of technologies which I'll speak about later. But in the non-contact warfare, a very important construct which Dr. Ramana also addressed now is about the perception management, shaping of opinions, and how to ensure that the battle is won not only on the battlefield but also on the minds. There are many things which tend to lead towards kinetic actions also, but still remain non-contact. An example of which was given by AVM Ashish when he spoke of the long-range vectors, the precision strike capability. And therefore the next capability which I want to talk about is the issue of long-range precision strikes, which is what was witnessed in ample measure in the recently concluded Operation Sindoor, in which long-range vectors were centerpiece, and we saw, all of us saw, what damage they can inflict and minimize casualties. Along with precision strike is the imperative that collateral damage has to be minimal today. Again, this was a very focused effort by all the stakeholders, that there was no negative press that the country got, because we were very specific in what was to be addressed. Now all of this, and right at the beginning I would refer to what you mentioned, sir, when you were talking of what needed to be done so that Kargil was not repeated, was about a centrality of information availability to everybody. I would just like to have a little addition to what AVM Ashish mentioned earlier. Whether it is air or it is land or maritime, today we are talking of multi-domain, multi-spectrum, net-centric or data-centric multi-domain operations. So what I mean when I talk of the convergence is that it is the availability of all pervasive information to all the sensors and all the shooters, so that that famous OODA loop is minimized, and you can react much faster than what we were able to react earlier. As a matter of fact, we would be able to have actions which would not lead to our having the need to react at all. So again, I close the loop and I bring back to the C5 ISR paradigm, and along with this comes in the most important technology or capability of today, which is the artificial intelligence. It is a very, very overlapping field, and every single aspect of war fighting that you can think of, from operations to logistics to supply chain management to human resource, everything has an AI impediment which makes it a very, very potent weapon system for tomorrow. And this will also lead to autonomy. Autonomous systems have been spoken of, and therefore the manned-unmanned teaming capability is the last capability I want to speak of. Keeping the time imperative in mind, I want to just highlight that these capabilities have got multiple technologies underlying. And therefore, coming to the issue of how is the Indian Army getting ready and transforming itself for the technological intensive battlefield for tomorrow, Indian Army has identified 16 technology clusters, a very deliberately thought through technologies in the priority echelon, which need to be steered to ensure that we are on top of the game in as far as these capabilities that I mentioned they are concerned. Each of the technology clusters are headed by anchored and steered by a Lieutenant General level Director General of the Army Headquarters, and he is the person who anchors all the vertical and horizontal links in as far as that technology proliferation and absorption is concerned. In the transformation journey, a very important issue which is current, which was undertaken in the year 2023, was when a very deliberate 5-pillared decade of transformation was announced by the then chief. And these pillars are jointness and integration, force structuring, modernization and tech infusion, systems, processes and functions, and human resource management. This, together with 2024 and in continuity with 2025, having been announced and proclaimed as years of technology absorption, we are on a very steady journey of ensuring that the escalatory ladder of the technology absorption is seamless, smooth, and we are ensuring that all the stakeholders get incorporated in this journey. A learning which had started not only from Kargil, in fact, I would say that every time technology has been a driver of doctrine, and that's how, whether it was the era of gunpowder making the knights redundant, or it was the era of mechanization when the masked artificers became a second fiddle, or it was the era of World War I where the machine guns and the trenches came into play, or the era of the nuclear weapons coming in and the strategic deterrence coming into play. Today, when we are talking of information age and artificial intelligence becoming the center stage, now we are looking at the construct of military-civil fusion, again from a whole new lens. Because it's very clearly understood, and again I refer to what General Hussain said, it is not the army which is going to fight the battle alone. It's definitely a whole of nation approach, and in that approach, the strengths of multiple organs of the state have to come to bear on the country's national security. The battle is not going to be fought on the front line and the battlefield alone. The battle will be not won or lost, I would say, at the beginning, but definitely have a major impact on how the flow will happen, because the information operations, the cyber operations, the diplomatic operations, which will be spoken of after this, every component has a stake in the national comprehensive national power, and that's how we are on our part in this information age looking at the convergence. I will only spell out now the 5 areas of technology, and in that I will address what was asked of me earlier on the 5 in priority where we are headed, what are we doing, and as much as I can talk about, and that would give a fair indication on how Indian Army is transforming itself. So coming to the first issue of cyber, cyber has been there for some time. It has been understood that the warfare is not restricted to the 3 domains of land, air, and maritime, but it includes very strongly space and cyber. Although there are perceptions that probably the way it should have kind of exploded right a decade or 2 decades earlier, probably that is a perception that it didn't happen in that manner. But what I can share with this house is that there is a fair amount of steady progress in both the domains which is being done, that's in space and in cyber. We have a very robust cyber network defense in the Indian Army. I'll speak for the Army at this point in time. This structured thing has not happened yesterday. This structured approach to a very resilient Army data network, which ensures that the secrecy of our information is kept paramount, has been steadily built up to now come to a stage where it is very robust, which is very confidence inspiring, and we have elevated our systems to take more and more classified information with great amount of confidence. And this spans our rank and file, in our training, in our understanding, in our formations and in our units. Along with cyber network defense comes the area of cyber deterrence. And this is where I want to just bring out that fair amount of work has been done. There are specialist units which have been raised. There is a great amount of operational experience which is being gained, and I can just allude to the fact that a lot of things happened also in the time gone by. Coming to space, and knowing General Panusa, you are very passionately involved with the domain. So in space also, the Indian Army has a technology cluster which is a cluster on space. And in this, we are very actively engaged with not only ISRO and NSIL, with which we were doing the work. The Indian Army is also been there in this space segment for a long time, whether it was the space segment or the ground segment. Space in all three domains: the domain of communications, the domain of space-based surveillance, and the domain of PNT, that is position, navigation, timing. All three domains, we have been there for as long as ISRO has existed. The Indian Army has, along with the sister services, has been a stakeholder in the space operations and space enablement. Today we are only going it a little further because of the new developments which have happened in space by way of low and medium Earth orbits coming in. What we saw in the Russia-Ukraine conflict and the role that Starlink played there. Indian Army is not behind. We are at par and at pace with all the developments which have happened, whether in the Russia-Ukraine conflict or what's happening in the Middle East. We are cognizant of this, and if I'm mentioning it, it can be taken that we are doing what's required to be done for the space segment. And here I would like to answer the specific question which, sir, you asked me, is about whether the shortages which were there in Kargil as far as communication equipment was concerned, whether those shortfalls could have been made up, and whether they would have a impact on the communications and information technology. I can tell you with a great amount of confidence that it is not now restricted alone to VHF and UHF communications. The good thing is that the information explosion, the information availability, and the means to transmit those information domains, they themselves have multiplied in various domains. And the biggest development in that field has been the age of the internet and the internet protocol, where we are not restricted to those radios alone. So the means with which we duplicate, triplicate, and many times quadruplicate communications, whether we have a strategic network in place now, sir, which is a very high resilience, high bandwidth, secure network, which is called the NFS, which has come into play, which has been sort of a game changer for the Army communications, aided suitably by the radio communications, where we are not only restricted to the analog and the VHF and UHF radio sets, but are very actively engaged in a SDR program, which will make up the deficiencies as the procurement processes are underway already. And the fact that we have this layer of space segment, which is ensuring that all areas where the terrain configuration and terrain constraints pose impediment, they will be suitably addressed. These things give us an ample amount of confidence in ensuring that where information is required to reach at what point in time for what recipient, that will be made available. And the last two things I want to just quickly mention are the autonomous systems which are enabled by the artificial intelligence, for which there is a very structured program which is at play. I just want to bring out 2-3 things which are being done in this domain. One is the issue of being aligned with a national mission on AI, with India AI mission. And now, as I mentioned, there is a convergence that's there in place. We are building our capacities and capabilities to ensure that the issue of whether it's a sovereign, the LLM that you spoke of, ma'am, it was Sarvam, the one you mentioned, whether it's Kritrim, whether we have our own military. We recently have a IDEX Aditi challenge which has been sent out for a military LLM also. So the work is being done there. Whether it's infrastructure that's required, we are developing and building that infrastructure. And I'll be glad to inform the House that there is a Indian Army AI Incubation Center which has been established in a commercial space in Bangalore, where we are totally integrated with the academia, with ISC Bangalore, with IIT Bombay, with IIT Madras, with the startup ecosystem of the knowledge city of Bangalore, Chennai, and the work that's being done by the startups there. And this is a place where our field formations and units directly can interface with the solution providers. Drones has been spoken of, so I'll not labor on it any further. I would just like to conclude with a couple of things that I want to mention is that while we are all focused on the way ahead on how we are going to be totally transforming for the future battlefield, there are challenges, as there are everywhere.
I think a slip is coming for timing.
So I am just concluding, sir. The issues are of interoperability, of legacy integration, because any armed forces has got immense amount of legacy resource which has to be integrated. Digitization is a key. There is a cultural change which is very imperative for digitization. And at the back of everything is the human resource. So training of the human resource, upskilling is a very important imperative. Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat is what we are totally aligned with. And before I end, I just want to leave these last two lines for everyone's consumption, that while the soldier moved with on the tololing with the rifle, today he is equally competent to have the drone in his hand and to ensure that the satellites can be handled. And we just need to ensure that we support the Indian Army between this journey from tradition to transformation. I'm done, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. No wonder you're being promoted to a Major General, and heartiest congratulations. Excellent. We have very little time. I just got a slip that at 16:30 sharp I have to finish. If the minister is on time, please let us know if he's not, so that we can continue. Very quickly, Commodore Manjeet Thomas. PNS Hangur, since you don't have a Kargil benchmark, so I was looking at a benchmark. In 1971, on 9 December, PNS Hangur shot INS Kukri and it sank. In anti-submarine warfare specialization that you have between then and now, where we are, can you please quickly say something in very few minutes so that we have the ambassador to also deliver strategic diplomacy discourse.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I know in this context of Kargil, actually Navy seems a little bit out, but Navy immediately after the 1971 war turned in anti-submarine warfare for indigenization. So last 50 years we have invested in it, and now 100% the sonar systems are made in India. 100% torpedoes are made in India. This is a result of 50 years of investment in DRDO and the Indian tech. Similarly, 5 years back, we have realized and we have turned towards the Indian industry. So we have set up 3 separate cells. One is Technology Development and Acceleration Cell, one is VESI, one is INICAI, one is looking after strengthening the industry, one is looking after artificial intelligence, and the third is looking after integration. So these 3 cells are working on, and we have gone into a big time into automation and having autonomous vessels. We have set up our first squadron already in play. With respect to underwater environment, we are now more and more going the autonomous way.
Thank you very much. That is really wonderful and as fast as the Navy can be.
I was thinking that I will have 2 more minutes to back my thoughts.
But you can adjust? Okay, excellent. So Ambassador Suresh Goyal, okay, I'll go back to him. Ambassador Suresh Goyal, I want to ask you, on the day this peace bus was to go to Lahore, our foreign minister went there and the Pakistani foreign minister was busy with the Chinese. How do Pakistanis manage all this, that Munir is sitting in China, his foreign minister sits in USA, Munir has lunch in White House, and somebody goes to China at the same time? How is this that they manage their strategic diplomacy or statecraft and they can pull it off? And we are talking about that our strategic communication and narratives got to be built better. That is what Janlata Hasnain was mentioning. So can you please tell us, what do we need to do better, or something that we are already doing and people may not be really aware of it?
This is on. All right. To answer your question first, Lieutenant General Banu and the chairman, because it's not really so simple, and yet very brief answer is that in these days of shifting alliances and shifting coalitions, where you cannot work on your strategies on the basis of loyalty with one or the other, you have to keep your eyes and ears open. You have to accept that where people can stab you in the back, they will stab you in the back. So cover your back. Where you don't, you take your friendship for granted, keep your doubts, keep your eyes open, and don't just think that the world is what you see of it. That's all I would say here. We thought in this particular case that Trump, or some, sorry, I shouldn't really take the names, that the Americans are our great friends. It turned out that they have their own imperatives. No, no, no. So therefore, the simple answer is that we should not take anything for granted in this world when things are changing. But anyway, I don't want to go beyond that because your question will go into different areas. Let me come to the subject on which I thought I'll speak, and I will have maybe 5 or 7 minutes. I was supposed to speak on the strategic diplomacy, but I thought the strategic diplomacy is rather an oxymoron. Diplomacy is not the issue of strategy. Strategy is basically an area that you need to have your clear objectives. You need to lay down your roadmap on how to achieve those objectives. Diplomacy is something that you really work in the background in terms of negotiations and all those things. Is part of it. But in that sense, strategic diplomacy is not really just strategy or diplomacy. I would much rather prefer that in this kind of a gathering, we talk really about why do we fight wars? What is the politics of wars? I mean, after all, war is a question of attrition of people, attrition of resources. It sets your development and growth back by several years, if not decades, and yet we do fight wars. So why? And what is the politics behind it? And I thought that basically when we talk about the politics of war, I should really divide that into several components. First of all, I'm sorry, I forgot. Because I'm sitting with so many veterans, I want to pay my tribute to the soldiers, Kargil war heroes, who actually make it possible for us to talk in this manner. If we were not in a free society like this, where we can be sure of our security, we wouldn't be able to talk like this, and therefore my salutes to them. Now coming to the politics of war. I think if you want to talk of the politics, we need to realize that the nature of war has changed considerably. I don't need to talk about that in the presence of the lieutenant generals and the major generals and the commodores, etc., and the air vice marshal. But the fact is, from the World War II, over a short period of just more than, even less than a century, the idea of war and the nature of war has completely changed. The wars were really about controlling territory before. It's not about controlling territories anymore. Ranjana, you spoke about the technology. What we did in Operation Sindoor was not controlling the territory. We went beyond the territory. What we are doing now, and essentially, the whole idea of the statecraft has changed. You use the word statecraft. The basic foundations of the statecraft till about half a century back was sovereignty and territorial integrity. What is sovereignty these days? I mean, can we say that India is a full sovereign country? Once we really become part of a multilateral organization where we actually begin to negotiate with other countries, we create alliances, Quad. We talk about Quad, we talk about Indo-Pacific arrangements. Can we talk about absolute sovereignty? Major General Shasthana is there. You are an academic also. You can answer the question later on. I don't think that we can really depend upon these two concepts of the old statecraft to define what the nations are about today. The nations, they exist across territorial boundaries. When Prime Minister Modi talks about Indian community abroad, And when he goes to Houston and says howdy Trump in front of the Indian community, what is he doing? We are using our influence with the Indian community abroad to do a foreign policy objective. And therefore, the whole thing is different. The nature of war is different. We are not talking about the territorial integrity anymore. What we are talking about is expanding our influence and control. Influence can be thought influence, anything. Control can be thought control, whatever, but it's control and influence, economic control, military control, anything. So that is what the statecraft is all about, and that's the reason the wars are different these days. Nature of war has changed. Today, we talked about infantry, artillery, we talked about the Air Force in the morning. But today, if you use artificial intelligence, you use satellite intervention. Today, you can actually interfere with the system, with the whole financial architecture of the USA, sitting back at home and ruin the whole place. So where does the infantry come in? Why do you need the aircraft? How many aircraft did we use in the Operation Sindoor? Therefore, the technology has become the most important platform of the war. We were successful in Operation Sindoor because we were able to integrate our technologies and the platforms. It was not just missiles, it was not just drones, it was not just one or the other, but we used them together. And but for the artificial intelligence, but for our own networks, we wouldn't have been able to do that. So technology has become very, very important as a conduit, as a means of war. And everything else comes together there, whether it is missiles, integrated technologies, and therefore the second aspect of the war today is, one is the objective, the first one I talked about, and how we fight the war today. That is the second thing. With your permission, sir, if I can. Okay. Now, essentially, these two will define. I was going to talk also about the history because our own history, legacies came to my mind, but I must finish it now quickly. Then we come to the strategies. These objectives and the nature will tell us what the strategy for the war should be. The strategy of the war will have to take into account that it is not just one or the other. It is the whole of the nation or whole of the people. It is the whole of the nation, whole of the people idea now. It is the information war. During Operation Sindoor, we were told often that we are losing the media narrative. You are influencing the opinions in the other countries. We sent the parliamentary delegations. It was not simply because they had to be sent, but somewhere during the thing, Pakistan, when we talked about Anis Munir having lunch with Trump, we were losing the narrative. So ultimately, the objective of the war is not just to really show how strong we are or that we have better technology, but whether we have been able to win that influence, whether we have been able to expand our access, our control into the other countries, and therefore, I would say any strategy that we develop must be a whole of the nation approach. It cannot be just one or the other. The days when Navy, Air Force, etc. could be separate are over. Lastly, I think the time when we could really fight, or we could say that yes, we could make a defense effort without an integrated approach is over. We need to have an integrated defense, not just defense, we need to have an integrated security doctrine. And in that security doctrine, we need to have role participation of all the important players. The day we said that the wars begin when the diplomacy fails is over. Today, the diplomacy and the wars coexist. We are exercising our diplomatic interventions at the same time, and the war has become the way part of our diplomatic efforts. And therefore, I think the time has come that whatever instrument we develop in terms of our integrated strategies, the departments of the government which play a role in defining our security policies should all come together under one roof. And I will.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Suresh Goyal Saab. I'm very glad that amongst us we have the Honorable Union Minister Shri Harsh Malhotra ji. And he's listening to an important discourse on how the future of a country would be in the hands of technology as a deterrent. And if technology is a deterrent, then no nation dare look at us to attack us or do anything strategic miscalculation, which possibly has happened ever since we became independent. Among all the speakers, actually what stands out very clearly is that we all spoke about integration, unification, one nation, whole of nation. I think this is all that came in. Second, what came out is that technology is going to give us an edge, but technology cannot be, which is not aggregated technology. We have to have common platforms which can come together as a mosaic, and I talk about mosaic warfare. In that it means the multi-domain operations, 5, 6, 7, all put together, Army, Navy, Air Force, Cyber and Space. And also industry is extremely important. I think tomorrow's standoff warfare would be fought by the industry. And our Honorable Minister would take a note of it, I'm sure, that next warfare would be supported by not only the industry, but possibly fought by the industry. So therefore, in what gets spoken here is that we need offensive technology. We need to fight a standoff warfare with standoff weapons. We need precision and standoff technology. We need to have independence yet synchronized command and control. We need to have structural reforms in which we don't have any constraints, yet we synergize together. We also spoke about that there was no cyber incident during Operation Sindoor, and Brigadier Amit spoke about the cyber resilience. But she also spoke about long developmental cycles in R&D. If there is a long development cycle, then whatever we complete would already be obsolete. So you have to have a short developmental cycle so that we have the latest technology not only on the drawing board, also in the R&D lab, but is given to the soldier for implementation. The next part, Amit spoke about the C5I2 ISR. In my report for ICT modernization, where we had CARE as part of our member, Dr. Rakshit was there, we were speaking about C5I2 star 2, which means target acquisition becomes part and robotics become part and parcel of our C2 system. So I think that is what is extremely important. We also spoke about that we have no warning periods, and therefore we cannot afford to have deficiencies. Because in Kargil, somebody said we will take 18 months to produce the radio sets, and there was no time to produce anything. So that is extremely important. And one question which emerges is territorial war a matter of the past? So it means when you talk about excision, POK, claims, Kashmir, then you talk about Donbass or Eastern Ukraine, or you talk about Palestine. Are they less about territory and more about technology? Or are we going to possibly use technology to secure a territory? I think that is extremely important, because on one side, we cannot be aspirational about territory, and on the other side, we say technology is more important, but I think technology is going to be used as a deterrent, not to lose territory. Maybe if we are aspirant, then we gain our claimed territory. And I think
I need to respond to that. I'm
so
sorry.
I think she also wanted to respond, and you should also respond. And if there is anybody else who wants to respond, I'll be very happy.
Very quick response. It's the lab prototypes don't take much time. It's the lab to the deployment which is taking far more time, and that's why to overcome those, you have a lot of we call them valleys of death, and we were trying to bridge that both underground as well as overground. Those are to be bridged very effectively, very effectively. Otherwise, whatever you do, whatever the technological edge you will have, you will not be able to utilize that. I think today's things are moving much faster.
Yeah.
See, the technology takes time when you are discovering a new material or an exotic kind of a base technology, but system engineering doesn't take that much time. We have ample capability to accelerate the system engineering and system prototyping. And I think, in a sense, the technological edge and the indigenous technological edge will give you far more sovereignty, because today we have not talked about the risks that we carry with each chip that you are importing, the risks that you carry with all the open source software that you are using. There are validation mechanisms. You also are aware what are the certification requirements. I think unless we are very careful about those things, we should not be caught off guard later. So the technologically you have to put adequate effort in those, or adequate focus or the spotlight on those aspects.
Okay, before Ambassador comes in, I think what you're talking about, there is a gap between development to deployment rather than in development. I think this is what you're saying.
Yes.
And a word from the Ambassador to
Thank
talk
you.
about technology
No,
versus territory.
No, technology is okay, but when you said that no cyber intrusion, I think we were lucky. And if China had really decided to do something in that direction to support Pakistan, we would have been up shit creek, really. Yes, I know that, yes. Okay, Aditya, I hope that what I say will not be reported to the media. Okay, and I'm saying that simply because of my own historical knowledge. You talked about Aksai Chin. You talked about Ukraine, which place Donbas, etc., etc. Ukraine, we know, is not about territory. Yes, territory comes into play, but Ukraine is more about Russia asserting its say, political say, strategic say, that come on, NATO, you cannot go beyond this. What was NATO all about? It was the war in Ukraine is not just about territory. It has become territory now, but it is more about really the strategic control. Coming to Aksai Chin, coming to Arunachal Pradesh, coming to China, coming to Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. I think we all realize that eventually if there is a settlement, in that settlement there would be territorial adjustments. And don't tell me that in your history of services, you have not come across the idea that the territorial settlement may require a lot of give and take. So again, Aksai Chin, do we really hope that we are going to get Aksai Chin back?
No, you're right about territory.
I'm saying something different here. Please allow me to. No, technology. I said earlier that technology is the domain of all the people sitting around here. Let me talk about politics. The point really here is that today, if Arunachal Pradesh, Tawang has become important for China, and they keep on interfering in the affairs there, is simply because there is too much nerve really for China to lose if they don't assert the control. It's not just Buddhism, it is connectivity. In terms of Ladakh, Tawang, Ladakh and Aksai Chin, we know very well that it is not going to happen. But if today our EM goes to China and talks to Wang Yi, he does that basically because we know in our own minds that while Pakistan we can challenge, eventually we have to talk to China. We have to develop good relations with China simply because China is also giving a contest to the USA. China is not just power now. China could be the next only one superpower. And therefore, we are looking at the future. And in that future, we are not talking about basically the old ideas of territory. We are talking about we need to gain technological influence. Who controls the critical minerals? We need to control technology. Where does the technology come from? You talked about developing indigenous components. We can't do everything on our own. So we have to basically be. Yes.
So, thank you very much for clarifying this. If I have a permission from the Honorable Union Minister, can we take one or two questions, because there will be curiosity among people sitting across. Ladies and gentlemen, we can have say 2 or 3 questions. If they are quick, then we can have 3, otherwise more deliberate too. Yes, sir.
It is normally seen that after every war, we do get influenced by.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, it's okay. I am Major General Asthana. I am the Director of Military Courses in United Service Institute of India, and I am also a strategic analyst. Now, it is normally seen that after every war we get influenced by that particular war and outcome of war, and we do not see what happened earlier and what happened later and what is likely to happen later. Now, let me remind you, if only technology could win war, then USA would not have lost for 20 years in Afghanistan and then won back from there. If only technology could win wars, then USA would not have lost in Vietnam. So therefore, technology is big enabler. It is one of the major instruments of war in future, but certainly it cannot replace the war itself, because war by itself, technology is only an instrument and an enabler. And if we give more credentials to that, I think we may be going wrong somewhere. Similarly, when we talk of these situations, whether territory is important, not important, diplomacy, everything is important. Because when we talk of comprehensive national power, today's war are the comprehensive national power of one country is pitted against the comprehensive national power of another country, which includes diplomacy, military, economic power, technological power, and everything, so on and so forth. The question is that when we are looking at our conditions, then every country's conditions are different. And in every country conditions, it has to structure its doctrine, strategy, its policies, and its foreign relations based on the situation of that particular country. We are the only country in the world which faces 2 nuclear neighbors. Both of them have border disputes with India, and both of them are in collusion with each other. And therefore, every single engagement which we do is not only one country which we are fighting, it is a joint effort of all the countries which are in collusion with each other, sometimes directly, sometimes indirectly.
So also, question please.
No, okay. The question is, no, the question was asked to me, and I think ambassadors told me that you should answer it subsequently, if I recall correctly.
I think you've already done that, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question?
Okay, bye.
Is there any other question, please? Yes, please. Last question.
Am I audible? Yes.
Yeah.
Sir, I am Lieutenant Colonel Vivek Yadav, sir. I am serving in AGIF. My question is regarding the battle narrative which we have, the 3 eminent speakers have spoken of, sir. My question is, are we not developing now the phobia of losing the battle narratives? Earlier we were having that, I'll use the term phobia, that air power can escalate the war. Now it is not so. We were having the nuclear hangover phobia, which is not now, as of now, it is not there. And now we are talking about battle narratives, that if we get delayed in our in producing our own version to the world, we will be losing out on the propaganda warfare, something. So, isn't it true, sir, that we should develop an image of ourselves that, okay, let Pak do the whatever rattling it wants to. But when India comes out with its narrative, it will be credible and it will be reliable. Shouldn't we think on that terms, sir?
I think it's not only battle narrative. I think it's information larger. It's a narrative which is a constant process.
Sir.
Would Ambassador like to answer that?
I think.
Okay.
May I just add a point there?
Yeah, please.
Just to contextualize what you said, the suggestion that you gave, that when India gives its narrative, that would be the right narrative. This itself is narrative building. This, what you said, is narrative building itself. So narrative building is not about a media bite which is given. It's a long-term establishment of your credentials. That's what is narrative building. So the idea is not to create a phobia. Idea is to understand that this is a very important component which cannot be let gone off. You have to be cognizant of this fact. Thank you.
Major.
Thank you very much. All that is left for me is to thank my panelists for giving excellent insights into their domains of expertise, and to GCTC for having invited us for this panel, and thank the Honorable Union Minister to be part of our discussion. Thank you very much, Jai Hind.
Thank you, General Panu. Before we end this session, may I call Mr. Kumar Rajesh, founder and CEO Shadow Infosystems, to kindly come and felicitate the panel.
And request to be a bit quick.
Yes. We can do it right now. We'll take a minute or so, and we'll start with the session's chair, Mr.
And also request the speakers to be there.
Yeah. General P.J. Pannu. AVM Ashish Singh. Brigadier Amit Suneja. Sorry, Dr. N. Ranjana. No issues. Dr. N. Ranjana. Brigadier Amit Suneja. And Commodore Manjeet Thomas. We'll have a quick good photograph and then we'll move for the next session.
You have to come.
I would request the speakers to be there.
Thank you, sir. And apologies for the exceeding time.
Slide. First of all, I would like to welcome the Honorable Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways and Corporate Affairs, Shri Harsh Malhotra ji. I would request General KJ to kindly to the dais, please. Thank you. In the meantime, the session moderator for the session would be Major Amit Bansal. Thank you, Major. And the speakers of the session are General KJ, former Western Army Commander-in-Chief. Then we have Major General SBS Asthana. Then next we have Colonel Satish Tyagi. And I would not take much of your time, and please, over to you, Major.
Thank you, Aditya. So we say that when we talk about the armed forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, Special Operations, they do not fight a battle. It's the nation which fights a battle. It's the nation which rallies behind its soldiers. It's the nation which rallies behind its veterans. It's the nation which rallies behind the national objective. It is the nation which is built on the character of its own examples. And as we know, the nations are not built by the citizen alone, but they are built by the blood and the bones of the soldiers, the martyrs. We take example of Israel, we take example of various other nations which collectively fought the battle as a nation. How do the people rally behind the armed forces? How do they show the solidarity or a unity to their forces? And how do they come out as a nation? So we are going to talk about various aspects of the human dimension in this session. We are going to talk about the soldiers, we are talking about the families, we are talking about the national solidarity, we will be speaking about the veteran welfare, we will be talking about the family support system which they are going to build in upon, how the rehabilitation takes place, what is the role of civil society, how do they honor the military service, and how the nation commemorate their heroes. At the same time, we also have to talk about how to inspire youth for national service and civic responsibility. And without any further delay, I would like to welcome the entire panel. And would you like to start first?
मैं आप सब में सबसे कम पढ़ा लिखा हूँ इस फील्ड का, तो बाद में आप लोगों की सुन के बोल लूँगा कुछ.
Sure. So among the speakers, I would like to invite first Lieutenant General KJ Singh.
हंस रहे हो, सच तो यही है.
Lieutenant General KJ Singh, the former Western Army commander. Sir, over to you, sir.
Jai Hind, everybody. ये हमारा सौभाग्य है. We are very lucky that we have the Honorable Minister with us. He not only
Please,
told us
General KJ, we have Ambassador Suresh Goyal also here. Please, sorry, I missed his name. Please. Ambassador Goyal. Please over it.
Okay. So we are lucky that we have in our concluding session our chief guest with us, and he was kind enough to tell us that we need not hurry, we can take extra time. He also allowed questions, and now he is showing ultimate humility by telling us that आप बोल लीजिए, मैं बाद में, पर बात यह कि जो निचोड़ है वो हमको ये बाद में बता देंगे. Now the issue is that how do Indians rally behind armed forces? अगर आज की बात करें तो आपने कुछ दिनों पहले अखबार में देखा होगा, एक बच्चा है शवन सिंह, फिरोजपुर का है, उसको टाइप 2 डायबिटीज है, मतलब इंसुलिन लेता है बचपन से ही. और वो क्या कर रहा था जब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हो रहा था? ही वॉज गोइंग एंड गिविंग फूड टू ट्रूप्स, बांट रहा था. उसको रोक रहे थे, वो जाके बांट रहा था. एंड नाउ वेस्टर्न कमांड हैज टेकन ओवर द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. आई वॉज लकी टू कमांड दैट फॉर्मेशन टू लुक आफ्टर द एजुकेशन ऑफ सच ए चाइल्ड. तो जहाँ हम कारगिल के हीरोज़ को याद करते हैं, करना भी चाहिए, उसके साथ ही हम अपने देश के लोगों का भी आभार व्यक्त करते हैं, और एक ताली हमको उनके लिए भी बजानी चाहिए. क्योंकि अगर हम होल ऑफ नेशन की बात करें तो ये जो नागरिक हैं वो हमारे पीछे खड़े हैं, अपना स्कूल खाली कर देते हैं, अपनी लाइफ को रोक देते हैं, बंकरों में चले जाते हैं और लड़ाई के टाइम पर फौज के साथ खड़े हो जाते हैं. देखिए, पाकिस्तान ने बहुत बार कोशिश की है. 1947 में भी उन्होंने किया, बारामूला के इलाके में लूटमार करने लगे, रेप्स हो गए, तो वहाँ के लोगों ने खड़े हो गए उनके खिलाफ, पूरे तो नहीं लेकिन खड़े हुए. उसके बाद में 65 वॉर से पहले पाकिस्तान ने खुराफात की, एक किया मोए मुकद्दस की, जो हजरत का जो सेक्रेड बाल रखा है मस्जिद में, वो गायब हो गया. उन्होंने सोचा इससे फिर जितने भी इंडिया के मुसलमान हैं वो सब अपराइजिंग हो जाएगा, कश्मीर में दंगे हो जाएंगे. लेकिन ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ, लोगों ने उनका साथ नहीं दिया एंड 65 में भी वो फेल हो गए। आपने देखा होगा 71 में भी कुछ ऐसा ही हुआ, और लाल बहादुर शास्त्री के टाइम पर इट was he gave a slogan, जय जवान जय किसान। It is not only the soldier, there is also the farmer who is standing with him, जो कि लड़ रहा है उसके साथ। तो अभी जब कारगिल की लड़ाई हुई तब भी आपको शायद पता होगा, हमारी जब सारी सर्विलेंस फैसिलिटीज फेल हो गई तो एक गुजर ने बताया कि आप लोग गलती कर रहे हैं, चूक कर रहे हैं, वहां पर पाकिस्तानी है, गाजी आ गए, आप देखिए तो सही जाके। तो हमारे लोग और वहां के लोगों ने पोर्टर का काम किया, अपनी पोनीज दी, और अब इसको कोई मैथमेटिकल फॉर्मूला से कैलकुलेट नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन कारगिल की लड़ाई में उनका जो रोल है उसको आप अंडर एस्टिमेट भी नहीं कर सकते। और यही चीज आप सिंदूर में देखेंगे कि ऐसा ही वहां भी हुआ, पुंछ और उन इलाकों में। तो मैंने खुद ने बहुत बार ऐसा एक्सपीरियंस किया है। जब अब ट्राइडेंट हो रहा था तो हमने एमनिशन लोड करने थे जोधपुर में, सिविलियन हमारे साथ लोडिंग करा रहे थे। कारगिल के टाइम पर मैं कहीं जा रहा था, रास्ते में रुका खाना खाने, उन्होंने पैसे लेने से मना कर दिया। तो आर सिविलियन सोसाइटी, बट सिर्फ यही बात है, होता भी ऐसा ही है, हमारी कंट्री नहीं है, वर्ल्ड ओवर, कि फौजी की याद और भगवान की याद सिर्फ तभी होती है जबकि आपदा आई होती है। जो ही आपदा चली जाती है तो हम उसको भूल जाते हैं, ये हमारी कमजोरी है। बट मैं आपको एक चीज बता देना चाहता हूं कि कारगिल के टाइम पर फर्स्ट कैजुअलिटी जो है उस वॉर की, वो मेरी रेजिमेंट की जिम्मेवारी बनी उसको लुक आफ्टर करने की। तो क्या हुआ कि उन दिनों में कोई इतने बड़े पैकेज वगैरह नहीं थे, इतने बड़े पैकेज नहीं थे, लेकिन धीरे धीरे वो सब चीजें हुई। इंडिया टुडे में वो छपा भी, और आज देखिए ऐसा हुआ कि एक जवान है, उसकी डेथ हो जाती है, उसकी वाइफ है, फैमिली चाहती है कि वाइफ शादी कर ले दूसरे बेटे से, लेकिन वाइफ दूसरे बेटे से शादी नहीं करना चाहती क्योंकि दूसरे बेटे की सगाई हो चुकी है। तो उसकी बात सही है, वो कहती है उसकी तो सगाई हो चुकी है, वो क्यों तोड़े, तो उस सबसे छोटे से शादी करती है। लेकिन कैसे करती है, फैमिली नहीं कराना चाहती, हमारी रेजिमेंट के गुरुद्वारे में शादी होती है, हम उसके माँ बाप बन जाते हैं, किसी ने बनना होता है, कन्यादान करना होता है, और फिर वो लड़की पढ़ी लिखी है, आज आप डेरा बस्सी की वो तहसीलदार है, वो लड़की, वो वीर नारी तहसीलदार है, उसके बच्चे पढ़ गए। तो इस तरीके से सब यूनिट, सब लोगों को मदद करनी चाहिए, हम उनको भूले ना। एक पुरानी कविता भी है, वो धरती ही बांझ हो जाएगी जहां वीर ना पूजे जाएंगे। We have to worship our warriors, we have to stand with our families after a person is gone। and ये GCTC का सौभाग्य है कि आज हमने तृप्ता थापर जी को स्टेज पे देखा, आज हमने अलका आहूजा जी को स्टेज पे देखा, तो हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन भूलती नहीं है। तो मैं अभी आजकल, मैं तो हिंदी भाषी एरिया में भी रहा बहुत, तो आजकल कहते हैं, थोड़ा मजाक के तौर पे भी कह देता हूँ, मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ और अभी रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ सूत्रधार महोदय से कि आगे लेकर जाएं प्लीज।
धन्यवाद सर। और जैसे कि मैं अब सूत्रधार हूँ तो सूत्र को आगे लेकर के जाता हूँ, और इस प्रक्रिया में मेजर जनरल एस बी अस्थाना सर को आमंत्रित करता हूँ कि वो कुछ कहें।
नहीं कोई बात नहीं। नहीं
दिन में 2-3 सेमिनार में जाते हैं ये।
आई थिंक दूर हो जाएगा।
नहीं आ जाओ इतना।
थैंक यू सर। हाँ जी, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। आदरणीय हर्ष मल्होत्रा जी, टीम GCTC की, उन सबको मैं आभारी हूँ कि आज मुझे मौका मिला इस विषय में बात करने के लिए, क्योंकि ये हमारे लिए गर्व और इज्जत की बात है कि इस टॉपिक पर आज हम बात कर रहे हैं जो पूरे देश का गौरव है, शान है, और जो हमारी मेमोरीज में एक तरीके से चिपक गया है, जो अटमोस्ट प्राइड जिसे हम बोलते हैं, वो है कारगिल वॉर। और इस कारगिल वॉर में अभी जो हम बात कर रहे हैं इस सेशन में, वो हम बात कर रहे हैं 3 चीज़ों की। एक तो वो सोल्जियर जो वहाँ पर लड़ा, और उस सोल्जियर ने जो कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया, उन भीषम पहाड़ियों के ऊपर जाकर उसने जिस मुताबिक देश से पाकिस्तानी को खदेड़ा, उस पर हम सभी को गर्व है। और उसी को सपोर्ट करती हैं उनकी फैमिलीज। और उस सबसे ज़्यादा, क्योंकि मैं खुद उस लड़ाई में कमांडिंग ऑफिसर था, तो मैं इज्जत के साथ और आज आभार के साथ बोलता हूं कि हमारे देशवासियों ने जिस हिसाब से हम लोगों को सपोर्ट करा, उससे जितना मोराल हम लोगों का हाई होता है, उसका कोई एग्जाम्पल नहीं है पूरे वर्ल्ड में। क्योंकि जितनी इज्जत भारत अपने सोल्जर्स को देता है, उतनी मुझे नहीं लगता कि किसी और देश में, मैं यूनाइटेड नेशन में भी रहा हूँ, बहुत सारी आर्मीज मैंने देखी हैं, लेकिन ऐसा कहीं नहीं है। और इसी चीज को, ये इस पूरे तथ्य को और इस पूरे सब्जेक्ट को मैं सिर्फ लाइव एग्जाम्पल के साथ बताना चाहूँगा, और उसी एक नए तरीके से आपको इसके बारे में बताना चाहूँगा। और जब मैं कमांडिंग ऑफिसर था, मेरी बटालियन कारगिल में, कारगिल लड़ाई के ही टाइम पे उसके एक नेबरिंग लोकेशन में थी। अचानक से क्या हुआ कि एक फायरिंग आई और मेरे एक जवान का दाहिने हाथ के ऊपर बहुत सारी गोलियां लग गई। और मेरा डॉक्टर आया मेरे सामने और उसने बताया कि सर, इसका हाथ यहीं पे काटना पड़ेगा, अगर इसको नीचे ले गए मर जाएगा, और इतना टाइम नहीं है, तो मुझे आपकी परमिशन चाहिए, राइट हैंड है, कि मैं इसका राइट हैंड काट दूं। तो मैंने बोला ठीक है, अगर कोई इसके अलावा इलाज नहीं है तो ठीक है, आप कर दीजिए ऐसे। तो उसने उसका राइट हैंड काट दिया। नेक्स्ट डे मैंने ये बोला कि लेकिन जब इसको होश आता है तो मैं इसके आंख के सामने होना चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं इस चीज पर डिसीजन ले रहा हूँ। तो नेक्स्ट डे वो हॉस्पिटल में था, मैं उसके सामने गया, और जब उसको होश आया, जब डॉक्टर ने बताया मुझे सर होश आने वाला है, आप आ जाओ, जब होश आया तो सबसे पहले मैंने उसको बोला, बेटे आपको दाहिने हाथ में गोली बहुत लग गया था, मैं आपकी जान तो बचा सका लेकिन मैं आपका हाथ नहीं बचा सका। जाहिर है कि सबसे पहले उसकी समझ में नहीं आया कि हुआ क्या। फिर वो रोया और मेरे से लिपट गया, और 1-2 मिनट के लिए रोता रहा, क्योंकि अभी ये ह्यूमन एलिमेंट है जिसको हमें समझने की जरूरत है। उसके बाद में पहला सेंटेंस जो उसके मुंह से निकला, साहब कुछ और पाकिस्तानी मारने के बाद हाथ कटने से अच्छा होना था। ये पहला सेंटेंस था। और ये जवान है नागा कुकी, मैं असम रेजिमेंट का हूं, और जितने नॉर्थ ईस्ट के ट्राइबल्स हैं उनकी जो क्वालिटी है, ह्यूमन क्वालिटी है, बहुत ही जबरदस्त है। अब उसके बाद मैंने बोला बेटे आपका कोई रिश्तेदार है यूनिट में? तो उसने बताया मुझे, तो मैं फोन करने के लिए साइड में गया। अब वो मेरे डॉक्टर को बोलता है कि साहब क्या करेगा, मुझे रोना आ गया, मैंने गांव बुढ़ा का यूनिफॉर्म भिगा दिया, यानी कि सीओ का यूनिफॉर्म भिगा दिया। इमेजिन द डेडिकेशन ऑफ दैट मैन हु हैज टू स्टे द एंटायर लाइफ माइनस हिज राइट हैंड, इज स्टिल बॉदर्ड कि उसने अपने सीओ का यूनिफॉर्म भिगा दिया। इतने डेडिकेटेड जवान पूरे वर्ल्ड में कहीं नहीं। और मैं दावे के साथ कह सकता हूं कि आज अगर हम जीतते हैं, अगर हम चैलेंज कर सकते हैं किसी भी ताकत को, तो इट इज बिकॉज ऑफ द यंग ऑफिसर्स एंड जवान्स ऑफ इंडिया हु आर मैच टू नोबडी। अब मैं आता हूं फैमिलीज के ऊपर। क्या आप इमेजिन कर सकते हैं कि ये बैचलर था उस समय, उसके बाद में इसी की गांव में एक लेडी उभर के सामने आती है, लड़की, और बोलती मैं इससे शादी करूंगी। उन्होंने शादी करी। शादी करने के बाद में जो अब आता है सपोर्ट सिस्टम, जो हम तीसरी बात करते हैं, नेक्स्ट देश क्या कर सकता है और हम क्या कर सकते हैं। कुछ चीज़ें होती हैं जो हम कर सकते हैं। तो मैंने उससे पूछा, बेटे उसको अब देखिए जो आर्टिफिशियल लिम्ब सेंटर है हमारा बहुत अच्छा है, बहुत चीज़ें आई थिंक फौज ने भी और देश ने भी बनाई हैं ऐसे डिसेबल्ड लोगों को सेटल करने के लिए। तो वहाँ पे जाके उसने उसका हैंड दोबारा से लगाया गया। उसी के बाद उसका एक भाई था, उसकी नौकरी नहीं लगी थी, वो भी हमने उसी मुताबिक कराया। उसके बाद में उसने भी गवर्नमेंट ने मदद करी, मैंने गवर्नमेंट उधर लिखा स्टेट मिनिस्ट्री को, उसकी मदद हुई। तो ये देखिए किस तरीके से देश सामने आ रहा है। उसके बाद जैसे ही वहाँ पर वो गया आर्टिफिशियल लिम्ब सेंटर में, तो मुझे उसने एक दिन चिट्ठी लिखी कि साहब मैं अभी बहुत ठीक हूँ और मैं बहुत खुश हूँ। तो ये एक अल्टीमेट होता है कि एक जवान डिसेबल हो गया और उसके बाद उसे लग रहा है कि नहीं, पूरी सोसाइटी मुझे रेस्पॉन्ड कर रही है और मेरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मुझे रेस्पॉन्ड कर रही है। हमारे यहाँ भी ये सिस्टम है कि हम उसको कैरी करेंगे आखिरी तक, जो शेल्टर्ड अपॉइंटमेंट है उसमें डाल के उनमें, और वो अपने आप ग्रो करता जाएगा। उसके बाद एक जो धारणा, जो बातचीत होती है दोनों के बीच में, जो मैं मतलब एक क्लोजनेस की बात बताता हूँ कि जो हमारी कॉर्पोरेटरी जैसी होती है। कुछ दिन पहले मेरे पास फ़ोन आया एक दिन उसी आदमी का, साहब मेरी बेटी आपसे बात करना चाहती है। तो मैंने फ़ोन उठाया, उसने बोला ग्रैंडपा आई वांट टू टेक एडवाइस फ्रॉम यू। मैं आपको बता नहीं सकता कि जितनी खुशी मुझे उस दिन हुई थी उतनी मुझे जिंदगी में नहीं हुई, क्योंकि ये एक जो जज्बा है और ये एक जो जिसे बोलते हैं कनेक्शन है एक कमांडिंग ऑफिसर और एक जवान के बीच में, जो हमारी बुनियाद है हमारी आर्मी की, वो उस चीज को जाहिर करता है। उसी के बाद अगर आप देखते जाइए तो कई चीजें हुई हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि 1999 के बाद में जो चले गए उनको हम याद करते हैं, काफ़ी लोगों को अवार्ड मिल जाते हैं, लेकिन एक अननोन सोल्जियर भी एक कम्युनिटी है जिसका कंट्रीब्यूशन कम नहीं है। लेकिन वो जिस समय उन्होंने अपनी जान दी, कुछ लोग मरे, मेरी आंख के सामने कुछ लोग गए हैं, लेकिन जब वो जान देते हैं तब उन्हें ये नहीं पता होता कि क्या देश हमें याद करेगा या नहीं करेगा। उस समय पलटन की इज्जत, पलटन का नाम, मेरा देश मेरा काम और नाम नमक निशान, और उसके ऊपर आदमी जान दे देता है अपनी। और उसके बाद जाहिर है कि जान देने के बाद में ये जरूरी बन जाता है, देश की भी एक जिम्मेवारी बन जाती है और हम सब की जिम्मेवारी बन जाती है कि ना सिर्फ उसको, उसकी फैमिली को पूरी तरीके से उस जगह पे रखें जिससे और लोग भी इंस्पायर हों। कहा जाता है जैसे अभी कई सारी चीज़ें हुई हैं ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की, जैसे अगर हम बात करें बहुत कुछ आगे बदला, बहुत कुछ बना है वेलफेयर में भी। मुझे नहीं लगता, जैसे काफ़ी चीज़ें हैं, OROP हुआ, DGR हुआ, ECHS हुआ, काफ़ी सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस आई हैं और काफ़ी सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अच्छा कर रही हैं। और मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई भी देश इतनी अच्छी तरीके से अपने एक्स सर्विसमैन की भी देखभाल करता है, क्योंकि काफ़ी जगह मैं देखता गया हूँ। लेकिन वो कभी कभी होता क्या है कि ये चीज़ नज़र आती है जब भी कभी कुछ लोग ब्यूरोक्रेसी में या कहीं पे, जैसे बोलते हैं कि जो लोग डील करते हैं ग्राउंड पे, अगर कुछ इस किस्म की प्रॉब्लम आती हैं तो उनके लिए ज़रूर ये संदेश जाता है कि देखिए जिस आदमी ने जवान दी, अपनी जान दी है और जो अपाहिज हो गया, उसको अगर पूरी रिस्पेक्ट ना मिले तो शायद लोग उस जज्बे से फौज में आना थोड़ा बंद कर देंगे। और ये चीज़ जो है ये इम्पॉर्टेंट है। उसी मुताबिक सिविल सोसाइटी के भी रोल्स हैं, कॉरपोरेट हैं, NGOs हैं, ये सब अपने तरफ से सभी कुछ करते गए हैं। अभी हमने कुछ और इनिशिएटिव शुरू किए। मेरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जिसमें हम लोग एक वीर गाथा पोर्टल मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस ने डाला है और उस पोर्टल को हम लोग देखभाल कर रहे हैं। उसमें हर बहादुर की जो साइटेशंस हैं उसके अंदर वो लोड हो रही हैं। जाहिर है कि मैं भी उम्मीद करूंगा कि स्कूलों को भी ये बताया जाए कि भाई ये वीर गाथा पोर्टल है, आप उसको अप्रोच कीजिए, वो इंटरनेट पे अवेलेबल है और हर एक बहादुर की जो वीर गाथा है वो गाथा जो है वो उनको बताई जा सकती है। उसी मुताबिक एक और इनिशिएटिव हम लोगों ने कोशिश की है लेने की, और वो है कि बैटल फील्ड टूरिज्म। अभी आप देखिए दुनिया भर के कोई विलेज टूरिज्म करा रहा है, कोई इधर उधर का टूरिज्म करा रहा है, तो एक बैटल फील्ड टूरिज्म की भी बात चली है और उसमें भी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस काफ़ी हद तक साथ है और उनके साथ भी बातचीत हो रही है। कई सारे देश हैं जो कुछ लोग अपने वेटरन्स के डिपार्टमेंट्स बना रखे हैं, कुछ लोग मेमोरियल्स बनाते हैं, कुछ लोग परेड्स करते हैं। भारत में भी ये सब कुछ हो रहा है, लेकिन बड़ा अच्छा लगा देख के जब नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल बना, जो कारगिल दिवस का जो वार मेमोरियल बना है वहाँ पे, वो भी मुझे लगता है कि इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज है और स्टूडेंट्स को भी और युवाओं को भी इन चीज़ों के बारे में मालूम होना चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर ये इस किस्म के टूरिज्म भी बढ़ते हैं, बैटलफील्ड टूरिज्म जो है, मैं गया था वियतनाम में और वियतनाम में भी देखिए आप काफ़ी उन्होंने बैटलफील्ड टूरिज्म बनाए हुए हैं। जितनी भी उन्होंने बैटल से लड़ाई से जो ताल्लुक़ रखने वाली चीज़ें हैं उनको भी उन्होंने एज टूरिस्ट स्पॉट बहुत डेवलप किया है। जाहिर है कि कारगिल भी अगर हम डेवलप करें तो बहुत अच्छा टूरिस्ट स्पॉट हो सकता है। तो अंत में मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि अ सोल्जियर डाइज नॉट व्हेन ही इज शॉट बट ही डाइज व्हेन ही इज फॉरगॉटन, और इन केस he is disabled, he dies when he is not looked after, when his disability comes to fore. So this is the place. मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ कि जब हम लोग लड़ाई लड़ते हैं, मैं अब जितने भी ऑपरेशंस हैं मैंने मोस्टली में हिस्सा लिया है, उस समय कोई भी आदमी किसी को ये नहीं लगता कि यार मेरी अगर मर गया तो मर गया यार, कहानी खत्म, फिर तो किसी और की प्रॉब्लम। लेकिन अगर टांग चली गई, हाथ चला गया, तब आपको लगता है कि नहीं यार मेरी देखभाल करे कोई, तो तब जो वो शांति वो जरूर रहती है दिल में। इसलिए जब भी कभी आप यू कम अक्रॉस एनी डिसेबल्ड सोल्जियर, यू मस्ट लुक आफ्टर दैट पर्सन बिकॉज अ लॉट गोज इन हिज माइंड एंड देन एट सम पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम इफ ही इज नॉट लुक्ड आफ्टर, तब वो बैठ के सोचता है कि यार मैंने ये क्यों किया, किसके लिए किया, इनके लिए किया जो मुझे देखभाल नहीं करनी। नाउ दैट इज समथिंग विच परहैप्स इफ वी कैन अवॉइड would be great. So, the legacy of Kargil War is not restricted to reclaiming hills, but building unity, humanity, and national character. Jai Hind.
थैंक यू सर। मेरे जीवन काल में बहुत सारे देशों में घूमा हूँ और मिला हूँ लोगों को, और शायद ये कहने में मुझे कोई संकोच नहीं है कि भारत एक अकेला देश है जहाँ पर सेना में जाना केवल एक जॉब नहीं है, सेना में जाना अपने आप में एक पैशन है। आप उत्तर भारत के किसी भी गांव में चले जाएं, आपको 40-50 युवा रोज सुबह दौड़ते दिख जाएंगे। उनसे पूछेंगे आपको क्या तैयारी कर रहे हैं, तो वो कहते हैं साहब हम भर्ती की तैयारी कर रहे हैं। और ये जज्बा है, केवल नौकरी के लिए वो नहीं चाहते, नौकरी चाहे तो कहीं भी मिल सकती है, लेकिन जज्बा है कि उनको वर्दी पहननी है। वर्दी पहनकर जो पहली बार अपने गाँव में आते हैं तो जिस तरह से उनका स्वागत होता है, जो इज्जत मिलती है, ये शायद मुझे नहीं लगता कि किसी और मुल्क में पॉसिबल है। तो बिना किसी देरी के मैं अब आमंत्रित करता हूं कर्नल सतीश त्यागी जी को, और ये हमारा गौरव है कि हमारे बीच में कर्नल सतीश त्यागी और जनरल अस्थाना और बैठे हैं। ये दोनों कारगिल वॉर के वेटरन रहे हैं। तो ओवर टू कर्नल त्यागी सर।
थैंक यू। आदरणीय श्री हर्षवर्धन जी, हर्ष मल्होत्रा जी, जी जी सॉरी हर्ष मल्होत्रा जी, मैं क्षमा चाहता हूँ। कारगिल से बात शुरू हो रही है तो फिर मैं कारगिल का ही कोई एपिसोड और आपको सुना देता हूँ, और वो बताएगा कि हमारा जज्बा क्या है, जो जवान का, हमारे आसपास हमारे माहौल का, हमें जो हमारे जितना भी वहाँ का सिविल महकमा है उन सब का किस तरीके से लोग बाग आपकी मदद के लिए आगे आ खड़े होते हैं। 8 सिख जब टाइगर हिल के ऊपर हमला कर रही थी तो उनके बहुत सारे जवान जो हैं उसमें जो घायल हुए, बेहोश है, उसका हाथ पैर उड़ गया है, एक एक करके जब सीओ साहब के सामने जो है, सीओ साहब के सामने से उनको ले जाया जा रहा था उसके ऊपर, स्ट्रेचर के ऊपर, तो जैसे ही जवान ने जो कि बेहोश था उसके सीओ साहब ने उसके सिर पे हाथ रखा, किस तरह हो पुत्र, वो बेहोश आदमी जो है होश में आ गया, बोला सर जी हूँ सीओ साहब आ गए हैं तो और कोई गल ही नहीं है, मैं तो जिंदा हो गया। तो ये जज्बा जो है वो हमारे भारत के जवानों का है, यही जज्बा हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस का है। ऐसा ही वहाँ माहौल था जब शुरू में सामान ले जाना बड़ा मुश्किल था। ऊपर पहाड़ी पे आप पहुंच गए हैं लेकिन आपको खाने पीने के लिए रसद नहीं आ रही है, कैसे ले जाएंगे? तो वो अब अपने म्यूल्स आ गए, लेकिन 18,000 की फुट की ऊंचाई के लिए वो जो 80 म्यूल्स हैं वो तैयार नहीं थे, क्योंकि उन्हें चाहिए 1.5 मीटर की चौड़ी पगडंडी, और उनका फिर डोमेस्टिक लोड इतना हो जाता था कि वहां तक ले जाने के लिए, वहां तक जाने के लिए और अपना खाने के लिए ही उनका लोड पूरा हो जाता। तो क्या करें, समस्या सामने आई। तो मैंने देखा वहां लद्दाखी बुद्धिस्ट एसोसिएशन है, LBA के नाम से, उसमें उन्होंने आपस में इकट्ठा होके यहां तक कि स्कूल का प्रिंसिपल तक एनरोल किया हुआ था वॉलंटियर काम के लिए। उन्होंने अपने कंधे पे सामान लेके जो एक म्यूल्स को ले जाना था ऊपर तक ले जाके गए, और पूरे टाइम उन्होंने अपना ड्यूटीज लगा के ऊपर तक जाते रहे। तो एक जज्बा सिर्फ फौज में ही नहीं, हमारे देशवासियों में भी है, हमारी सिविल सोसाइटी में भी है, कि उन्होंने इस काम को अपने LBA का एक जो ड्यूटी पे हर एक दिन नया आदमी आ जाता था और वो सामान ऊपर पहुंचा रहा था। उन्होंने वहाँ पे उनके पास एक होते हैं, उनको स्मॉल SD स्मॉल डोंकीज बोलते हैं, बहुत ही छोटे से होते हैं, उसको घास पास खाने की प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती है, वो ऊंची पहाड़ियों में भी जाके अकेला घास खा लेता है, अनलाइक दी 80 म्यूल्स। उन्होंने अपने 80 म्यूल्स को फ्री कर दिया, और वो जो है हैप्पीली फिर उनको हायर करना शुरू किया हमने, इंडियन आर्मी ने, और लेके उनको ऊपर तक सामान ले जाना उनकी जिम्मेदारी हो गई। तो उसमें काफ़ी मदद हो गई, जो काफ़ी इजी बन गया। तो ऐसी ये छोटी छोटी घटनाएं आपके पास। वहाँ जब कारगिल में आप पहले दिन पहुँचे हैं तो लगा कि यहाँ तो खाने पीने की तो कभी है ही नहीं, नीचे आपको पता नहीं कहाँ से नए प्रकार का, अब तो ये चीज़ें बहुत कॉमन हो गई हैं, टेट्रा पैक में मिल्क था जो ख़राब नहीं होता था। ऐसे इस तरह की बहुत सारी चीज़ें, बीकानेर का लड्डू वहाँ पे अवेलेबल था आपको। तो आपको मदद करने के लिए पूरा देश आ खड़ा हुआ था, और बहुत ले लोगों ने वहाँ पे हमारी मदद करी, सिविल सोसाइटी। अब आते हैं हमारे फौज के हमारा आदर सम्मान। मैं अभी कुछ दिन पहले ही पर्ल हार्बर यहाँ इसमें हवाई में देखने के लिए गया था, और उससे तो वहाँ मैंने देखा कि हवाई जहाज की लाइन में जब आपको बोर्डिंग करते हैं तो बिजनेस क्लास में साथ में उन्होंने अनाउंस किया कि वेटरन्स कैन कम फॉरवर्ड, यानी कि सबसे पहले बिजनेस क्लास वालों को अंदर करते हैं, बिठाते हैं, और उन्होंने कहा वेटरन्स आप आगे आ जाइए। मैं भी वेटरन था, मैंने कहा नहीं पूछ के देखते हैं कि मैं अपना आइडेंटिटी बता के देखते हैं कि मैं इंडियन आर्मी में हूँ। यू विल नॉट बिलीव, उन्होंने मेरा आदर सम्मान किया, बोले नहीं वेटरन तो वेटरन है, और ख़ास तौर से इंडियन आर्मी का नाम हम लोग यहाँ तक जानते हैं। तो हम लोगों का सिर्फ यही नाम नहीं है, भारतीय फौज का नाम विदेशों तक में है। स्टैनफोर्ड में मैं क्या कहते हैं, अभी उससे पहले मैं स्टैनफोर्ड में अपना कारगिल की किताब लेके गया था, और मैंने कहा कि नहीं यहाँ पता नहीं लोग बागों को पता है कि नहीं है। तो बाकायदा उन्होंने वहाँ पर इसके ऊपर एक स्टडी सेंटर बनाया हुआ है। तो मैं देखता हूँ कि यही चीज़ अगर हम अपने करिकुलम में हियर इन इंडिया, अपनी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में अपने इसको लाएं, इसमें कोई पैसा नहीं लगता, इसमें कोई सिर्फ एक सोच की बात है। हम किस तरीके से अपने इन्फ्लुएंसर की ज़रूरत है। आज की डेट में नौजवान को इंस्पायर करने के लिए इन्फ्लुएंसर सबसे बड़ी, और ये आपके इन्फ्लुएंसर्स कौन हैं? आजकल सोशल मीडिया में बहुत कुछ अवेलेबल है, तरह तरह के इन्फ्लुएंसर्स हैं, डेडिकेटेड इन्फ्लुएंसर्स। मैं तो कहता हूं कि आप एक ऐसा ऐप बना के हम मोबाइल का तैयार खड़ा करें, कोई बहुत दिक्कत नहीं। आजकल तो छोटा बच्चा भी और चैट जीपीटी वगैरह से तो लेके आप ऐप तुरंत बना सकते हैं। एक हम ऐसा ऐप बनाएं जो ताकि एक जो आपका नॉर्मल स्कूल का बच्चा है उससे वो नेशनल सर्विस के लिए ज्वाइन कर सके। आज की डेट में हम नेशनल सर्विस के नाम से क्या एनसीसी और ये इस तरीके की चीज़ें, लेकिन इन सब चीज़ों से एक दूसरे हम देख रहे हैं कि थोड़ी डिस्टेंस बढ़ती जा रही है। कितना बच्चा एनसीसी जाता है, कितना नहीं। बहुत सा बच्चा आज की डेट में सिर्फ मोबाइल सोशल मीडिया ऐप्स में घुसने की कोशिश करता है। तो एक ऐसा ऐप अगर बनाएं जिससे कि क्या कहते हैं, उसमें कोई भी वो नेशनल सर्विस के नाम पर अपने क्रेडिट को हासिल करे, उसमें अपने पॉइंट्स बढ़ाए। जैसे कि क्या कहते हैं, स्कूल यूनिवर्सिटी में एडमिशन में आज की डेट में आपने सोशल सर्विस की है कि नहीं, एनजीओ में काम किया है कि नहीं, एक सर्टिफिकेट भी देने से आपको क्रेडिट मिलता है और एडमिशन मिलता है, या खास तौर से विदेशों में। तो अगर हम एक ऐसा क्रेडिट सिस्टम बनाएं जिससे वो अपने वो पॉइंट्स अर्न करता रहे, और तो हमारे बच्चे जो हैं, वो यूथ जो है वो इंस्पायर होगा, आर्म फोर्सेस के बारे में वो जानेगा। मैं अब 25-26 साल के बाद अक्सर कभी बच्चों से किसी से पूछता हूँ कि आप को पता है कारगिल कब हुआ था? हाँ जी, नाम तो सुना है। हम उस मुगालते में ना रहे हैं कि क्या कहते हैं, हमारा सब कुछ सब लोग जानते हैं। हमें ये दिखाना है, हमें ये इंश्योर करना है कि अगली पीढ़ी ही नहीं, अगली पीढ़ियां जो हैं अगर अपने पुराने इतिहास को नहीं पढ़ेंगी, नहीं जानेंगी, नहीं सोचेंगी, नहीं उसमें इंटरेस्ट लेंगी, तो आगे हम कितना भी तरक्की करें, एक जो गर्व और अभिमान हमें हमारा होना चाहिए वो हमें नहीं मिलेगा। तो मेरे ख्याल में एक छोटा सा ऐप बनाना भी मैं मंत्री जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो इस पॉइंट को जरूर रखें कि हो सकता है कि मैं इसमें कोई पैसा नहीं लगना, इसमें तो एक आप मोटिवेशन के लिए एक क्रेडिट सिस्टम आपने बनाया है कि जिस बच्चे के ज़्यादा क्रेडिट हैं उसको उतनी प्रेफरेंस जो है स्कूल्स और यूनिवर्सिटीज़ ऑब्लिक इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज ऑब्लिक मेडिकल कॉलेज ऑब्लिक जितने भी ये स्किल सेंटर्स हैं उसमें
एनईपी में कुछ प्रावधान किए गए हैं।
हाँ,
जिसमें कि अब आपको
वेरी गुड
और इन कैंप्स के क्रेडिट मिल रहे हैं।
एक्सीलेंट,
जो है
वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड।
मैं ये यूटी की एजुकेशन कमेटी का हेड हूँ।
एक्सीलेंट। हाँ, अगर है एग्जिस्टिंग तो वेरी गुड।
आपका ये विचार?
हाँ, ऐप से क्या है कि उसको आप इतना इंटरैक्टिव और इतना अट्रैक्टिव बना दीजिएगा, इन्फ्लुएंसर भी डाल दीजिएगा, क्योंकि आज की डेट में एक छोटा सा बच्चा भी, माँ जब बच्चा रोता है तो माँ उसको मोबाइल थमा देती है। तो क्यों ना उसकी वजह हम जो है इसी को अपना इन्फ्लुएंसर का इंस्ट्रूमेंट बना के इसमें ही आप बच्चे में देशभक्ति की भावना जन्म से आप डालिएगा। आप ये ऐप बनाइएगा, आप गेम बनाइएगा, आप कार्टून्स बनाइएगा। कार्टून से मेरा मतलब फौज का कार्टून नहीं बनाना है, कार्टून से मेरा मतलब है कि हम ऐसा अट्रैक्टिव आइटम बनाएं कि जिससे कि एक बच्चे के अंदर एक ये भावना हो। तो बस यही मैं आपसे मेरा एक छोटा सा सजेशन जो मेरे दिमाग में आया तो आपको देता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। बिना किसी देरी के मैं अगले वक्ता एम्बेसडर सुरेश गोयल जी को इनवाइट करता हूँ कि वो अपना बात रखें इस बारे में। एम्बेसडर सुरेश गोयल।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। धन्यवाद आपका बहुत बहुत। क्योंकि यहाँ पर सभी ने हिंदी में बोला है तो मैं भी अब हिंदी में थोड़ी सी अपनी बात रखना चाहूँगा। आदरणीय मंत्री जी, नमस्कार। आप यहाँ पर हैं तो अच्छा है कि जो कुछ बातें यहाँ पर हो रही हैं वो सरकार तक पहुँच भी जाएंगी। मेरा ख्याल है कि जो एक कहा है कि सॉलिडारिटी की भावना है या फ़ौज के प्रति जो भारतीय पॉपुलेशन का जो आदर है वो सब जानते हैं, तो उसके बारे में काफ़ी लोगों ने कहा भी है, तो उसके बारे में मैं ज़्यादा नहीं कहूँगा। लेकिन ये बात सही है कि हम तो जब से बड़े हुए हैं, अब 70 साल हो गए, बचपन से देखता आ रहा हूँ कि भारतीय फ़ौज के लिए जो भारत के लोगों में जो आदर की एक भावना है, जो एक रिकॉग्निशन है, वो अनपैरेलल्ड है। वो मैं काफ़ी कंट्रीज़ में रह चुका हूँ, मैंने कहीं नहीं देखा इतना। यूएसए में भी इतना नहीं है, हालांकि वेटरन्स की बात करते हैं जितना कि यहाँ पर है। लेकिन मैं अब छोटी सी बात कहूँगा, ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा। आवश्यकता इस बात की है कि जो ये आदर की भावना है, ये जो एक रिकॉग्निशन है, ये उस आदर की भावना से आगे बढ़ के उनके लिए कुछ करने का भी एक साधन बनना चाहिए। बात हुई जी, और थैंक यू। लेकिन जैसे बात हुई कि 3-4 वॉर हुई हैं, उसमें लोगों के हाथ कटे हैं, हैंडीकैप हो गए हैं, और ये बात बिल्कुल सही कही आपने मेजर जनरल अस्थाना, कि मर गया तो मर गया, वो उसकी फैमिली है, शादी करेंगे, जो भी है वो देखेंगे। लेकिन जो हैंडीकैप हो गया है, डिसेबल हो गया है, वो समाज के ऊपर बोझ बढ़ करके नहीं जीना चाहता है। ख़ास तौर पर वो जो कि आर्मी की ट्रेनिंग हुई है, जो कि कैपेबल है, जिसने ख़ास तौर पर स्पेशलाइज ट्रेनिंग ली हुई है, उसके लिए ज़रूरी है कि उसके मन में जो आत्मसम्मान है, वो आत्मसम्मान कभी भी ख़त्म नहीं होना चाहिए। अगर हम कुछ ऐसा करेंगे कि उसका आत्मसम्मान बना रहे, तो वो मैं समझता हूँ कि भारत के लिए, सोसाइटी के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा एसेट बन सकता है। तो मेरे 1-2 सुझाव ये हैं कि एक तो जो इस तरह के जो सोल्जर्स हैं, जो हैंडीकैप्ड हैं, आर्म्ड फोर्सेस से कहीं से भी हों, उनको हमारे पास कोई ना कोई स्कीम ऐसी होनी चाहिए कि वो भारत की आर्थिक व्यवस्था में, कॉरपोरेट सेक्टर में, मैंने कॉरपोरेट सेक्टर का नाम इसलिए लिया कि आप पॉलिसी बनाते हैं कॉरपोरेट सेक्टर के लिए, कि उनको वहाँ पर अगर जॉब कर सकते हैं सूटेबली, तो ये उनके लिए ना खाली सहायता होगी, बल्कि वो एक यूज़फुल कनेक्शन बन जाएगा। अगर वो कॉरपोरेट सेक्टर में रहेंगे तो लोग बाग देखेंगे भी, सीखेंगे भी, और वो एक तरह से अपने आत्मसम्मान के साथ आगे कंट्रीब्यूट भी कर पाएंगे। एक तो ये। और दूसरा, मैं चाहता था, जब हम छोटे थे तो हमारी जो किताबें हुआ करती थी, उसमें हमेशा कहीं ना कहीं इस तरह की कहानियाँ होती थी कि भारत की फ़ौज ने यहाँ पर ये दिखाया, यहाँ पर वैलर था, ये उनकी ताकत थी, या एग्जाम्पल दिया करते थे मेजर शैतान सिंह या हिम्मत सिंह, उनकी कहानियाँ होती थी। तो उनको पढ़ करके जो बच्चे थे वो सीखते थे कि हमारी भी परंपराएं क्या रही हैं, हमारी हिम्मत क्या रही है, और ये हमने अचीव किया है। मैं समझता हूँ कि कम से कम एलिमेंट्री स्कूल के लेवल तक, 5वीं क्लास के तक, अगर इस तरह की कहानियाँ खास तौर पर स्कूल में पढ़ाई जाए, तो ना खाली भारत की फ़ौज के लिए सम्मान बढ़ेगा, बल्कि वो सीखेंगे भी कि जो फ़ौज का करियर है, वो करियर क्या है। तो बस खाली मैं 1-2 सुझाव देना चाहता था, उम्मीद है कि ये आगे।
धन्यवाद एम्बेसडर सुरेश गोयल सर। इससे पहले कि हम मंत्री जी को सुने, एक छोटा सा मैं जज्बे की बात, जैसे सुरेश सर ने कही, तो 1971 की एक कहानी है, जाट रेजिमेंट, बैटल ऑफ डोगराई, हम सभी ने सुना होगा उसके बारे में, बहुत प्रसिद्ध बैटल रही है। जाट रेजिमेंट के जो कमांडिंग ऑफिसर थे वो एक एंग्लो इंडियन थे, कर्नल टेस्मंड। डोगराई के ऊपर हमला करना था और बहुत इम्पॉसिबल टास्क था लगभग कि डोगराई को कब्जा करना। शाम को उन्होंने जब अपनी ऑर्डर दिए तो ऑर्डर में उन्होंने ये कहा अपनी जो ब्रीफिंग में कि भाई अगले दिन सुबह हमें चाहे जिंदा हो या मुर्दा हो डोगराई में मिलना है। इसका मतलब क्या था कि सुबह हर हालत में डोगराई पर कब्जा होना चाहिए। जब वो जा रहे थे उन्होंने एक जवान से पूछा, जवान ये बताओ अगर आपका सीओ मर गया तो क्या करोगे? बोले साहब सीओ साहब को उठा करके लेके जाएंगे क्योंकि आदेश क्लियर है कि जिंदा हो या मुर्दा हो डोगराई में मिलना है। और वो रात ऐसी थी कि उस रेजिमेंट ने, उस बटालियन ने पूरी रात में उस डोगराई को कैप्चर किया और सुबह तक वहां
उनका वो खुद एंग्लो इंडियन होने के बावजूद वो हरियाणवी भाषा में बोलते थे। तो उन्होंने बोला ससुरे, मतलब इन हरियाणवी दे इन जोकिंग दे टेल अ पर्सन whom they love, so it says ससुरे डोगराई जाना है। तो उसको पूछा कि भाई क्या होगा? सर अगर सीओ ने गोली लाग जाएगी तो छाती पे ताड़ेंगे पर रुकेंगे डोगराई।
तो ये जज्बा जो भारतीय सेना का है वो आपको पूरी दुनिया में कहीं नहीं मिलेगा। और इस जज्बे के ऊपर ही आप देखिए जो कारगिल वॉर जैसा लड़ाई थी, हम माउंटेन वॉरफेयर की बात करते हैं जिसमें कहा जाता है कि आपको 1:10 1 से 10 गुना कैजुअलिटीज के लिए तैयार होना चाहिए। अगर आप दुश्मन का एक सैनिक मार रहे हैं तो आपके 10 सैनिक लगभग मर जाएंगे। कैजुअलिटी एक मैथमेटिक्स आमतौर पर पढ़ाया जाता है, लेकिन कारगिल में हमने इस पूरे आंकड़े को जुटला दिया। रिवर्स हुआ। पाकिस्तान के 5 से 6 गुना जवान मारे गए जबकि वो पहाड़ियों पर बैठे थे। और ये किस वजह से हुआ? केवल भारतीय सेना के जज्बे की वजह से हुआ अपना। और केवल ये अकेली सेना है जो नाम नमक निशान के लिए लड़ती है, कोई और मोटिवेशन नहीं है, नाम नमक और निशान। तो बिना कोई वक्त लिए मैं अपने आदरणीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय और केंद्रीय मंत्री हर्ष जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो अपना बात रखें।
सबसे पहले तो मैं आदित्य जी को, टिक्को साहब को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कहूँगा कि मेरे पीछे लग के इन्होंने मेरे को इस कार्यक्रम में बुला लिया और मैं एक अच्छी डिस्कशन का पार्ट बना हूँ। इसके लिए थैंक यू आदित्य जी। लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल सिंह साहब, मेजर जनरल अस्थाना साहब, सतीश त्यागी जी, कर्नल सतीश त्यागी जी, मेजर अमित जी, सुरेश जी, यहाँ पर बाकी सभी डेलीगेट्स जो इस आज सारा दिन की डेलिब्रेशंस में यहाँ बैठे हैं और डिस्कस कर रहे हैं। जेपी शर्मा साहब को देख के भी मुझे अच्छा लगा। फिर मुझे ध्यान आया आदित्य जी का उनके साथ एफिलिएशन है, शायद उसी कारण से आए होंगे। मैंने पहले ही कहा कि टेक्निकली आई एम द मोस्ट इलिटेड पर्सन हेयर, लेकिन जज्बे की बात है। यहाँ पर डिफेंस पर्सनल्स अधिकांश बैठे हैं, कुछ रिटायर्ड है, कुछ मुझे लगता है हो सकता है अभी भी सर्विसेज में हों। आज का टाइम और कारगिल वार का टाइम के माइंडसेट में, गवर्नमेंट के माइंडसेट में ड्रास्टिकली चेंज है और ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। मुझे कारगिल वार से पहले मैं कारगिल तक होके आया। अपनी गाड़ी खुद चला के हम 4 दोस्त 5 दोस्त गए थे। हम अमरनाथ जी की यात्रा पे गए, फिर वहीं से परमिट वगैरह बनवा के कारगिल तक भी होके आए। वो जो रास्ता था, क्योंकि हम बाई रोड जा रहे थे, उसमें हमें जहां भी आर्मी पर्सनल्स मिलते थे हम रुक के बात करते थे। तो उस समय बहुत समय के बाद ऐसा उन लोगों से बात करके लगता था कि आज हमारी आर्मी या डिफेंस पर्सनल्स इस बात से खुश हैं कि देश की सरकार उनको रोकती नहीं है, उनको गोली खाने के लिए मजबूर नहीं करती। एक गोली आती है तो 10 गोली चलाने के लिए भी स्टैंडिंग ऑर्डर्स हैं, उनको दिल्ली से आदेश नहीं लेने पड़ते। मैं पॉलिटिकल बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, लेकिन ये मैं उस समय अटल जी की सरकार थी और हम रुकते थे, पूछते थे, बात करते थे। आज इस बात को लगभग 26 साल हो गए। मैं अभी रिसेंटली भी सियाचिन भी होके आया, सियाचिन टेल पर होके आया, जो आर्मी बेस है वहां तक होके आया। मेरे को लेह कुछ सरकारी काम से जाना था, तो मुझे लगा कि सियाचिन कितनी दूर है, मैंने पूछा। उन्होंने कहा कोई 125-150 किलोमीटर बेस है, एयर बेस है, और एयर बेस के इट इज एट वाई, जो एक पॉइंट है वहां, इधर एयर बेस है और इधर आर्मी बेस है। मैं दोनों जगह रह होके आया, एक रात रहा भी। सिर्फ इसलिए मन में ये था कि हमारी जो डिफेंस फोर्सेस हैं वो किन कंडीशंस में रहती हैं, क्लाइमेट कंडीशंस में रहती हैं, और उसके बावजूद उनके जज्बे में कोई कमी नहीं है। जब कारगिल हुआ उस समय हमारे देश के ऊपर बहुत तरह के प्रेशर्स बाद में भी आए, क्योंकि उससे 1 साल पहले परमाणु परीक्षण होकर के हटा था। उसके बाद पाकिस्तान ने भी कर लिया था, लेकिन हमारे न्यूक्लियर टेस्ट के बाद यूरोपियन कंट्रीज ने, अमेरिका ने, सबने सैंक्शंस इंपोज की थी। उन कंडीशंस, उसके बाद कारगिल हुआ था, और हमारे करके खुद देख के आया हूं, और मणिपुर के साथ साथ मिजोरम भी गया हूं, असम में भी गया हूं। वेस्ट कार्बिलॉन एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, बहुत डिप्राइव्ड डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, वहां भी देख के आया हूं कि वहां पर देश कैसे बसता है, लोकल्स कैसे रहते हैं। तो डिफेंस पर्सनल्स कैसे वहां पर, अगर उनको वहां पर रहना है तो वो लोग कैसे रहते हैं, ये भी एक बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण बात है। पर पिछले 11 वर्षों में जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट हुआ है, चाहे मैं एयरपोर्ट्स की बात करूं, 2014 से पहले अराउंड 78 एयरपोर्ट्स थे, आज 150 के आसपास एयरपोर्ट्स हैं। 2014 से पहले जो देश में हाईवेज थे 91,000 किलोमीटर थे, आज 1,46,000 किलोमीटर हाईवेज है 11 साल में। रेलवेज की बात करें तो 100% रेलवेज इलेक्ट्रिफाइड हो चुकी है, उसका जो माइलेज बढ़ा है वो अलग है। अगर हाईवेज की बात करूं तो उसमें ऑल वेदर रोड्स, आज अगर 4 धाम की यात्रा के लिए ऑल वेदर रोड बन रही है तो वो खाली एक ही नहीं, इसके अलावा मैंने टिक्कू साहब से पूछा था कि बीआरओ के कुछ लोग आए थे क्या, क्योंकि रोड हाईवेज के नाते हमारा बीआरओ से भी बहुत ज्यादा कनेक्शन रहता है। एक माइंडसेट था 2014 से पहले कि हमें अपने बॉर्डर के पास रोड्स बनाने की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत नहीं है। वो इस बात से डरते थे कि जो दुश्मन है उसको एक्सेस मिलेगा हमारे एरिया में आने का। आज माइंडसेट बदला है। पिछले 11 सालों में 8000 किलोमीटर से ज्यादा बॉर्डर एरियाज में हमने रोड बना करके तैयार की है, सिर्फ इसलिए कि हमारी आर्मी को वहां तक पहुंचने में, उसको कनेक्ट करने में, बॉर्डर को कनेक्ट करने में ही तकलीफ नहीं हो। आज चाहे लाहौल स्पीति को टच करने के लिए अटल टनल बनी है, ऑल वेदर टनल है। सोनमर्ग के आगे कश्मीर को लेह लद्दाख से टच करने के लिए जेडमोर टनल है, बनके तैयार हो गई है। जोजिला पास है। इसके अलावा ये सब ऑल वेदर है। अब हम वेदर के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट नहीं है। तो मैं सिर्फ इतना डिस्कस कर रहा था कि आज की सरकार का माइंडसेट और सपोर्ट सिस्टम टू द डिफेंस फोर्सेस, और सपोर्ट सिस्टम में सिर्फ लॉजिस्टिक्स की बात नहीं है, ये लॉजिस्टिक्स से ही मॉरल सपोर्ट भी आती है। जो बात हुई कि एक जवान की या एक आर्मी पर्सनल की या डिफेंस पर्सनल की हैंडीकैप होने के बाद उसका सपोर्ट सिस्टम, उसकी लाइवलीहुड की चिंता सोसाइटी को तो करनी है, लेकिन सरकार की भी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। आज अगर हम हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड, पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों में जाते हैं तो देखते हैं कि सुबह और शाम दोनों टाइम यंग बच्चे दौड़ लगा रहे होते हैं कि उन्होंने भर्ती में जाना है। मैं हिमाचल से भी टच रखता हूं, इस कारण उत्तराखंड भी मैं बहुत जाता रहा हूं। तो वहां पर लगभग हर परिवार में एक बच्चा सेना में, डिफेंस फोर्सेस में जाने को तैयार बैठा है, जा रहा है। यह जज्बे की बात है। देश के प्रति जो राष्ट्रभक्ति का जज्बा है, ये उसके कारण से हम इतने डिफिकल्ट टेरेन में भी आप लोगों के मार्गदर्शन में, जो यहाँ पे सीनियर ऑफिसर्स बैठे हैं, डेफिनेटली आप लोगों की गाइडेंस और मार्गदर्शन और आप लोगों का जज्बा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि आप अपने सबऑर्डिनेट्स को, अपने जवानों को किस तरह से उनको पैशनेट करके रखते हैं, उनका ध्यान रखते हैं। ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात है। आज इसी कारण से मैं समझता हूं कि जो देश का डिफेंस सिस्टम है, वो टेक्नोलॉजी की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, टेक्नोलॉजिकली भी हमने बहुत बहुत राइज किया है। पिछले 15-20 सालों में टेक्नोलॉजिकली हम बहुत आगे बढ़े हैं। अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की बात करें तो जो पहला पीओके के ऊपर 9 आतंकवादी ठिकानों पर अटैक है, वो इतना प्रिसाइज है कि उन्हीं ठिकानों के ऊपर हमारी बॉम्बिंग हुई है और हमने कोई अपना बॉर्डर क्रॉस करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी है। आज का जो वॉरफेयर है, वो बंदूक लेकर के सैनिक ने आगे जाना है, उसकी भी जरूरत है, लेकिन उसके ऊपर ही डिपेंड नहीं कर रही है। और उसके बाद भी अगर आप देखेंगे, सिर्फ 3 या 4 दिन में हमने पाकिस्तान को घुटनों पे लेके आए और 4 दिन में अपना काम पूरा करके उसके सीज फायर के रिक्वेस्ट के बाद अमेरिका क्या बोलता है, वर्ल्ड ओवर क्या बोलते हैं, सब बाद की बातें। हमें पता है अंदर से कि हमने सीज फायर उसकी रिक्वेस्ट के बाद इसलिए भी किया कि आप सब लोग मेरी बात से सहमत होंगे कि गुजरात, राजस्थान, पंजाब, जम्मू कश्मीर का जो पूरा बॉर्डर है, वो पूरे बॉर्डर पे जो हमारे लोग, हमारे देश में जो लोग रहते हैं, उन सब लोगों की भी जान गले में थी। जो उनके रिश्तेदार, मेरे रिलेटिव्स अमृतसर रहते हैं, गुरदासपुर रहते हैं, हम ही दिन में 3-3, 4-4 बार उनको फोन कर रहे थे कि कुछ हुआ तो नहीं, कुछ गड़बड़ तो नहीं हुई, कोई बॉम्ब तो नहीं आया। तो भारत की सरकार को, विशेष तौर से मोदी जी और पूरी टीम जो उस समय इस काम को देख रही थी, अलॉन्ग विद द सीनियर ऑफिसर्स ऑफ डिफेंस फोर्सेस, अपना काम पूरा होने के बाद हमने सीज फायर किया है। जीरो टॉलरेंस टुवर्ड्स टेररिज्म, ये एक बेसिक बात जो हमारे सरकार के मन में है, मोदी जी के मन में है कि अब हम बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। 2008 में मुंबई में हमला होता है, उस समय की सरकार का जो रिटेलिएशन टुवर्ड्स टेररिज्म या टुवर्ड्स पाकिस्तान होना चाहिए था, वो कुछ भी नहीं था। मैं सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक से पहले की भी याद दिलाना चाहता हूं। सबसे पहला सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक म्यांमार में 2015 में हुआ। सरकार के आते ही म्यांमार के अंदर घुस के जो वहां के टेररिस्ट आउटफिट्स थे, उनको जाकर के निस्तो नाबूद किया था। 16 का आप सबको पता है कि जो उरी वाली घटना हुई, उसके बाद का सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक, फिर एयर स्ट्राइक 19 में और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर भी। तो ये सरकार का माइंडसेट है कि आज ऑफ कोर्स वी आर ए पीस लविंग कंट्री, हम अपनी तरफ से कुछ नहीं करना चाहते, लेकिन इतना आसान नहीं है कि आज भारत की तरफ टेढ़ी आंख करके भी देखना। हमारा पॉलिटिकल माइंडसेट और हमारा डिफेंस सर्विसेज का माइंडसेट बिल्कुल क्लियर है कि छेड़ोगे तो छोड़ेंगे नहीं। और मैं ऐसा इस बात को बहुत अच्छे से मानता हूं कि हालांकि एक कंसर्न मुझे हमेशा तंग करता है, हमारा जो आज यूथ है वो एमएनसीज, जो भी पढ़ा लिखा बच्चा है वो एमएनसीज की तरफ जा रहा है, पैसे कमाने की तरफ जा रहा है, उसका फौज में जाने का जज्बा कम होता हुआ दिखता है। तो वो जो मोटिवेशन है, मैं समझता हूं कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में से वो बात भी निकलनी चाहिए। चाहे ये बात बिल्कुल ठीक कही कि एनईपी में जो हमारी नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आई है उसके अंदर हमारी फौज की, हमारे जो शहीद हुए सैनिक है उन लोगों की कहानियां भी यंग एज से ही बच्चों को पढ़ानी चाहिए, बतानी चाहिए, ताकि उनके अंदर भी देशभक्ति का जज्बा बने भी और कायम भी रहे। तो इसलिए एजुकेशन पॉलिसीज में ये चीजें हमने इंडक्ट करने की पूरी कोशिश की है। छोटी सी बात है, आज प्राइमरी के क्लासेस में आप देखेंगे नैतिक शिक्षा नाम का कोई कोर्स नहीं है। बहुत बहुत ग्राउंडेड बात कर रहा हूं, मैं समझता हूं उसकी भी बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है। ये नैतिक शिक्षा से ही बच्चे के माइंड में, जब वो 3rd, 4th, 5th क्लास में है तब से आना शुरू होता है, तो वो माइंड में इनकलकेट कर जाता है जो जीवन भर रहता है। शायद ये सब चीजें हमारी जनरेशन, हमारे से पहले वाली जनरेशन बाद में भी है, लेकिन उस कारण से जो फौज में जाने वाला हमारा यूथ है वो एक बार वर्दी पहन लेता है तो वो अपने घर की, अपने परिवार की, अपने पत्नी की, अपने बच्चों की भी चिंता नहीं करता। उसकी प्रायोरिटी देश हो जाता है। बॉर्डर पे कोई कदम ना रख जाए, उसकी प्रायोरिटी ये हो जाता है। जो बात अभी मेजर अस्थाना ने भी बताई, सिंह साहब ने भी बताई अपने उदाहरणों में, तो वो फैक्ट्स है। हमने वो जीवन नहीं जिया है, लेकिन मैं अधिकांश, मेरे को जब भी मौका मिलता है, क्योंकि मैं रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट मेरे पास है, तो मेरे को लगता है कि देश के उस कोने तक भी होके आना चाहिए जहां हमारा जवान बैठा है। मैं कच्छ के रण के बिल्कुल जो बीएसएफ की बॉर्डर्स है वहां तक भी जाने का मुझे मौका मिला है। अब ऐसा नहीं कि अभी 20-25 साल से मैं लगातार जाकर के फील करके हम जाके देखते रहते हैं, तो ये समझ में आता है कि हमारी फौज, हमारे चाहे वो नेवी हो, आर्मी हो या एयर फोर्सेस हो, वर्ल्ड क्लास फोर्सेस हैं, उनको बैक सपोर्ट की जरूरत बहुत ज्यादा है। मैं फिर से एक बार आदित्य भाई को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं और आप लोगों को भी थैंक्स करता हूं कि एक अच्छा डिस्कशन सारा दिन आपने एक अच्छे टॉपिक पे लिया और एक उस दिन लिया, क्योंकि हम जन्मदिन जो मनाते हैं अपने घर में भी, बच्चों का भी, अपनों का भी, तो वो बेसिकली इसीलिए मनाते हैं कि हम उस दिन खुश होते हैं, मैं पैदा हुआ था, बच्चे का बर्थडे मनाना है। पर ये कारगिल दिवस का जो दिन है, इस तरह के जो दिन है, ये भी हमें इसी तरह सेलिब्रेट ही करनी चाहिए। ठीक है, इसमें कैजुअलिटीज भी थी हमारी 500 के करीब, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, पर जहां तक मैंने पढ़ा कि पाकिस्तान की कैजुअलिटीज भी 3,500-4,000 थी, 3,500-4,000 कैजुअलिटीज थी। हमारी लगभग 500 के करीब कैजुअलिटीज थी। हमने उसको डिफरेंट मूवीज में भी देखा है, मैंने कुछ पढ़ा भी है। तो एक बार फिर से आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, भारत माता की जय।
धन्यवाद मंत्री जी। मैं अपने कन्वीनर श्रीमान आदित्य टिक्कू जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो आकर के मंत्री जी का सम्मान करें।
मैं एक निवेदन और करना चाहता हूं आदित्य भाई से। लगातार ऐसे सेमिनार्स और करते हैं तो इनके यहाँ पर गेस्ट आते हैं, उनको शीट्स भी देते हैं। मेरा निवेदन है कि मैं आज शीट जरूर एक्सेप्ट करूंगा आपकी, आप सम्मान कर रहे हैं, ये वाली शीट्स बिल्कुल मत दीजिए, इसकी जगह कोई किताब दीजिए, कोई एम्बलम दीजिए, वो काम आ जाएगा, वो मेमोरियल रहेगा। ये भी रहता है, पर ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग नेताओं के घर में इतना कमरा भरा होता है कि वो पता ही नहीं होता कि मिला भी है कि नहीं मिला। तो खाली हमें नहीं, बाकी सबको भी कोई बुक, कोई ऐसी चीज दीजिए।
कार्यकाल खत्म हुआ, उनके घर के पास 250 ऐसे
250 कम थे जी, 2500 भी हो सकते हैं। हमें रोज 2-3 मिलते हैं, पर मैं जहाँ भी जाता हूँ ये बात जरूर बोलता हूँ। कई बार तो मैं पहले ही बोलता हूँ भाई कोई शील्ड वील्ड मत देना, कोई इसका कोई फायदा नहीं। मैं प्रैक्टिकल बात कर रहा हूँ। और ये
किताब का आइडिया,
हाँ किताब,
चलो आप किसी लाइब्रेरी को भी दे सकते हैं।
ये बिल्कुल। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
सर प्लीज, ये आप
मैं जनरल यस पनू सर से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो आकर के बाकी पैनलिस्ट को भी फेलिसिटेट करें। सबसे पहले जनरल केजे सिंह। अच्छा मेजर जनरल एसबीएस थाना।
ये आपका पता नहीं लग रहा कि अस्थाना साहब को करना है या अस्थाना साहब ने करना है?
अस्थाना साहब को करना है। वो पैनलिस्ट हैं। हाँ, एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ के लिए रुक जाएं।
एक आर्मी एयरफोर्स सर आ जाइए प्लीज। आर्मी से भी ब्रिगेडियर जो है प्लीज कम। प्लीज
मैं यहाँ पर छोटे ग्रुप्स में भी कर सकता हूँ। हाँ बिल्कुल, अरे बड़े I would request others also please join in quick, please. Sir, please. आपने आइए पूरा कवर हो जाएगा। प्लीज आइए प्लीज, जल्दी ऐश्वर्या, क्विक। यार ये बहुत उनको पहले करना, सारे आ जाएंगे सर। बाद में प्लीज जल्दी आओ ना यार, जल्दी आओ हाँ जल्दी आओ यार। इंटर्न्स कम यार, रिसर्चर्स, GCTC रिसर्च, जल्दी क्विक यार।
तो आपने किया, कम इन फ्रंट को
देव आ जाओ, जल्दी से आ जाओ ना यार। नीचे बैठ जाओ, नीचे क्विक नीचे चाहिए ना, वो उनका चुपने की तो नीचे बैठ जाते हैं। जाओ जानवी, जाओ घुसो, वेरी गुड। असेंबली की जल्दी अपना जय हिंद सर, लाउडली जय हिंद। थैंक यू।
सभी से अनुरोध है कि चाय के लिए प्रस्थान करें। Request to everybody to kindly move for the tea.
जल्दी से बोलो, जल्दी जल्दी ये उत्तर देंगे देखिए सर चलो बहुत बढ़िया बहुत बढ़िया सर इससे नहीं हुआ ये नहीं हाँ हाँ तो वो आ जाएंगे
पूरा देश कारगिल विजय दिवस के रूप में और कारगिल विजय में लगभग 500 हमारे सैनिक आर्म फोर्सेस के जवान और ऑफिसर्स शहादत को प्राप्त हुए, उनको भी नमन करता है और उनके जज्बे को भी नमन करता है। पर आज ये भी समझने की ज़रूरत है कि 1999 में कारगिल वॉर होती है और 16 में सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक होती है, 19 में एयर स्ट्राइक होती है और अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर होता है। तो उस इरा में और आज के इरा की सरकार के माइंडसेट में जमीन आसमान का अंतर है। जब कारगिल विजय हुई उस समय अटल जी प्रधानमंत्री थे और उस समय 1 साल पहले हमने न्यूक्लियर टेस्ट किया था, तो हमारे ऊपर यूरोप की और अमेरिका की सैंक्शंस थी। सरकार बहुत दबाव में थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी कारगिल पर विजय प्राप्त हुई। इसका श्रेय जाता है तो सरकार की स्ट्रेटजी के साथ साथ हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस की स्ट्रेटजी और हमारे जवानों के जज्बे को जाता है। मैं आज के दिन उन सभी जवानों को स्मरण करते हुए जिनको शहादत हुई, उनको श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं और अपनी फौज को सलाम करता हूं कि देश की एक एक कण को अक्षुण्ण रखते हुए उन्होंने विजय प्राप्त
That is why
is planning for the implementation of some big projects from the year 2025 in the areas of new projects in Arunachal Pradesh.
have a lot to say. इसको क्लिक कर लिया ना आपने? रिकॉर्ड हो गया ना? Move on for your brother.